Chapter 193. Tear. An incomparably bright light flashed from the dark blade. Su Qin raised his right hand and blocked the pitch-black blade light. Suddenly, a slight wound appeared on Su Qin's skin. In addition, an aura that seemed to come from the abyss spread from the wound, trying to spread to Su Qin's whole body. Just by relying on the sharpness of the blade itself, it has such power? Su Qin's mind moved, his thoughts fluctuating. When Su Qin held the demon god's blade just now, he didn't use any power. He just relied on the sharpness of the demon god's blade. But the result shocked Su Qin. Su Qin's body at this moment is not comparable to a divine weapon, but it is not much worse. But even so, it was still easily broken by the demon god's blade. One can imagine its power. Although this wound was not worth mentioning for Su Qin, the slash just now did not display the true power of the demon god's blade. In addition to its sharpness, the most terrifying thing about this demon blade is the aura of the abyss. Su Qin felt the aura coming from the wound and thought in his heart. This aura of the abyss was all-pervasive like a maggot. If it weren't for Su Qin's strong body suppressing this aura, the consequences would be unimaginable. Simply put, if the demon Cloud City Lord was cut by the demon god's blade, even if it was only a slight wound, the aura of the abyss would spread wildly, and within a few hours, the demon Cloud City Lord would die miserably. Although the aura of the abyss hell that was everywhere like maggots in one's bones was not a lethal poison, it was more than a few times stronger than a lethal poison. Not bad. After Su Qin roughly judged the power of the demon god's blade, he operated his divine ability flesh regeneration, and the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the demon god's blade was terrifying, how many cards did Su Qin have in his hands? How could he be stumped by a mere weapon? However, this demon god's blade gives me a feeling that it is not so simple. It should have other uses? Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. Thinking of this, Su Qin casually waved the demon god's blade and threw it into the system space. Although the demon god's blade can improve Su Qin's fighting ability, at least when he encounters a demon king like the demon Cloud City Lord in the future, Su Qin only needs to slash once. But in any case, whether it was the demon god's blade or the 9 luminaries' bow, after all, they were external objects. In order to become truly powerful, one had to rely on oneself. Next, I will focus on entering the 8th heavenly layer. Su Qin sat cross-legged, and the Devil Buddha golden body slowly circulated. Large amounts of demonic chi poured into his body, continuously transforming it. No matter if it was Su Qin's original body or his incarnation, they all shared the same realm. As long as one of them broke through to the 8th heavenly layer, the other would naturally step into the 8th heavenly layer. Just as Su Qin was slowly cultivating, Mohim quickly walked into the City Lord's hall. Master. When Mohim saw that the City Lord's hall was empty, he did not panic. Instead, he said respectfully. After a while, a calm voice suddenly sounded in Mohim's ears. Go inside. Yes. When Mohim heard this, he did not doubt him and immediately began to walk towards the depths of the hall. Soon after, Mohim saw Su Qin sitting cross-legged under the ancient tree. Su Qin was sitting there quietly, but the whole ancient tree swayed with Su Qin's breathing. Demonic chi filled the sky. Even Mohim, who was not even a demon king, could realize the horror of it. A wisp of aura emitted by Su Qin could suppress a demon king outside. Master is getting more and more terrifying. Mohim immediately lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Su Qin. Have the matters of the demon Cloud City been dealt with? Su Qin slowly opened his eyes and looked at Mohim. Although Su Qin was the new city lord of the demon Cloud City, in fact, Su Qin was too lazy to take care of those trivial matters. Basically, he left them to Mohim. Master, it has been dealt with. Mohim replied immediately. Oh, no one is making trouble? Su Qin asked casually. Making trouble? Mohim smiled bitterly. Master is powerful, how could anyone dare to make trouble? Say it, what are you looking for me for? Su Qin asked faintly. Mohim specifically looked for him, certainly not just to talk about the demon Cloud City. Master, I've discovered something. The demon Cloud City Lord has a great relationship with the Cathode City Lord. When Mohim said this, her pretty face became extremely dignified. Master has taken over the demon Cloud City. the Demon Cloud City Lord will probably not let it go. He will definitely invite the Cathode City Lord. Even now, Mohim didn't know that the Demon Cloud City Lord had died under Su Qin's sword light. Cathode City Lord? Su Qin's expression remained unchanged. Master, the Cathode City Lord is one of the strongest powerhouses in the vicinity. Mohim was full of worry. The Cathode City Lord's aura was monstrous. Compared with the Cathode City Lord, the previous Demon Cloud City Lord was as weak as a baby. Is the Cathode City Lord very strong? Su Qin asked casually. After he obtained the Demon God's Blade, Su Qin's fighting ability has greatly improved. As long as it's not a 9th heavenly layer Demon King, or an Earth Immortal, Su Qin doesn't care too much. Even if Su Qin condenses the miniature domain, with all kinds of trump cards, even if it's a 9th heavenly layer Demon King, Su Qin can ignore Su Qin. Very powerful. It is said that the Cathode City Lord was a high-level Demon King as early as 200 years ago. Now, even if he is not a real peak Demon King, I'm afraid he is not far away. Mohim said in a deep voice. Oh, I see. Su Qin said slowly without raising his eyes. A high-level Demon King is equivalent to a 6th heavenly layer Demon King. As for a peak Demon King, it's equivalent to a 7th heavenly layer Demon King. The strength of the Cathode City Lord is close to a peak Demon King. It is indeed far beyond the Demon Cloud City Lord. No wonder he can shake the entire area. But in front of Su Qin it's a joke. Master. Mohim's face was still full of worry. In her opinion, Su Qin should be from another large region. He doesn't know the terror of the Cathode City Lord. If the Cathode City Lord really comes, who in the Demon Cloud City would dare to stop him? Master. Let's leave the Demon Cloud City. Mohim thought for a long time and said. Although the Cathode City Lord is powerful, if Su Qin leaves the Demon Cloud City with her, the Cathode City Lord will have no way to stop him. Is it possible that the Cathode City Lord is willing to spend a lot of time searching for Su Qin? Leave? Su Qin shook his head. He finally found such a good place to sign in, how could he leave? Don't worry, if the Cathode City Lord really dares to come, I will kill him. Su Qin said casually, as if the Cathode City Lord, who Mohim was afraid of, was just a cat or dog on the road. Chapter 194. When Su Qin attacked the Demon Cloud City, he didn't hide it in the slightest. He crushed the entire Demon Cloud City with one palm, and then forced the City Lord to flee like a stray dog. There was no news about him until now, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. This scene was witnessed by countless demons in the Demon Cloud City. Therefore, the news that the Demon Cloud City had a new City Lord was not concealed, but quickly spread in all directions. Cathode City. In the main hall, there were more than a dozen figures sitting upright. Who is the Demon King who attacked the Demon Cloud City? Why have I never heard of such a powerhouse? A demon sitting on the right with a cold face said. His aura was deep, as obscure as the abyss. He turned out to be a powerful demon not weaker than the Demon Cloud City Lord. I don't know. However, the Demon Cloud City is full of arrays. In this range, the strength of the Demon Cloud City Lord is almost close to that of a high-level Demon King. The other party can sweep the entire Demon Cloud City like this. I'm afraid he's a real high-level Demon King. Another demon said calmly. High-level Demon King? I haven't heard of it. Yes, we know all the high-level Demon Kings within 1,000,000 miles. How did such a person suddenly appear? The rest of the demons looked at each other, full of puzzlement. One must know that even in the cave world, high-level Demon Kings were extremely rare, and it was impossible for one to appear casually. Every high-level Devil King could be traced, and their growth path was more or less clear. Could it be? Is he from another major region? A demon whispered. Other major regions? The faces of the rest of the demons changed slightly. Indeed, this was the only possibility that could explain the sudden appearance of a high-level Demon King. City Lord, what should we do now? At this time, the cold demon who spoke first looked at the Cathode City Lord sitting high above. As soon as these words came out, many demons who were talking suddenly quieted down, and they also looked at the Cathode City Lord. The Cathode City Lord was wearing a robe, and his aura was restrained. If it weren't for the dark demonic light in his eyes, I'm afraid no one would think of him as the Cathode City Lord. The Demon Cloud City Lord promised me that he would offer me a purine body. The Cathode City Lord's voice was hoarse, like iron pieces rubbing against each other. I have been waiting for 20 years, and I can't wait to devour that wisp of purine energy. As a result, the Demon Cloud City has a new City Lord? The Cathode City Lord's words faintly revealed his dissatisfaction. The demonic arts he cultivated were too extreme and required purine energy to make up for it. Now the Cathode City Lord only needed one purine body to gather 99 purine bodies and condense 99 strands of purine chi. Then he would perfect his demonic arts in one fell swoop and completely enter the next realm. But what the Cathode City Lord didn't expect was that the last purine body would have an accident. I don't care who is the City Lord of Demon Cloud City. The Cathode City Lord slowly stood up, walked out of the hall, and looked up at the gray sky. But the purine body must be handed over. When the Cathode City Lord said this, he turned around and looked at the Demon Kings. Come with me to the Demon Cloud City. As soon as the Cathode City Lord finished speaking, the faces of the Demon Kings changed slightly. Although the Cathode City Lord didn't say what he was going to do in the Demon Cloud City, it was obvious that he wanted to force the new Demon Cloud City Lord to hand over the purine body. City Lord, I'm afraid it's not appropriate to do this. A Demon King braced himself and said, after all, the current Demon Cloud City Lord is likely to be a high-level Demon King. If it was the previous Demon Cloud City Lord, it would be fine to force them, but the current Demon Cloud City Lord is powerful. If they continue to force them, they might annoy the other party. The Cathode City Lord wasn't afraid, but what about them? Don't worry. A sneer appeared on the Cathode City Lord's face. My demonic arts are almost at great accomplishment, and it's not like I haven't killed a high-level Demon King. When the rest of the Demon Kings heard this, they suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. They quickly got up and stood behind the Cathode City Lord, trembling with fear. At the same time, under Chong and City, in the underground majestic hall, Su Qin sat cross-legged, his aura was flowing, and the Millennium Bodhi heart was floating, blooming with a dazzling brilliance. It's about time. Su Qin opened his eyes leisurely. His eyes were calm as he whispered to himself. After nearly 2 years of hard work, with the help of the Millennium Bodhi heart, Su Qin was only one step away from being able to condense the miniature domain. Once I condense the miniature domain, I can quickly break through to the 8th heavenly layer and the 9th heavenly layer, and spend more time on the shackles of Great Arhat. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated as he silently thought in his heart. For Su Qin, whether it was condensing the miniature domain or the bottleneck of the 8th heavenly layer or the 9th heavenly layer, it was nothing. The only thing that Su Qin valued was the shackles of the Great Arhat realm. Let's get started. Su Qin slowly closed his eyes, and his aura began to fluctuate again. East Palace. Ruanqing stood in front of the right spring square, guiding the family Su's martial arts cultivation. Since Ruanqing agreed to serve Su Qin, she basically never left the Imperial Palace. She has been guarding Chong and City for Su Qin. Master hasn't summoned me for several months. Ruanqing walked out of the East Palace thinking. In the beginning, Su Qin would occasionally appear in the Imperial Palace, but in recent months, Ruanqing did not feel a trace of Su Qin's aura at all. If it weren't for Ruanqing being able to detect that the divine sense planted by Su Qin still existed in her heart, she would have thought that something had happened to Su Qin. Just as Ruanqing was about to return to the East Palace, suddenly, the primordial chi of the entire Chong and City suddenly shook. Endless primordial chi of heaven and earth from all directions, up and down, madly gathered toward Chong and City. 10 miles. 20 miles, 30 miles, 50 miles, 100 miles. The primordial chi of heaven and earth covered far more than 100 miles. In an instant, with Chong and City as the center, the primordial chi within a radius of several hundred miles was shaking, as if a storm had occurred. Ruanqing looked at this scene dumbfounded as if she had seen a ghost. As a martial arts legend, Ruanqing naturally knew what it meant to shake the primordial chi of heaven and earth within a radius of several hundred miles. Master, it's Master's doing. Ruanqing immediately reacted, almost as if she had witnessed a myth. One must know that a martial arts legend like Ruanqing could control the power of heaven and earth, but the range of the power of heaven and earth was only about 10 miles. But now, the shaking of the primordial chi of heaven and earth had spread to several hundred miles. What is Master's strength? How can he control the power of heaven and earth in such a range? Ruanqing was so shocked that she could barely hide it. Under the shaking range of the power of heaven and earth, Ruanqing only felt that her connection with heaven and earth had been completely cut off. At this moment, Ruanqing, except for her body, divine will, and true essence, which were at the level of a martial arts legend, almost instantly fell to the level of a rank 9 martial artist. And just under Ruanqing's incredulous gaze, the primordial chi shaking that had spread to several hundred miles suddenly began to shrink. In just a moment, everything returned to normal. Under Chang'an City, in the majestic underground palace, Su Qin slowly opened his eyes. Domain. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. It's finally done. Chapter 195. In the majestic hall, Su Qin was overjoyed. 2 years, although it's a bit long, but condensing the micro-domain is not a waste of time. Su Qin nodded slightly and thought to himself, if the sect masters of the major overseas sects knew what Su Qin was thinking, their eyes would probably turn red with jealousy. For them, even if it took 80 or 100 years to condense the micro-domain, they would still be ecstatic and would want to invite overseas legends to celebrate. As for the 2 years, these sect masters probably wouldn't even think about it, because it was too incredible. What could he do in 2 years? He could easily go into seclusion for more than 2 years. Not to mention condensing the micro-domain. Even if he just sorted out his true essence a little, 2 years would pass. Condense. Su Qin's mind moved. Suddenly, an invisible force, with him as the center, spread out to a radius of 100 feet. This 100 feet radius is my domain. Within it, any power is under my control. Su Qin carefully felt the subtleties of the domain, a thoughtful look on his face. There was an essential difference between a domain and the power of heaven and earth. For example, if 2 legends fought, no matter where and when, they could control the power of heaven and earth as a means to suppress each other. After all, the power of heaven and earth came from heaven and earth. As long as one was a legend, they could control it. At most, the difference was the size of the domain. But a domain was different. If a legend was in the domain, even if he was at the peak of the 5th or 6th level, he would be shocked to find that he couldn't control the power of heaven and earth at all, as if he had fallen from the legend realm. To put it simply, within the domain, Su Qin was the only master. As long as Su Qin didn't want to, no legend could borrow a trace of power from his domain. Not bad, not bad. No wonder they say that a legend who has condensed a domain and a legend who hasn't condensed a domain are on a completely different level. Su Qin looked amazed. Although Su Qin was still at the 7th level. But with the support of the domain, even if he was besieged by dozens of legends of the same level, he was fearless. If the besieging legends of the same level fell into his domain, their life and death would be under Su Qin's control. Of course, no 7th heavenly layer legend would be so stupid as to barge into a domain. After all, Su Qin's domain had just been formed, and it only covered a radius of 1,000 feet. For an ordinary person, a range of 100 feet might be very large, but in the eyes of a legend, it was just a matter of a thought. The myth warriors were not fools. It was impossible for them to rush forward when they knew that they were no match for the enemy. What a pity! If only the range of the domain was a little bigger. A hint of regret appeared on Su Qin's face. Compared to Su Qin's world energy that spanned 100 miles, the domain of 100 zhang had shrunk significantly. However, this thought only flashed through Su Qin's mind. Compared to an impenetrable domain, the so-called power of heaven and earth was a joke. It was like the difference between 10 taels of cotton and 1 tael of gold. It's said that as long as one steps into the earth immortal realm, the micro-domain will transform into a great domain, instantly enveloping a radius of several hundred miles. Su Qin was lost in thought. The domain that he had condensed, now to be precise, was just a micro-domain. Could even be said that it was the prototype of a domain. But even so, it had such great power. One could imagine how earth-shattering the great domain of the earth immortal Great Arhat would be. Next, Su Qin continued to experience the various magical effects of the micro-domain, and finally, his mind slowly calmed down. That's right. Let's see if the demon god's blade that I obtained in the cave world can break through the domain, Su Qin suddenly thought. The demon god's blade was the sharpest weapon among all the weapons that Su Qin had ever seen. It was terrifying to the extreme. Even Su Qin couldn't block the demon god's blade with just the strength of his body. Of course, Su Qin couldn't block it, but the demon god's blade couldn't do anything to Su Qin. Because with Su Qin's strength, he wouldn't let the demon god's blade touch him at all. Besides, Su Qin also has the ability to regenerate flesh and blood. Unless the demon god's blade can completely annihilate Su Qin in an instant, otherwise, Su Qin is immortal and can recover indefinitely. Buzz! A strange long blade that was shaped like a sickle and curved like a full moon appeared in Su Qin's hand. In an instant, a deep aura filled the air, making people feel as if they were in the abyss of hell. Not bad. Su Qin held the hilt and waved it casually. Even if Su Qin didn't use any power, when he waved the demon god's blade, he could feel the extremely sharp blade aura filling the air, almost piercing through the air. Domain. Su Qin's mind moved, and the misty power of the domain wrapped around the demon god's blade. Clang! The demon god's blade let out a blade cry, and Su Qin waved it gently, and a dark and deep blade light appeared, breaking through the power of the domain, and finally slowly dissipating. The demon god's blade can break through the domain, but the domain can also wear down the demon god's blade. Su Qin touched his chin and judged in his heart. It had to be said that the demon god's blade was very terrifying. It could even break through the invisible and intangible domain. It must be known that even 7th or 8th heavenly layer gods and demons can't do anything to the domain without condensing a miniature domain. But since the demon god's blade can cut through the power of the domain, it can be seen how sharp it is. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated, and he put the demon god's blade back into the system space. The system space was unique. As long as Su Qin in the cave world put the treasures he obtained from signing in into the system space, Su Qin in Chang and City would be able to take out the demon god's blade from the system space. And vice versa. The domain has just been formed, it needs to be stabilized. Su Qin slowly closed his eyes again and fell into cultivation again. Su Qin spent 2 years to condense the miniature domain. Naturally, he planned to completely stabilize the domain before considering other things. And after Su Qin continued his seclusion, Ruanqing outside the East Palace was inexplicably shocked. Just now the heaven and earth essence qi within a radius of hundreds of miles shook together. If Ruanqing hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. Even for a mythical warrior, the limit of control of the heaven and earth essence qi is 100 miles. As for hundreds of miles, I'm afraid that only the real peak mythical warriors can reach it. Master is too strong, Ruanqing sighed softly, her face full of awe. In the past year or so, Su Qin didn't stop Ruanqing from cultivating. On the contrary, in the first year, he often guided Ruanqing. And now, with the help of the Eastern Palace's cultivation environment, which was not inferior to overseas, coupled with the recovery of the vitality, and Su Qin's occasional guidance, Ruanqing's cultivation had improved again, reaching the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer. Ruanqing even had a faint illusion that if he was given a few decades or 100 years, he was confident that he could break through the shackles and enter the 4th heaven. It should be known that even overseas, a 4th heaven mythical warrior was enough to serve as an elder protector of the high sects, and could be said to be an expert second only to the sect master and the vice sect master. Ruanqing originally thought that he had no hope of entering this level in his lifetime, but in less than 2 years in Chang'an City, he saw hope. The recovery of the vitality tide is becoming more and more obvious. Ruanqing looked at the sky and muttered to himself. Although a large part of the reason why he could improve so quickly was because of Su Qin's guidance, the influence of the environment was also not small. It's been almost 2 years. The recovery of the vitality tide is much faster than I thought. The sect masters of the high sects overseas should have noticed it by now, right? A trace of worry appeared on Ruanqing's face. Even if the sect masters of the high sects did not believe in the existence of the land of great battles at first and thought that overseas would continue to prosper, as time passed and the vitality tide became more and more intense, with the ability of those sect masters, they must have realized something. However, with master strength, even in the face of the high sects with thousands of years of inheritance, he should be qualified to negotiate, Ruanqing guessed in his heart. Just as Su Qin was in seclusion, and the world was gradually falling into peace, a man in a blood-red robe appeared out of thin air, walking in the air. Wherever he passed, his aura shrouded and suppressed all things. All the martial artists were terrified. Under the aura of the man in the blood-red robe, they did not even dare to raise their heads and knelt down one after another, as if welcoming a supreme monarch. It was only after the man in the blood-red robe had completely left that the martial artists reluctantly straightened their backs. Who is he? Why is his aura so terrifying? Riding the wind, could it be that he is a martial arts legend? Countless martial artists trembled in their hearts and kept talking. Even if the vitality has recovered and cultivation has become easier, the existence of a martial arts legend is still unattainable. Since the imperial teacher of the Meng Yuan Empire was killed by Su Qin outside Chang and city, no new martial arts legend has been born in the world. But now this man in a blood-red robe set off a huge wave in everyone's heart. At this moment another news came out. Isn't he the Blood Kill Gates legend from 200 years ago? As soon as this news came out, the entire martial arts world was in an uproar. The legend of the Blood Kill Gate had crossed the sea more than 200 years ago and disappeared. Not only the legend of the Blood Kill Gate, but all the legends who crossed the sea have never returned. The world is going to be in chaos again, an old warrior thought sorrowfully. And at this moment, the legend of the Blood Kill Gate in a blood-red robe came outside the headquarters of the Blood Kill Gate. No one. The legend of the Blood Kill Gate frowned. His terrifying divine sense covered inch by inch and finally found a disciple hiding nearby. Ancestor. Ancestor, you are finally back. The Blood Kill Gate disciple immediately burst into tears. Every disciple of the Blood Kill Gate has to kneel and worship the portrait of the legend of the Blood Kill Gate. Therefore, this disciple recognized the legend of the Blood Kill Gate at first sight. What the hell happened? The legend of the Blood Kill Gate frowned. Ancestor, our Blood Kill Gate was forced by the legend of the Empire of Tang to disperse our disciples. The Blood Kill Gate disciple hurriedly told what had happened over the years. The Empire of Tang? A legend. Not bad. I didn't expect another legend to be born in the 200 years I was gone. The legend of the Blood Kill Gate disciple nodded slightly, as if he was appreciating the younger generation. However, since you dare to provoke my Blood Kill Gate, you are courting death. A strong murderous intent flashed in the depths of the legend of the Blood Kill Gate disciple's eyes. Ancestor, the legend of the Empire of Tang once killed 3 of our peak grade 1 experts from thousands of miles away. Ancestor, you have to avenge us. The Blood Kill Gate disciple said again. What? Thousands of miles away? The legend of the Blood Kill Gate disciple's calm expression finally changed. Chapter 196. A legend was high up in the air, riding the wind like an immortal. However, no matter how similar it was just similar, not a real immortal. A legend was also a human, and they had their own limits. For example, a third heavenly layer legend like the Patriarch of Bloodkill, even if he went all out, he could only be 10 or 20 miles away. As for the martial arts legend in Chang and City, it was simply inconceivable and unheard of for him to attack from thousands of miles away. Even in the endless sea where martial arts flourished, Patriarch Bloodkill had never heard of such an incredible scene. A bunch of nonsense. The Patriarch of Bloodkill's expression was uncertain, and finally he sneered. Did you see that scene with your own eyes? When the Patriarch of Bloodkill said this, the Bloodkill Gate disciple was slightly stunned and immediately replied, Patriarch, I also heard that, humph. I understand. The Patriarch of Bloodkill coldly snorted. Your level is too low. You don't know the means of a legend. The Patriarch of Bloodkill's expression returned to normal, and he instantly figured everything out. How could the Patriarch of the Bloodkill sect not know of such a thing? For example, when 2 legends fought, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, and the aftermath spread dozens of miles away. If this scene was seen by ordinary people, they would definitely think that it was a fight between gods and immortals, and then the more they talked about it, the more ridiculous it became. But in fact, in the eyes of a legend like the Patriarch of Bloodkill, it was just a fight between powerhouses of the same level. It was nothing at all. According to the Bloodkill Gate disciple, the legend of Chang and City may have some ability, but the means to attack from thousands of miles away were far inferior. Don't worry, I will definitely take revenge for the Bloodkill Gate, but now is not the time. I have to wait for the permission of those people. The Patriarch of Bloodkill pondered for a while and said lightly, "Those people." The Bloodkill Gate disciple's face suddenly turned pale. In his eyes, the Patriarch of Bloodkill was already a godlike figure, but now the Patriarch of Bloodkill actually called them those people. There's no harm in telling you. Patriarch Bloodkill glanced at the disciples of the Bloodkill Gate and casually said, "This time I didn't return to this continent alone. I came back with several distinguished characters." As the Patriarch Bloodkill spoke to here, he paused for a moment before continuing, "Though several great characters all have venerated statuses. If you encounter them, you absolutely cannot overstep your boundaries. Otherwise, not only will you be annihilated, but I might also be implicated." Patriarch Bloodkill warned. Yes. The Bloodkill Gate disciple's face was as pale as paper as he bowed his head and replied. The Bloodkill Gate's mythological ancestor had appeared. This news quickly spread throughout the world like lightning. Now that the Empire of Tang had unified all the countries, their power was unparalleled. The Bloodkill Gate was forced to dismiss their disciples in order to avoid the purge of the Empire of Tang. At this time, the appearance of the mythical ancestor of the Bloodkill Gate was tantamount to seeing the light at the end of the tunnel for the disciples of the Bloodkill Gate, who were hiding everywhere like stray dogs. Why is the Patriarch of the Bloodkill Gate back? I don't know, did he come back because of the Bloodkill Gate? It's over. The return of the Bloodkill Gate has greatly boosted the prestige of the Bloodkill Gate. Our good days are coming to an end. Countless martial artists in Jianghu were worried. For a long time, the Bloodkill Gate had taken pleasure in provoking the countries in the world and driving a wedge between the Jianghu and Jianghu. The prosperity of the Bloodkill Gate meant that there would be more killings in the world. However, I don't know what the mythological ancestor of Chang and City thinks about his return? Someone couldn't help but ask. As soon as these words came out, all the martial artists were silent. 3 Peak Grade 1 of the Bloodkill Gate fell in the hands of the mythological expert of Chang and City. In addition, the Bloodkill Gate was forced to dismiss their disciples because of this. How could the Patriarch of the Bloodkill Gate ignore such grievances? Who do you think is stronger between the Patriarch of the Bloodkill Gate and the mythological expert of Chang and City? A martial artist asked with great interest. I think it should be the mythological expert of Chang and City, right? After all, a few years ago, the imperial teacher of Mengyuan City was killed by the mythological expert of Chang and City. The imperial teacher of Mengyuan City is just a legend. How can he be compared with the Patriarch of the Bloodkill Gate? Yes, the Patriarch of the Bloodkill Gate became a legend 200 years ago. Now that he has been abroad for 200 years, his strength must have improved a lot. The mythological expert of Chang and City can kill the imperial teacher of Mengyuan City, but he may not be able to defeat the Patriarch of the Bloodkill Gate. Countless martial artists talked quickly. In their view, Su Qin's strength was unfathomable, but the Patriarch of the Bloodkill Gate was also not weak. Especially in the past 200 years, God knows how high the Patriarch of the Bloodkill Gate had reached. In my opinion, the mythological expert of Chang and City should not be the opponent of the Patriarch of the Bloodkill Gate. An old martial artist made the final decision. Although Su Qin was able to suppress the world, the Patriarch of the Bloodkill Gate was invincible 200 years ago. In the absence of a head-on fight between the two, everyone felt that the Patriarch of the Bloodkill Gate was stronger. After all, when it comes to martial arts cultivation, one side has 200 years more than the other. Who is stronger and who is weaker is obvious at a glance. Just as the world was talking about it. Chang'an City. Inside the Imperial Palace. It is indeed the Patriarch of the Bloodkill Gate. The Emperor of Tang's expression was dignified as he looked at the information in his hand and said in a deep voice. Now that the Empire of Tang had unified the world, as early as the first appearance of the Patriarch of the Bloodkill Gate, the relevant information was passed to the Emperor of Tang. However, at that time, the Emperor of Tang still had doubts in his heart. But as time passed, more and more information came, and the Emperor of Tang had no choice but to believe it. Your Majesty, what should we do now? A minister stood up, looked at the Emperor of Tang and asked. The Emperor of Tang was silent for a while, and then said, "I will mobilize the army and strengthen the patrol of Chang and city." When the other ministers heard this, they looked at each other, opened their mouths, but did not continue to say anything. In fact, they could only do as the Emperor of Tang said. Otherwise, what else could they do? Could they take the initiative to find the Patriarch of the Blood-Kill Gate and take him down? Not to mention whether the Empire of Tang could take down the Patriarch of the Blood-Kill Gate. Who could be sure of the whereabouts of the Patriarch of the Blood-Kill Gate? A legend could ride the wind and travel tens of thousands of miles in a day. Maybe one day he was in the far west, and the next day he would be in the far north. After the end of the court meeting, the Emperor of Tang hurried to the East Palace. "Mr. Ruan, hasn't the third brother contacted you yet?" The Emperor of Tang found Ruanqing and asked. Although Ruanqing claimed to be Su Qin's servant, the Emperor of Tang did not dare to really treat a legend as a servant. Instead, he called him Mr. In the Empire of Tang, Mr. was an honorific such as teacher. "No." Ruanqing glanced at the Emperor of Tang and asked doubtfully, "Do you have something to say to Master?" For some reason, the Patriarch of the Blood-Kill Gate from 200 years ago has returned. The Emperor of Tang roughly told him what he knew. It seems that the great sects overseas have begun to intervene. Ruanqing thought for a while and sighed softly. "Then what should we do now?" The Emperor of Tang did not know what the great sects meant, but he knew it was not a good thing. If it was just the Patriarch of the Blood-Kill Gate alone, I could deal with him, but in addition to the Patriarch of the Blood-Kill Gate, those great sects must have sent other disciples. Ruanqing shook his head. "Now we can only wait for Master to come out," Ruanqing said helplessly. Almost at the same time, all kinds of incredible news spread all over the world. For example, someone once saw a woman in white flying in the ice field of the extreme north, like a fairy from the upper realm. Someone saw a man in blue with a sword on his back, hundreds of meters in one step, as if he was measuring the world. Someone also saw a Taoist standing above the clouds, indifferently overlooking all living beings, as if he was looking for something. For a time the world was shaken. If the Patriarch of the Blood-Kill Gate who appeared out of thin air at the beginning was just shocking, then the appearance of these suspected legends one after another made people panic. What the hell happened? Could it be that these people, like the Patriarch of the Blood-Kill Gate, returned from overseas? That's the only possibility, otherwise, it's rare for a legend to appear in an era. How could so many appear now? Many martial artists were frightened and uneasy. And at this moment, on a high mountain there were several figures standing leisurely. Among these figures there was a woman in white like a fairy, a man in blue with a sword on his back, and a Taoist in a Taoist robe and so on. At this moment, because of the existence of these figures, the entire top of the mountain was faintly shrouded in an inexplicable aura. "How's the investigation?" The woman in white's voice was crisp and clear. She was the contemporary goddess of the Snow God Palace from overseas, named Bingling. This time, she came on the order of her master to determine whether this continent was the legendary land of the Great Battle. As for the others, they were also heaven's prides from overseas. Although the current vitality of this continent is still far inferior to our sex overseas, its growth rate is far faster than overseas. The man in blue with a sword on his back paused for a while and continued, "According to the current trend, in 100 years at most, the vitality of this place will be comparable to overseas, and in 200 years it will completely surpass overseas." As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. Then what are we waiting for? Why don't we join forces and take over the Empire of Tang, completely control this continent, and then welcome our sex? A rough man said loudly. When the people on the scene arrived, they knew that this continent was ruled by a country called the Empire of Tang. Take over the Empire of Tang? The Taoist in a Taoist robe frowned slightly. "But I heard that there seems to be a legend in Chang, and city of the Empire of Tang, and his strength is not weak." "Not weak?" The rough man grinned and said, "Compared to overseas, this place is not even considered immortal. Any legend can be invincible for an era. But in front of the disciples of our sex, it is nothing. Any one of us can sweep this place." The rough man's tone was full of pride. "That's right." The man in blue with a sword on his back nodded slightly. As disciples of the sects, whether it is cultivation methods, secret skills, or heritage, how can this place be compared to the mortals? That's good. Bing Ling, the contemporary goddess of the snow god palace, nodded slightly. In that case, let's go to Chang'an City. If that legend is sensible and takes the initiative to lower his head, we can spare his life. If not, we can kill him directly. Under Chang'an City. In the majestic hall, Su Qin slowly opened his eyes. The domain is finally almost stable. Su Qin's face flashed with satisfaction. Chapter 197. Su Qin sat cross-legged with a smile on his face. During this period of time, Su Qin, in addition to stabilizing the newly formed miniature domain, also often experienced the various magical effects of the domain. As a means that only myths of at least the seventh heaven could master, the domain was far more than just killing the enemy. At least, Su Qin found that the domain had various effects such as protection, concealment, and saving people. In addition, Su Qin also found that if he wanted to, the domain could cover far more than 1,000 feet. 1,000 feet was only the range that Su Qin could completely control. Within this 1,000 feet, Su Qin was the creator omnipotent. And once the domain covered more than 1,000 feet, Su Qin's control began to decline. Simply put, if a myth of the seventh heaven fell into Su Qin's domain, he would not be able to borrow any power and would still be slaughtered by Su Qin. He would not even be able to escape. But if Su Qin expanded the domain to 10,000 feet, if a myth of the seventh heaven fell into it, although he would still be greatly suppressed, he would not be unable to resist. At least he would struggle a few times. Next, in addition to continuing to practice hard, I have to continue to compress the power of heaven and earth to supplement the domain, so that the range of the domain will continue to increase. Su Qin's mind was filled with thoughts. At his current height, although the road ahead was not clear, he had a rough idea of how to proceed. Of course, for the vast majority of myths, knowing how to go and being able to go were two completely different things. For example, a level 9 official in the Empire of Tang knew that as long as he worked hard and worked for the Empire of Tang, he would be able to become a level 3 official in the imperial court. But among the thousands of level 9 officials in the Empire of Tang, how many could climb to the position of a level 3 official? Martial arts practice, especially the road to myth, was extremely difficult. Knowing may not be able to do it. Seeing may not be able to touch. Another 2 months of closed-door training. Su Qin was ready to familiarize himself with the power of the domain, and was not in a hurry to go out. In any case, Chang'an City now had Ruanqing, a third heaven legend, overseeing it. Generally, there would not be any problems. Su Qin was also happy to cultivate in seclusion. Just as Su Qin was in seclusion, the Emperor of Tang was in the Taiji Palace, discussing state affairs with his officials. Suddenly, a member of the Forbidden Army hurriedly rushed in, walked up to the Emperor of Tang, and whispered to him. What? The Emperor of Tang's face changed dramatically. The Emperor of Tang did not have time to attend the court meeting. He quickly walked out of the Taiji Palace and arrived at the imperial city. The Emperor of Tang's expression was extremely ugly. High up in the sky, 6 figures were faintly discernible. The 6 figures looked down on Chang'an City and the Emperor of Tang as if they were high and mighty creatures overlooking all living things. Who are they? The Emperor of Tang asked in a low voice after taking a deep breath. Your Majesty, I don't know. The commander of the Forbidden Army next to him looked dignified. After a moment of silence, he whispered, however, these people should be martial arts legends. Only martial arts legends could control the qi and soar in the wind. Therefore, even if the commander of the Forbidden Army had not seen the 6 figures in the sky, he knew that they were at least martial arts legends. As soon as the commander of the Forbidden Army said this, the Emperor of Tang's face suddenly turned pale. In the past, the appearance of one martial arts legend was already shocking, but now there were 6 outside Chang'an City at the same time. How could the Emperor of Tang be calm? Your Majesty, the one on the far left should be the founder of the Blood Kill Gate. The commander of the Forbidden Army seemed to have discovered something and quickly whispered. When the Emperor of Tang heard this, he immediately focused his eyes on the left and saw a figure in a blood-red robe standing in the void. Trouble. The Emperor of Tang felt a chill in his heart. If the founder of the Bloodkill Gate was not there, the Emperor of Tang still had a glimmer of hope that these 6 martial arts legends might just be passing by. But now the Emperor of Tang felt like he was falling into an abyss. "Your Majesty, what should we do now?" the commander of the Forbidden Army asked in a low voice. Wait. The Emperor of Tang was powerless. Let's see what they want to do. What else could they do but wait? The 6 martial arts legends stood in the void. An ordinary army could not even touch them, let alone surround them. Although Chang and City had a large number of bows and crossbows, who would dare to use them against the 6 martial arts legends? Once the crossbows were used, it would be tantamount to completely falling out with the 6 martial arts legends. At that time, if the other party wanted to kill, who could stop them? One martial arts legend could ignore 1,000,000 troops, let alone 6. At this moment, high in the sky, several disciples from the major overseas sects were looking at Chang and City below in boredom. There is a level 3 aura. I think it must be the martial arts legend in Chang and City, the man in green with a sword said lightly. Level 3. Amazing. The Taoist in a Taoist robe nodded slightly. To be able to enter the martial arts legend realm in this barren continent, and even a level 3 legend, regardless of talent or temperament, was the best choice. Unfortunately, as a martial arts legend, his foundation has been set. He will never be able to join our sect, a cold man in a black robe said. Well, what should we do now? Directly suppress them? The burly man said unhappily. Suppress them? Bing Ling, the woman in white, thought for a while and said, let's inform them first. If they refuse, it won't be too late to kill them. Bing Ling was the current goddess of the Snow God Palace. If nothing unexpected happened, she would inevitably become the Palace Lord of the Snow God Palace in the future. She was the person with the highest status in the field. In that case, go down and tell them. The cold man in black swept his eyes and looked at the Patriarch of Bloodkill in the corner. In terms of status, the Patriarch of Bloodkill was not on the same level as them. Whether it was the cold man in black or the others, they were all proud sons of heaven from various major sections. As for the Patriarch of Bloodkill, he was just a rogue cultivator. Although he had the strength of a level 3, he was far from being in their eyes. If they didn't need someone to lead the way, the Patriarch of Bloodkill happened to be a martial arts legend from this continent, so they wouldn't be with him. Yes. The Patriarch of Bloodkill respectfully said. Soon, the Patriarch of Bloodkill took a step forward and appeared on the city wall. Everyone, the Empire of Tang has given you 2 choices. The Patriarch of Bloodkill looked at the Emperor of Tang and the others and said lightly, the first is to surrender, and the second is to be suppressed by this lord and then surrender. Think about it in half an hour and then give your reply. The Patriarch of Bloodkill didn't even look at the Emperor of Tang and turned to leave. Surrender? Then surrender after being suppressed? The Emperor of Tang's face was livid and trembled with anger. Your Majesty. The commander of the Forbidden Army next to him also had a heavy expression. Instead of giving them 2 choices, it was better to say that the Patriarch of Bloodkill directly asked them to surrender. Has the third brother appeared? The Emperor of Tang took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. Your Majesty, we haven't found the Imperial uncle yet. The commander of the Forbidden Army shook his head. As soon as these words came out, the Emperor of Tang's face turned pale again. Could it be that the heavens want to destroy the Empire of Tang? The Emperor of Tang's face was pale. At this moment, high in the sky, the man in black with a long sword on his back frowned. Half an hour has passed. Has the Empire of Tang replied? My lord, no. The Patriarch of Bloodkill bowed. In that case, just suppress them. The cold man in black said. Humph. I already said to suppress them, but you just had to waste half an hour. The burly man snorted coldly, took a step forward and stomped his foot fiercely. Suddenly, the world's essence chi shook and slowly pressed down on the imperial city. At this moment, the same world's essence chi emerged and blocked the blow of the burly man. Ruan Qing slowly walked out of the East Palace, came to the city wall, and looked at the legends. Mr. Ruan. The Emperor of Tang breathed a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, I can only do my best. But whether I can stop them or not, I can only leave it to fate. Ruan Qing said with a tragic face. In Ruan Qing's eyes, These disciples of the greater sex had been cultivated by the sex since childhood. Whether it was cultivation methods, secret techniques, or even foundation, they were far superior to rogue cultivators like Ruanqing. Let me try. I haven't fought in a long time. High in the sky, a Taoist in a Taoist robe stood out. Seeing this, Ruanqing also stood in the air and fought with the Taoist in a Taoist robe. However, the result was just as Ruanqing expected. He was no match for the Taoist at all. After just 10 moves, he was suppressed. After 20 moves, Ruanqing spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. And this was because the Taoist had deliberately held back. Otherwise, Ruanqing would have at least been seriously injured, if not killed on the spot. Ha ha ha. I told you to submit and suffer less. Why struggle? The burly man looked down at the Emperor of Tang and the others and sneered. The Emperor of Tang's face was ashen. He clenched his hands tightly and dared not refute, because he knew that the lives of countless people in Chang and city depended on the burly man's thoughts. Humph! The burly man sneered and scanned the imperial palace with his divine sense. Huh! At this moment, the burly man was surprised and his divine sense instantly focused on someone. Meridians clear, a genius. Come back with me obediently. The burly man stretched out his right hand and gathered a huge essence chi palm and grabbed at a certain place in the imperial palace. Not good, it's one. The Emperor of Tang was shocked and recognized the place where the burly man's right hand was grabbing. It was the residence of Imperial Princess Li Wan. What is this? Li Wan was cultivating when she saw a huge palm quickly grabbing at her. Not good. Li Wan realized that something was wrong and wanted to avoid it. However, Li Wan was just a martial artist in the Middle Realm. How could she escape the grasp of a legend? Just when Li Wan's face was full of despair, the burly man's huge palm was about 3 feet away from Li Wan when it was suddenly blocked by a faint barrier. Huh! There is another legend? The burly man immediately recognized the barrier on Li Wan's body. It was the means left by a legend. But so what? The burly man's face was ferocious and he was about to break the barrier. Under Chang'an City, in the majestic hall, Su Qin silently opened his eyes. The divine sense I left on Li Wan was triggered? Su Qin looked up at the sky and his huge divine sense swept over in an instant. You're courting death. Su Qin's eyes were calm. He stretched out his right hand and pulled out a strange sickle-shaped long blade that was curved like a full moon. The long blade was as black as ink, and the blade was incomparably deep, like a black hole that swallows all living things. The next moment, Su Qin held the demon god's blade and gently slashed. Tear. No one could describe the sharpness of this blade. The sky and the ground turned into a pitch-black sea. A long and narrow black crack appeared in space. The pitch-black saber light seemed to be able to cut the world apart as it shot out in an instant. Chapter 198. Inside the palace, Li Wan was still in shock. She looked at the barrier that enveloped her and quickly found the source of the barrier. It was the piece of wood with a sword mark engraved on it. At this moment, this piece of wood was emitting a dim light, like a candle in the dark. Third uncle. Li Wan blinked. This piece of wood was given to her by Su Qin, and the sword mark engraved on it was also left by Su Qin. And at this moment, the burly man standing high in the sky frowned slightly. This barrier suddenly. The rough man seemed to have noticed something and suddenly looked in another direction. A pitch-black saber light arrived in an instant. This pitch-black saber light seemed to have torn open a long and narrow crack in space. The moment the burly man saw it, it was already within 10 meters of him. No! The boorish man was indeed a descendant of a great overseas sect. At this critical moment of life and death, he activated a forbidden secret technique. His body suddenly expanded by a large margin, turning into a small giant more than 5 meters tall. A wild and heavy aura began to spread out. The overseas sect that the rough man belonged to was known for their physical strength. At this moment, he used a forbidden secret technique as a guide and burned his essence and blood to enhance his physical strength to a certain extreme. The next moment, before the boorish man could react, a voice rang out. That long, narrow, and pitch-black blade light arrived. Crack. This long and narrow blade light easily cut through the rough man's flesh and blood and cut through his bones. The body that the rough man was proud of was like a piece of paper under this blade light. Rip. The rough man's body was cut in two and fell from the sky. A large amount of blood of a legend spilled down. At the same time, as soon as the rough man's divine sense was about to escape, he felt an aura that seemed to come from the abyss of hell frantically spread. In an instant, his divine sense was completely decayed and his body and soul were destroyed. This is. Not far away, several disciples from the exalted sects from the outer seas narrowed their eyes, including Bing Ling, the goddess of Snow God Palace. As legends, their divine sense could cover the surrounding dozens of meters at any time, but even so, no one noticed why the burly man was suddenly cut in two. What exactly happened? The azure-robed man with a long sword on his back was horrified. He retreated several hundred meters and looked around vigilantly. Now that the boorish man had died, they were at most shocked. However, the boorish man's death was so inexplicable that there wasn't even the slightest sign of it. This was terrifying. Someone has made a move. Bing Ling, the current goddess of the Snow God Palace, said with a solemn expression. When the others heard this, they immediately rolled their eyes. The boorish man had died without a complete corpse. Of course, they knew that someone had done it. But the question now was, who was the culprit? Compared to the uneasiness of the disciples of the major sects, the Emperor of Tang and the others were ecstatic. Third brother, it's the third brother, the Emperor of Tang said with certainty. Although he didn't see Su Qin from the beginning to the end, he had a feeling that the person who killed the boorish man was Su Qin. Master. Ruan Qing stood up with a pale face. Although he was at a disadvantage in the fight with the Taoist in a Taoist robe and was sent flying in the end, he wasn't seriously injured because the Taoist had been merciful. At this moment he was barely able to stand up. And at this moment, a tall and slender figure walked over step by step. This figure held a strange long saber in his right hand that was shaped like a sickle and curved like a full moon. The tip of the saber was pointed to the ground as he walked over unhurriedly. Who is he? The current goddess of the Snow God Palace noticed this figure immediately, and her eyes quickly focused on him. The other disciples of the major sects also looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The death of the boorish man just now was too strange. Although these disciples of the major sects were arrogant, they were not stupid. It's the third brother. The Emperor of Tang heaved a sigh of relief. Until now, the Emperor of Tang was completely relieved. You must be the legendary warrior in Chang'an City, right? The cold-looking man in a black robe forced a smile and cupped his hands toward Su Qin. His attitude was extremely humble, without the slightest arrogance of a disciple of the major sections. In fact, Su Qin had just killed the boorish man silently. Just based on this point alone, his strength had surpassed them and was at least close to the master of the major sections. Since you are here, we won't disturb you, the cold-looking man in a black robe said. In his view, they had taken the initiative to retreat, which was already considered as giving in. If Su Qin had a little bit of insight, he wouldn't pursue the matter. Humph. When I return to the sect, I will ask Master to kill all the living beings in this city. The cold-looking man in a black robe thought quickly in his heart, but his expression became more and more humble. The sect he belonged to was not the righteous path, so killing living beings was normal. The current goddess of the Snow God Palace, Bing Ling, and the others looked at Su Qin, wanting to see Su Qin's reaction. Third brother. The Emperor of Tang looked at Su Qin with a worried expression. Under everyone's gaze, Su Qin finally spoke. Want to leave? A trace of sarcasm appeared on Su Qin's face. You broke into this place and still want to leave alive? As soon as Su Qin finished speaking, he gently waved the demon god's blade in his right hand at the cold-looking man in a black robe. You. The cold-looking man in a black robe was shocked. Then he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. This sense of danger was even greater than the one he felt when he was still in the depths of the sea. It was a primordial sea beast that seemed to have survived from the ancient times. The next moment, the cold-looking man in a black robe saw a blade light as black as ink coming at him in an instant. Disperse. The cold-looking man in a black robe did not have time to think about why Su Qin would act so decisively. At this moment there was only one thought in his mind. Live. I must live. The black-robed man's body suddenly turned pitch black, as if he was turning from real to illusory. Illusory devil body? the current goddess of the snow god palace's expression changed. Illusory devil body was the fundamental cultivation method of the sect that the cold-looking man in a black robe belonged to. When cultivated to a certain level, one could change between real and illusory at will, thus achieving the effect of ignoring all attacks. Rip. At this moment, Su Qin's black blade light slashed through the darkness that the cold-looking man in a black robe had turned into. Instantly, the originally illusory darkness was directly cut in two. The body of the cold-looking man in a black robe materialized and fell straight from the sky. Dead. The current goddess of the snow god palace's expression suddenly changed. Run! The patriarch of the Blood Kill sect was terrified. Without hesitation, he turned into a bloody light and fled into the distance. Su Qin's expression was neither happy nor sad. Holding the demon god's blade, he slashed at the patriarch of the Blood Kill sect. Crack! The black blade light that was like a crack cut across the sky. Without any suspense, the patriarch of the Blood Kill sect was cut in two, entering the path of the rough man and the cold-looking man in a black robe. And you? Su Qin's gaze turned and looked at the man in a black robe with a long sword on his back. Die. Su Qin held the demon god's blade and slashed down casually. Ah! 10,000 swords return. The man in a black robe with a long sword on his back suddenly went crazy. He had seen 3 legends die in a row. How could he not know that it was his turn next? The long sword on the man in a black robe suddenly bloomed with a bright sword light. 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. Almost instantaneously, it split into countless sword lights and blocked in front of him. Not bad, but unfortunately it's not enough. Su Qin shook his head slightly. Crack. The black blade light instantly broke through the layers of sword lights and directly cut the long sword that the man in a black robe had pulled out from his back in two. Finally, it slashed through the man in a black robe. There was dead silence. Everyone's face was full of horror. They never dreamed that the high and mighty legends of this era would be slaughtered like chickens in front of Su Qin, one slash after another. Third brother. Third brother is too strong. The Emperor of Tang was also stunned. In the Emperor of Tang's eyes, Su Qin might have taken advantage of the sneak attack of the rugged man who died at the beginning, but the other 3 legends were killed by Su Qin head-on. Just as everyone was shocked, Su Qin's expression didn't change at all. He slowly looked at Bing Ling, the current saintess of the Snow God Palace. You still have the courage to stand here? Su Qin looked at Bing Ling with interest. At this moment, although the current saintess of the Snow God Palace was also frightened, she didn't run away in a hurry like the patriarch of Bloodkill. Your Excellency's strength is terrifying. Even if I run, I can't escape. Bing Ling, the current saintess of the Snow God Palace, took a deep breath and said calmly, "Let me guess. You didn't run not because you're not afraid of death, but because you have some kind of trump card. Did your sect give it to you?" Su Qin naturally didn't believe in the saying, "If you can't escape, then don't run." Even ants craved for life, let alone these heavenly talents from the great sects. How do you know? Bing Ling's expression changed drastically. She did have a life-saving item given to her by one of the patriarchs of the Snow God Palace. However, the price of using this life-saving item was too high. Bing Ling had to abandon her physical body and use her divine will to teleport thousands of miles away in an instant. At that time, the patriarch of the Snow God Palace warned Bing Ling not to use this trump card unless it was a matter of life and death. This was because the loss of one's physical body would have an unprecedented impact on any martial artist. Even if she eventually took over a new physical body, her future achievements would be limited due to compatibility issues. In serious cases, her strength would plummet by several levels. However, the patriarch also said that as long as she used this trump card, no one in the world could stop her. This was the reason why Bing Ling was still standing there. She wasn't like the others who would die if they didn't run. She had other options. At worst, she would use this trump card to save her life. Losing her physical body was better than dying completely. Your Excellency is very powerful. I'll take my leave first. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. When the current goddess of the Snow God Palace saw that Su Qin had seen through her confidence at a glance, she didn't dare to stay any longer. Without hesitation, she activated a certain aura in her body. Instantly, Bing Ling felt her consciousness rise infinitely. With all her divine will, She left her physical body and fled toward the sea at an extremely terrifying speed. "You're indeed very fast." Su Qi nodded slightly and commented. Even he couldn't compare with her in terms of pure speed, when she abandoned her physical body and only used her divine will. However, "Do you want to run away in my domain?" A smile appeared on Su Qi's face. With a thought, an invisible force spread out. "The patriarch said that as long as I activate that aura and abandon my physical body, even a 7th heaven or 8th heaven legend won't be able to catch up with me." Bingling's thoughts fluctuated. She only felt that she was completely safe. "When I return to the Snow God Palace, I must inform the patriarch and avenge me." Before Bingling finished her thought, she was stunned. Because she was still in the palace after fleeing for such a long time. Bingling vaguely felt an invisible force enveloping her. Under this force, the space was stretched infinitely. "Lord." Bingling suddenly thought of a record in the Snow God Palace. Her heart was in turmoil. However, before Bingling could say those 2 words, she felt her vision go black. Her thoughts fell into endless darkness. Chapter 199. In front of the palace. Su Qin raised his right hand. The divine sense of the current goddess of the Snow God Palace floated above his palm. If Su Qin did not have a domain, Bingling might have escaped. Unfortunately, within the domain, Su Qin was the master of all things. He could overturn space and move the world with a single thought. No matter how fast Bingling was, unless he could break through space and break through the domain, it was meaningless. That aura. Su Qin looked at Bingling's divine sense. To be precise, he was looking at the aura that enveloped Bingling's divine sense. Bingling had relied on this aura to separate his divine sense from his physical body and reach a terrifying speed in an instant. Unfortunately, it's only effective against divine sense. Su Qin glanced at it and lost interest. If this aura could be carried with the physical body, Su Qin would be interested. However, if it was only divine sense, Su Qin did not even bother to look at it. Then Su Qin turned Bingling's divine sense into dust. He looked up at the last Taoist priest in a Taoist robe. At this moment, he was the only one left among the people from the overseas great sects. Other than Su Qin, he was the only one standing there. "This is too terrifying." When he saw Su Qin looking at him, the Taoist priest in a Taoist robe trembled. He felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. It was extremely difficult for him to even move. Su Qin had reduced these arrogant disciples to ashes with a wave of his hand. This was especially true for the current goddess of the Snow God Palace. She had obviously used some method to escape and had even abandoned her physical body. However, she still fell into Su Qin's hands. This was an unprecedented blow to the Taoist priest. "Do you know why I didn't kill you?" Su Qin's tone was flat. However, to the Taoist priest, it was like a clap of thunder. "My lord, if you want to know anything, please ask away." The Taoist priest replied respectfully. "You're smart." A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. "Come with me." Su Qin spared the Taoist priest's life for this reason, but more importantly, the Taoist priest was the only one who did not have any killing intent in his heart. Even when he fought with Ruan Qing, he did not go overboard and did not seriously injure Ruan Qing. Very soon, after Su Qin spoke a few words with the Emperor of Tang, he brought Ruan Qing, the Taoist priest, and the others back to the Eastern Palace. The Emperor of Tang calmed himself down and began to mobilize the army to stabilize the chaotic situation caused by the arrival of the 6 mythical creatures. In the Eastern Palace, Su Qin glanced at the terrified Taoist and said casually, "Tell me everything you know." "Yes." The Taoist priest bowed and said, "My name is Yan Hai. I come from the Taoyi sect overseas." Tao One School? Ruan Qing's expression changed slightly. "You know of the Tao One sect?" Su Qin glanced at Ruan Qing and spoke indifferently. "Master, the Tao One sect is famous in the overseas martial arts world. How could I not know?" Ruan Qing said respectfully, "Even among the many powerful sects overseas, the Tao One sect is enough to be ranked in the top 5. The Taoist master of each generation of the Tao One sect has monstrous strength, suppressing many overseas mythical creatures. I heard that 3,000 years ago, the Tao One sect had an earth immortal, Ruanqing quickly told him everything she knew about the Dao One sect. Earth Immortal? It seems that this Dao One sect is quite strong. Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. At Su Qin's level, he naturally knew how difficult it was to step into the Earth Immortal level. When Ruanqing heard Su Qin's evaluation of the Dao One sect, his scalp went numb. The Dao One sect was a great sect overseas with tens of thousands of years of history, and who knows how many powerhouses had come out. But in Su Qin's words, it was only quite strong. Moreover, Ruanqing faintly sensed that even if the evaluation was quite strong, Su Qin did not say it to the Dao One sect, but to the Earth Immortal of the Dao One sect from 3,000 years ago. As for the Dao One sect, Ruanqing did not know if it was an illusion, but he faintly sensed that Su Qin did not put this great sect in his eyes at all. The Taoist priest Yan Hai smiled bitterly. He did not think as much as Ruanqing. At this moment, Yan Hai was very clear that his life and death was only in Su Qin's hands. No matter how strong the Dao One sect was, it was useless. Continue. Su Qin just sighed and didn't say anything more. For Su Qin, becoming an Earth Immortal was just a matter of time. It was nothing at all. The current goddess of the Snow God Palace, the Kuragenkyo's disciple Xianming and others, and I came to this continent under the orders of our sect to determine the location of the great battle in the recovery of vitality. Yan Hai honestly revealed their origins, their purpose and everything else. He did not dare to leave anything out. This was because Yan Hai knew that in front of a powerhouse like Su Qin, who was at least close to the level of a sect master, any little trick was equivalent to courting death. Su Qin's expression did not change, but Ruanqing's expression changed as he listened, especially when he heard that the woman in white was the current goddess of the Snow God Palace. His face turned even paler. Master, something big has happened. Ruanqing's scalp exploded as he said in a trembling voice. He originally thought that the people who came here this time were all ordinary disciples of the great sects overseas, or at most core disciples. However, Ruanqing did not expect that the people who came with Yan Hai were actually these geniuses. Ruanqing knew in his heart what these people represented. If they were ordinary disciples, Su Qin could kill them. Even if the great sects were dissatisfied, they would not clash with a powerhouse like Su Qin for ordinary disciples. But now, these people were ordinary disciples, especially Bing Ling. As the current goddess of the Snow God Palace, she was regarded as the future Snow God Palace Lord. Even she was dead. At the very least, the relationship between the Snow God Palace and Su Qin would definitely be irreconcilable. There was no room for reconciliation. As for the other disciples, they were all legacy disciples of the great sections. Although they were not the only ones, the death of one was still a great loss. Su Qin killing these people was equivalent to standing on the opposite side of the great sects overseas. Under such circumstances, no matter how confident Ruanqing was in Su Qin, he was still terrified. No matter how strong Su Qin was, he was only one person. How could he defeat all the great sects overseas? It's fine. Su Qin waved his hand and said nonchalantly. According to what Yan Hai said just now, the leaders of the great sects were only legends of the 5th or 6th heaven. Su Qin could kill any number of such martial artists with a slap. As for the ancestors in slumber in their respective sects, there might be a few of them who had stepped into the 7th or 8th heaven. However, their qi and blood must have deteriorated and their strength was greatly reduced. If they encountered Su Qin, they would be killed easily. In Ruanqing's eyes, the great sects were as high as the sky, but to Su Qin, they were nothing more than something he could easily sweep away. By the way, the great sects don't know about the death of these disciples, right? Ruanqing looked at Yan Hai expectantly as if he had seen some hope. Yan Hai hesitated for a while and said honestly, the disciples of the great sects will turn a trace of divine thought into life fire and enshrine it in the depths of the sect. Once they die in the outside world, the life fire will be extinguished. I'm afraid that the news of the death of Goddess Bingling and the others has already spread to their respective sects. Ruanqing's hands and feet turned cold when she heard this. That's enough. Su Qin interrupted the conversation between Ruanqing and Yan Hai. He looked at Yan Hai and said bluntly, I'll give you two choices. Surrender or die. Yan Hai was silent when he heard this. Although his position in the Daoyi sect was not the highest, it was not low either. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the pride of the heavens. But now, between his dignity and his own life, Yanhai was in a dilemma. "Sir, I choose to surrender." Finally, Yanhai sighed and bowed. Not everyone had the courage to face death, especially legends. They were high up and enjoyed everything in the world. How could they bear to die? Don't resist. Su Qin's mind moved and a trace of divine thought was separated and planted into Yanhai's body. "Greetings, Master." Yanhai composed himself and bowed to Su Qin. Compared to Ruanqing, Yanhai was more aware that the trace of divine thought that Su Qin planted in his body was directly connected to his mind. If he dared to have any other thoughts, this trace of divine thought would definitely explode and perish together with Yanhai. "You may leave." Su Qin waved his hand and said, "Yes." Yanhai and Ruanqing looked at each other, bowed and retreated. After the two had completely left, Su Qin raised his head slightly and looked toward the sea. His eyes were calm and distant. The great sects of the sea. Just as Su Qin killed a few disciples of the great sects overseas, Su Qin's eyes lit up. In the depths of the sea, in a towering and huge palace made of ice crystals, the Snow God Palace Lord and several elders were sitting cross-legged and talking to each other. "We must be careful about the matter of the great battle. This concerns the legacy of the Snow God Palace for 10,000 years. The Snow God Palace Lord's voice was crisp and clear, but it was as cold as an iceberg. "Yes, Palace Lord." The elders looked solemn and said solemnly. Although they were not as strong as the Snow God Palace Lord, they could faintly feel that the recovery of the vitality tide in the sea was slowing down. Not only that, but the heaven and earth essence chi and endless spiritual vigor were also flowing away. This was simply unheard of. Therefore, when this matter first appeared, the sect masters of the many great sects of the sea gathered together to discuss it. In the end they came to a conclusion. The prophecy of Tianjizi of the Tianji sect should be true. The rumored land of great struggle really did exist. "Don't worry, Palace Lord. Bingling has already gone to the great battle. With her help." An elder was about to speak. Suddenly, at this moment, a disciple of the Snow God Palace hurriedly ran in. "Palace Lord, elders, bad news, bad news." This disciple's face was full of panic and even a trace of fear. What happened? The Snow God Palace Lord frowned and looked at this disciple. Palace Lord, Her Highness Goddess's vital fire. Her vital fire has been extinguished." This disciple of the Snow God Palace said in a trembling voice. The moment these words came out, the Snow God Palace Lord's expression froze. Then, with the Snow God Palace Lord as the center, the temperature of the entire palace made of ice crystals dropped rapidly. Chapter 200. At this moment, all the disciples of the Snow God Palace in the Ice Crystal Palace felt a bone-chilling coldness. "Oh no! What's going on? Palace Master, the Palace Master is angry." The disciples of the Snow God Palace turned pale with fright. They hastily knelt down, not daring to raise their heads. In their eyes, the Snow God Palace Master was like a god. She was high and mighty, and she dictated the life and death of all the disciples. If the Snow God Palace Master was angry, it would be as if the sky was falling for these disciples. Why is the Palace Master angry? Nothing has happened to our Snow God Palace in the past few decades. Some of the disciples were puzzled. Could it be related to Her Highness the Goddess? One of the disciples' expression changed. Some time ago, Her Highness the Goddess was ordered by the Palace Master to go to the place where Tianjizi had predicted the great battle. However, not long after, the Snow God Palace Master was angry. Many disciples could not help but guess if there was a connection. Just as the disciples of the Snow God Palace were guessing and feeling uneasy, the depths of the Ice Crystal Palace seemed to have turned into a world of ice and snow. The power of ice rose like an ocean. Palace Master, please spare my life." The disciple of the Snow God Palace who came in to report that the goddess life flame had been extinguished felt his body stiffen. The circulation of his blood and inner force slowed down. Even his consciousness started to blur. Although the cultivation methods cultivated by the disciples of the Snow God Palace were of the cold attribute, it did not mean that they could ignore the cold. "Palace Master, the Palace Master's strength has improved again." The elders beside her were able to hold on. At this moment they exchanged glances with one another, and a trace of shock appeared on their faces. For the Snow God Palace Master to cause such an impact with just her aura, even if she had not reached the legendary height of the seventh heaven, she was probably not far from it. Humph! The Snow God Palace Master glanced at the disciple. She retracted her aura and said coldly, "Bring me Ling Er's life flame." Yes. The Snow God Palace disciple shuddered and quickly retreated. Soon, she returned with a candlestick that looked like an ice crystal. "It's extinguished." The master of the Snow God Palace glanced over in silence. The extinguishment of the life fire meant that the owner of the life fire had completely died. Even his divine telekinesis could not escape. "Who is it? Who is it?" The Snow God Palace Master was expressionless, but his words were filled with killing intent. Goddess Bingling was a disciple that she had personally chosen to nurture as the next Snow God Palace Master. It could be said that the master of the Snow God Palace had spent a lot of effort on Bingling. But now Bingling was dead? Palace Lord. At this moment, an elder at the side braced himself and said, "Her Highness the Goddess has already reached the peak of the third heavenly layer. Coupled with the various secret techniques of our Snow God Palace, even if she encounters an ordinary fourth heavenly layer legend, she will have no problem escaping if she can't defeat them." That's right, Palace Lord. To be able to kill Her Highness the Goddess, his strength is at least at the level of the sect leader. Another elder opened his mouth to analyze. Sect Master? The master of the Snow God Palace narrowed her eyes, which glowed faintly. Ling Er has a life-saving item that the ancestor gave her. Once it's activated, even a seventh heavenly layer legend might not be able to stop her. As soon as the master of the Snow God Palace finished speaking, the pupils of the elders suddenly shrank. Seventh heavenly layer? Could it be that the ancestor of some large sect has shamelessly awakened and attacked Her Highness? Impossible. Do you know how much those old farts cherish their lives? It's impossible for them to use up their remaining Shoyuan to attack Her Highness. Then tell me, what's the situation now? The elders immediately began to argue. At this moment, the elder who had been silent all this while said, "Perhaps Her Highness the Goddess didn't have time to use her life-saving item?" As soon as he said this, the elders looked at each other, feeling that this was very likely. Didn't use it? The master of the Snow God Palace's eyes flashed. In fact, she also thought that this was the most likely possibility. A seventh heavenly layer legend was extremely rare. Even if they wanted to attack, they would attack the sect master of a large sect like her. As for Goddess Bingling, to some extent, Bingling was not worthy of a seventh heavenly layer legend attacking her. However, to be able to make Ling Er unable to use her life-saving item, the master of the Snow God Palace pondered. Palace Master. The elder who spoke last seemed to have thought of something and said carefully, "There are also disciples of other large sects who went to the battlefield with Her Highness the Goddess. Something happened to Her Highness the Goddess. They definitely know better than us. Instead of guessing who did it, why don't we go directly to those large sects and ask them?" "I understand." The master of the Snow God Palace's eyes lit up. She took a step forward and disappeared. Just as the large sects overseas were in an uproar, Su Qin was strolling leisurely in the palace. Since he had come out of seclusion, Su Qin did not intend to go back immediately. Vitality tide, huh? Su Qin raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion toward the depths of the void. Suddenly, Su Qin caught a ball of misty gas in his palm. This ball of misty gas was formless and intangible. It constantly circulated and changed, trying to escape from Su Qin's palm. If there were legends at the level of a large sect overseas who saw this scene, they would be shocked to discover that the ball of misty gas in Su Qin's hand was Heaven and Earth Spirit Opportunity. Heaven and Earth Spirit Opportunity was different from Heaven and Earth Essence Qi. Compared to Essence Qi, Spirit Opportunity was more illusory. It was more like a special substance that was scattered between heaven and earth. Even a seventh heavenly layer legend would find it difficult to capture a trace of it. But now, Su Qin was actually playing with a large ball of spirit essence in his hand, which was simply shocking. What a pity. There's only this much spirit opportunity in a radius of dozens of miles. Su Qin took a light breath. This ball of spirit opportunity flowed into his mouth and nose like fish. Just as Su Qin was strolling leisurely in the palace, Everything that happened in Chang and city began to spread quickly to the world. Even if the Emperor of Tang ordered that it was not allowed to be spread, the battle was too shocking. 5 legends fell in a row in front of everyone. Even if the Emperor of Tang wanted to suppress it, it was impossible. He couldn't completely block Chang and city, right? As the news continued to spread, the whole world was shocked again. 6 legends came to Chang and city to suppress the Empire of Tang. But the legend of Chang and city only slashed a few times, and these legends fell one after another? Countless people were dumbfounded. This had exceeded the limit of their imagination. What kind of existence was a legend? Not even one would appear in an era. But now, not only had 6 of them suddenly appeared, they had also been killed so quickly? This was simply unbelievable. Is it true? The last time the imperial teacher fell in the hands of the legend of Chang and city, it could be explained by the fact that he had just broken through and his realm was unstable. But now there are 6 legends. How can the legend of Chang and city kill them? Some martial artists questioned. You still don't believe it? At that time I was outside Chang and city. The aura of the 6 legends enveloped the entire palace. I felt like I was in heaven. Then the legend in the palace came out. In less than a few moments, 5 of the 6 legends fell. A martial artist patted his chest and said, swearing that he saw it with his own eyes, 5 fell, a total of 6. Doesn't that mean that one of them escaped? Someone keenly grasped this point and asked, no. That surviving martial arts legend was intentionally left alive by the Lord Legend in the palace. He should be useful for something. When the martial artist said this, he paused for a while and lowered his voice. There's one more thing. Among the 6 legends who came to Chang and city, one of them should be the founder of the Bloodkill Gate. As soon as this was said, suddenly it caused another uproar. The founder of the Bloodkill Gate was a legend from 200 years ago. Whether it was strength or means, he was far from being comparable to the imperial teacher. Even such a powerhouse in the legend realm had no ability to resist in front of the legend in the palace. Wasn't this too incredible? How strong is the legend in the imperial palace of the Empire of Tang? Finally, a martial artist couldn't help but ask. Whether it was the imperial teacher or the 6 legends, they seemed to be as fragile as babies in front of the legend in the imperial palace. In this case, naturally, some martial artists were curious about Su Qin's strength. How strong is he? The martial artist who personally experienced the battle in Chang and city was silent for a while and said seriously, only the fallen legends know how terrifying this is. Maybe these legends don't know. The martial artist added in his heart. Su Qin naturally didn't know that at this moment, countless creatures in the world were shocked by him killing several legends. The ancient tree in the Demon Cloud City can no longer sign in. Su Qin sighed lightly, walked out of the underground hall, and came to the imperial palace. In the cave world, the ancient tree in the Demon Cloud City is known as a branch of the ancient demon tree that supports the heavens and earth. Originally, Su Qin thought that this branch could support his sign-in for a few decades. As a result, it didn't even last for 2 years, and its Dao accumulation was exhausted. However, in the past 2 years I did get a lot of good things from that ancient tree. Su Qin touched his chin with a satisfied expression. In addition to thousands of demon origin fruits, he also got demon energy crystals, heavenly demon liquid, demon god's blood, and many other treasures. Several of them were not inferior to the demon god's blade. After all, it's just a branch of the real ancient demon tree. I'm afraid it's not even 1/1,000,000th of the real ancient demon tree. It's already very good to get so many things. Su Qin nodded slightly and comforted himself. I don't know what treasures I can get by signing in front of the real ancient demon tree. Su Qin was fascinated. However, Su Qin also knew that it was impossible for him to go to the depths of the cave world in a short time. Since I can't sign in the cave world, let's just make do here. Su Qin stopped and looked at the white jade square in front of him. System sign in. Su Qin thought for a while and said in his heart, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained the magical ability, call wind and summon rain. A cold, mechanical voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. Magical ability? A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. Chapter 201. Imperial Palace. In front of the white jade square, Su Qin was overjoyed. After signing in for decades, he had only obtained two kinds of divine powers. The first was the Eye of Truth and the second was Flesh Rebirth. Both of these divine powers have brought great help to Su Qin. The former allowed Su Qin to easily see through all things, while the latter helped Su Qin condense an incarnation to explore the cave world. Especially the latter. In the past few years, Su Qin, through his incarnation, has harvested a lot of wool from the cave world. Even a branch of the ancient demon tree in the Demon Cloud City, which was claimed to come from the depths of the world, was harvested by Su Qin. Of course, the harvest was also very gratifying. And now Su Qin has finally signed in and obtained the third divine power. Thinking of this, Su Qin turned and returned to the underground majestic hall. However, the divine ability this time sounds a little weak. Su Qin sat cross-legged, thinking silently in his heart. The magical power he got from signing in at the White Feather Square was called, Call the Wind and Summon the Rain. For ordinary people, and even in the eyes of martial artists of the 9th level, he was definitely like an immortal. If he wasn't an immortal, then what was? But once you reach the level of legend, the so-called Call the Wind and Summon the Rain is a joke. For example, Su Qin can bathe in thunder through the 5 Thunder God Fist. Although other legends can't do what Su Qin can do, it's impossible for them to be afraid of a mere Call the Wind and Summon the Rain. The joy on Su Qin's face gradually converged, and he began to ponder the new divine ability, Call the Wind and Summon the Rain, in his mind. After a long time, Su Qin suddenly opened his eyes. This divine ability is not simple. Su Qin's eyes lit up. He was obviously in disbelief. The divine ability Call the Wind and Summon the Rain, to be precise, is composed of two small divine abilities. One is the Call the Wind technique, and the other is the Summon the Rain technique. And when Su Qin was comprehending the divine ability Call the Wind and Summon the Rain, he discovered that the Call the Wind technique in this divine ability was not ordinary wind, but the 9 Heavens astral wind. What is the 9 Heavens astral wind? It was a terrifying storm in the boundless sky that separated the world from the void. Su Qin had once ascended infinitely in order to grasp the changes in the recovery of the vitality tide, overlooking the continent from the 9 Heavens astral wind. At that time, Su Qin already knew how terrifying the 9 Heavens astral winds were. With Su Qin's strength at that time, he could certainly traverse the 9 Heavens astral wind, but he would also be injured. Not to mention that Su Qin had only seen the shallow 9 Heavens astral wind. The higher he went, the more terrifying the 9 Heavens astral wind was. In fact, the 9 Heavens astral wind at the highest point could even disperse the crowd. The terrifying effects of the flame of life. Legends ran amok in the world without fear. Even an avalanche could not threaten a legend. But the 9 Heavens astral wind was different. High-level legends were still okay. They could rely on their strong true essence and physical body to block it. But if a first or second heavenly layer legend was blown by the 9 Heavens astral wind, even if they didn't die on the spot, it would be extremely troublesome. It could be said that the Summon the Wind divine ability was a legend-level killing weapon. Even if Su Qin could summon the highest level of the 9 Heavens astral wind, it would be enough to sweep away the myth realm and even threaten the Earth immortals. Of course, if he wanted to summon the highest level of the 9 Heavens astral wind, Su Qin would need to at least step into the level of Great Arhat. No matter what kind of divine ability it was, whether it was the Eye of Truth or the Flesh Rebirth, they would all increase with the increase of the user's strength. Not bad, not bad. Su Qin looked satisfied. Just now, he thought that the Summon the Wind divine ability was only summoning ordinary wind, but he didn't expect it to be the 9 Heavens astral wind. Summon the Rain. Su Qin's thoughts turned and he fell into deep thought. If Su Qin could understand the Summon the Wind divine ability, then Su Qin was a little confused about the Summon the Rain divine ability. According to the divine ability, the Summon the Rain divine ability summons the murderous intent of heaven and earth, condensing the murderous intent into raindrops and destroying everything. Su Qin's face was thoughtful. The next moment, Su Qin said softly, "Summon the rain." Buzz! In front of Su Qin, the void suddenly condensed, and a crystal-like raindrop emerged. This raindrop was like blood red, exuding a piercing murderous intent. This raindrop is enough to kill a grade 1 great perfection and threaten a legend. Su Qin stared at the raindrop suspended in front of him and judged in his heart. kill a grade 1 great perfection and threaten a legend. It may sound like nothing for an existence like Suqin, but it must be known that the real summon the rain divine ability summons more than just this raindrop. Instead, it was endless raindrops that filled the sky like a real rainstorm. Under the rain summoning technique, even a high-level mythic would find it difficult to move forward, as if they were stuck in a quagmire. Not bad. Suqin nodded slightly, and with a thought, the raindrop full of murderous intent dissipated. Finally, I have a true offensive Ubijna, Suqin sighed in his heart. Whether it is the true eye or flesh rebirth, they are all auxiliary divine abilities and belong to the passive category. However, the summoning wind and summoning rain technique was a completely offensive divine ability. At least Suqin has one more means that he can use actively. Now that the body has completed the 5th transformation, the miniature domain has also been condensed. The next energy is mainly focused on improving the cultivation realm, striving to step into the 8th or 9th heavenly layer as soon as possible and break through the bottleneck of the Great Arhat. Suqin made a decision in his heart. The next moment, in front of Suqin, a large number of divine elixirs, spirit fruits and ancient medicines were all placed in piles. These are some of the treasures that Suqin has obtained over the years. Suqin classified all the treasures and took out the treasures that are beneficial to his current cultivation, and placed them in front of him. As for the low-level pills such as the small revitalizing pill that Suqin obtained in the early days of signing in, they were taken out by Suqin and placed in the East Palace for the family Su to use for cultivation. Anyway, the small revitalizing pill is only useful for martial artists in the lower and middle realm. As for the upper realm, it basically loses the effect of improving strength, not to mention a 7th heavenly layer legend like Suqin. Suqin casually swallowed a mouthful of world's essence chi, and it was countless times stronger than the small revitalizing pill. Instead of putting it in the system space to collect dust, it would be better to use it to improve the strength of the family Su. There are a total of 9,892 devil origin fruits and 8,350 vermilion fruits here. Suqin calculated in his heart. Although the world's essence chi has recovered and the environment of heaven and earth has changed in the direction of easier cultivation, it doesn't mean that pills and spirit fruits have lost their effect. On the contrary, as the world's essence chi recovery intensifies, the effect of these pills and spirit fruits will only increase. These divine elixirs and spirit fruits are enough to push me to the 9th heavenly layer realm. But the shackles of entering the Great Arhat realm are not something that can be helped by external forces. At present, I only know that if I want to enter the Great Arhat realm, I must condense the miniature domain. As for other things, I know nothing. Suqin's eyes were faint. The Great Arhat realm is too rare. If a martial arts legend can be born in a few generations, then Great Arhat realm or Earth Immortal realm is unheard of at all. Even overseas, where martial arts have flourished for countless years, Earth Immortals are legends and have not appeared in front of the world for thousands of years. Forget it. There's no need to think so much. If worst comes to worst, after I enter the 9th heavenly layer, I will personally go overseas and ask the sect masters. Suqin shook his head slightly and stopped thinking about it. According to his current knowledge, the peak combat power overseas today is the old ancestors who are sleeping in their respective sects. These old ancestors' chi and blood are declining, and they can only rely on sleeping to survive. Although they have the 7th or 8th heavenly layer realm, their strength will inevitably be greatly reduced. If Suqin encounters them, he can just suppress them casually. Besides, if Suqin really enters the 9th heavenly layer Arhat realm, with all kinds of magical powers, let alone these old ancestors, even if he really faces an Earth Immortal, there is still hope that he can escape if he can't defeat them. However, among the many treasures I signed in the cave world, the most precious is not the nearly 10,000 demon origin fruits, nor is it the demon god's blade, but this. Suqin's eyes narrowed, and he saw a drop of blood suddenly appear in front of him. Although this drop of blood was quietly suspended in front of him, Suqin's divine sense and domain completely lost their effect. It was as if this drop of blood didn't exist at all. I can only see it with the naked eye, but my divine sense and domain are useless. Is this the demon god's blood? Suqin exclaimed in his heart. If the heaven and earth great array can block the divine sense, then under the cover of the domain, any heaven and earth great array can be seen with the flip of a hand. Since Suqin condensed the domain, He has never seen a treasure that can avoid the detection of the domain. But the demon god's blood is an exception. No matter how Su Qin enveloped it with the domain, he couldn't feel the demon god's blood at all. Demon god, what level of existence is it? Su Qin looked carefully at the drop of demon god's blood in front of him. This drop of demon god's blood didn't emit any aura, but it seemed to be independent of this space and could only be seen with the naked eye. Originally, I thought that the demon god of the cave world was at most stronger than the earth immortals, but now it seems that the demon god is far above the earth immortals. Su Qin thought silently in his heart. Su Qin is now in the 7th heavenly layer, and he can roughly estimate the height of the earth immortals after condensing the domain. But the demon god, Su Qin didn't know before, but now that he saw this drop of demon god's blood, he realized that the demon god was definitely an incredible creature. Over the years, I've only received 7 or 8 drops of demon god's blood. Su Qin kept the drop of demon god's blood in front of him into the system space, thinking in his heart, the demon god's blood is of no use to me for the time being, at least until I enter the great Arhat realm. For now it's better to cultivate. Su Qin slowly closed his eyes, and every once in a while, he would consume a demon origin fruit or dozens of vermilion fruits, constantly improving his realm. At this moment, just as Su Qin was cultivating in seclusion, on an island in the overseas martial arts world, the palace master of the Snow God Palace, the Kuragenkyo sect master, the Daoi sect master, and the other leaders of the overseas sects gathered together. Chapter 202. On a certain island overseas, several figures stood in different places. These figures had different auras. Some were as cold as an iceberg, some were as deep as the darkness, and some were as sharp as divine swords. They stood there quietly, giving people the illusion that they were facing heaven and earth. After a long time, a Lao Dao cultivator wearing a Taoist robe and a wine gourd on his waist hurried over. The Snow God Palace master frowned and said, "Sect master, you're late. We encountered a rare sea beast on the way." The Lao Dao was delighted and stayed for a while to subdue it. "We're preparing to brew wine. Please don't take offense." The Lao Dao cultivator patted the wine gourd on his waist and said with a smile, "Humph." The Snow God Palace master snorted and didn't pursue the matter. At their level, they could look down on the entire overseas. Their strength was similar, and neither could do anything to the other. Not to mention that the Lao Dao cultivator was late. Even if the Lao Dao cultivator didn't come, the others couldn't do anything. "That's enough. Snow God Palace master, why didn't you call all of us here to talk?" A man with an aura as deep as the abyss spoke in a hoarse voice. He was the Kuragenkyo sect master. If one were to ask who had the biggest reputation here, it would undoubtedly be the Kuragenkyo sect master. This wasn't because the Kuragenkyo sect master was powerful, but because he had killed the most people. Whether it was the Snow God Palace master or the other sect masters, although they were lofty and looked down on all living beings as ants, they wouldn't really kill without restraint. However, the Kuragenkyo sect master was different. He had once killed millions of people because he failed to break through, and there was no lack of legends among them. However, the Kuragenkyo sect master was smart. He only killed ordinary living beings in legends. He didn't cross the line of the other great sections. It's simple. The Snow God Palace master was silent for a while, then said, "The goddess of my Snow God Palace is dead. Before she died, she went to the battlefield with the disciples of your sections." After the Snow God Palace master finished speaking, he stared at the others. "Palace master, it's not just the goddess of your Snow God Palace who died. The life fire of my disciple was extinguished as well." The man with a long sword on his back shook his head. "My Kuragenkyo disciple is also dead," the Kuragenkyo sect master said in a low voice. Soon, one after another, the sect masters spoke up. A moment later, the palace master of Snow God's palace and the others looked at each other frowning. It was because the disciples they sent to the land of great battles had all died. This was simply inconceivable, right? The 10,000 Sword sect leader turned his gaze towards the old Taoist who was fiddling with the wine gourd on his waist. The other sect masters also looked at the old Taoist when they heard this. The Lao Dao master looked embarrassed. He hesitated for a moment and said truthfully, Yanhai is not dead. If Yanhai died, the life fire in the Dao sect would be extinguished. As the sect master, he would be the first to know. Unfortunately, until the Lao Dao master left the Dao sect, Yanhai's life fire was still burning slowly and showed no signs of extinguishing. What? As soon as the Lao Dao master finished speaking, Zhang Jiao's expression changed. The way they looked at the Lao Dao master suddenly became subtle. Many disciples went to the battlefield together. Except for the Dao sect's disciples, all the other disciples died. It was strange no matter how they looked at it. You don't think it was Yanhai who killed your disciples, do you? The Lao Dao master shook his head. I know Yanhai's strength. Even if he was 10 times stronger, he wouldn't be able to do this. As soon as these words came out, the sect masters quickly realized what was going on. Indeed, the disciples they sent to the battlefield this time were all the elites of their sections. They were at least disciples of inheritance. The snow god's palace, in particular, sent their own goddess. Could it be that a sect master-level martial artist secretly made a move? The Kuragenkyo sect master's tone revealed a trace of killing intent. There were many overseas mythical realm martial artists. Only those who had reached the 5th heavenly layer were qualified to be called sect master-level martial artists. In fact, most of the sect masters of the major sects were at this level. It shouldn't be. The Lao Dao master of the Dao sect said, I probably know where all the overseas sect master-level martial artists are. No one has gone to the battlefield during this time. Perhaps a sect master-level martial artist has been born in the battlefield? The Wanjian schoolmaster guessed. Impossible. The snow god palace master was the first to speak. The battlefield has only appeared in the past few years. How could a 5th heavenly layer be born so quickly? Before the recovery of the vitality tide, the battlefield was just a barren continent. There were only a few mythical realm martial artists. Even if the vitality tide recovered, it still took decades or hundreds of years to settle down before there was a chance of a 5th heavenly layer martial artist being born. Even if it's not the 5th heavenly layer, I'm afraid it's not too far away. The Kuragenkyo sect master whispered, Well, what should we do now? The Kuragenkyo sect master's eyes flickered. He looked at the other sect masters and said, I will send Mingyu of the Kuragenkyo to the battlefield personally to investigate this matter. Mingyu? The sect masters heard this and looked at each other. In the overseas martial arts world, sect master level martial artists were high and mighty. But below the sect master level, there were still a few amazing mythical realm martial artists. And Mingyu of the Kuragenkyo was one of them. Mingyu was known as one of the mythical realm martial artists closest to the sect master level. Even if the several sect masters present wanted to defeat Mingyu, it would take a lot of effort. The fundamental cultivation technique of the Black Origin sect, the illusory demonic body, allowed one to freely switch between reality and illusion. Mingyu had even cultivated the illusory demonic body to the point where it was close to the great accomplishment stage. Ordinary legends simply couldn't touch Mingyu, let alone defeat him. We will also send a mythical realm martial artist to go to the battlefield with you. Mingyu of the Kuragenkyo. The sect masters thought for a while and said, I'd like to see who dares to make a move against my disciples. The Kuragenkyo sect master's eyes flashed with a faint light. A smile appeared on the faces of the snow god palace master and the others. In the overseas martial arts world, the major sects were the absolute rulers. Now that several sect masters had joined forces, not to mention the battlefield that had just begun to recover, even if the overseas martial arts world was included, how many people could stop them? Cave world. The sky was dark. The Cathode City Lord and more than a dozen demon kings quickly rushed towards the demon cloud city. City Lord. At this time, a demon king couldn't help but say, Are we really going to deal with the high-level demon king in the demon cloud city? Huh. The Cathode City Lord stopped, turned around, and glanced at the other party. You don't believe in my strength? Of course not. The Demon King's face turned pale. It's just that there are countless great arrays in the Demon Cloud City. Even if the City Lord is powerful, if the other party always hides in the city and presides over the great arrays in the city, wouldn't we be helpless? As soon as these words came out, the other dozen Demon Kings nodded secretly. Although the Cathode City Lord had stepped into the high-level Demon King realm hundreds of years ago, even among high-level Demon Kings, he was definitely a powerhouse. But the one in the Demon Cloud City was also a high-level Demon King. Even if there was a gap between the two, it wouldn't be as big as a moat. If the other party sincerely stayed in the Demon Cloud City and didn't come out, what could the Cathode City Lord do? The layers of great arrays in the Demon Cloud City were arranged by the previous Demon Cloud City Lords. If there were only these great arrays, they wouldn't be able to stop the Cathode City Lord. But if there was a high-level Demon King in the great arrays, it would be different. With a high-level Demon King personally presiding over these great arrays, the power of these great arrays would skyrocket by more than 10 times. At that time, it would be difficult for the Cathode City Lord to break through the great arrays of the Demon Cloud City. Are you worried about this? The Cathode City Lord shook his head slightly, hesitated for a while and said, "It's not impossible to tell you." When the Cathode City Lord said this, he raised his right hand, and a dark bracelet appeared on his wrist. This bracelet was small and exquisite, but it faintly exuded an inexplicable and profound aura. This is. The Demon Kings looked at each other, and a trace of horror appeared on their faces. Even if they looked at the small and exquisite dark bracelet on the wrist of the silver-armored City Lord from a distance, they felt as if their minds were being sucked into it. "City Lord, what is this?" The Demon King who had just spoken asked in a trembling voice. "This is the war machine of my demon race." The Cathode City Lord's voice was low, revealing a trace of awe. "War machine?" The Demon Kings looked at each other with shock in their eyes. "Yes." The Cathode City Lord nodded slightly. 200 years ago, when I entered the high-level Demon King realm, I went to the depths of the world to worship several demon gods. And this war bracelet was given to me by one of the demon gods. The Cathode City Lord's tone seemed to be immersed in some kind of memory, and slowly said, "In ancient times, the human world experienced several recoveries of vitality. It was a great era, and powerhouses came out in large numbers, suppressing the world. But even so, my demon race was still able to set off wars and constantly invade the human world. Do you know what we relied on?" The Cathode City Lord looked at the Demon Kings. Could it be? The Demon Kings subconsciously looked at the dark bracelet on the Cathode City Lord's wrist. Yes. The Cathode City Lord nodded slightly and said, "It was this kind of war machine." The Cathode City Lord raised his hand again and showed the dark bracelet. "Don't look at this small, but inside the bracelet, there are tens of millions of demon race puppets." Tens of millions of demon race puppets? The pupils of the more than a dozen Demon Kings shrank suddenly, and they looked at the small dark bracelet on the Cathode City Lord's wrist in disbelief. "In fact, my war bracelet can only be regarded as a defective product. The real war machine has at least hundreds of millions of demon race puppets." The Cathode City Lord sighed. In addition, the demon race puppets in the bracelet were innately engraved with an ancient demon array. This ancient demon array can connect tens of millions of troops as a whole, and any attack received will be distributed to the army. As soon as the Cathode City Lord said this, the more than a dozen Demon Kings swallowed their saliva in disbelief. If it was only an army of tens of millions, with the Demon King's ability to control the power of heaven and earth, it would only be a little troublesome at most. After all, a casual blow from a Demon King, under the blessing of the power of heaven and earth, can at least sweep away tens of thousands of troops. How long can an army of tens of millions last in front of a Demon King? However, the appearance of the ancient demon array cut off the ability of a Demon King level powerhouse to fight against millions. Under the shroud of the ancient demon array, the army of tens of millions is like a whole. Even if a Demon King's attack is earth-shattering, if it is divided into tens of millions, how many can it kill? 100? 200? Therefore, this ancient demon array is a killing weapon that completely restrains the existence of Demon Kings. With the ancient demon array, even a Demon King can hardly shake an army of tens of millions. Countless years ago, when the demon race invaded the human world, they relied on an endless army of demon race puppets to force the supreme powerhouses of the human world to retreat. When I get outside the Demon Cloud City, I will release the demon race puppet army. At that time, even if the Great Array is fully opened, what can the trivial Demon Cloud City use to resist? The Cathode City Lord was full of confidence. The City Lord is invincible. The more than a dozen demon kings were convinced and bowed in worship. Demon Cloud City. Deep in the city lord's hall under the ancient tree, Su Qin sat cross-legged, slowly opened the eyes of truth, and looked at the entire Demon Cloud City. He saw countless wisps of aura, far or near, strong or weak, as if they were endless. Chapter 203. I didn't expect that the spiritual ability True Eye is also effective in the cave world. Su Qin roughly scanned the Demon Cloud City with the spiritual ability True Eye and nodded slightly. Spiritual ability was not a cultivation method, nor a secret technique. It was more like an innate instinct. Therefore, as long as Su Qin mastered a spiritual ability, the incarnation would naturally master it. Next, it's time to try to condense a domain with this incarnation. Su Qin's face was solemn, and he took out the Millennium Bodhi Heart from the system space. The main body has already condensed a domain once. Now it's not difficult for me to condense it again. Even without the Millennium Bodhi Heart, it can be condensed smoothly in a year or two at most. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. It was like Su Qin had already walked a road once, and when he walked it again the second time, of course it would be much faster. The same was true for condensing a domain. With the help of the Millennium Bodhi Heart, a month or two is enough. Su Qin looked at the Millennium Bodhi Heart in front of him that was exuding a holy light. If Su Qin was really just a demon, naturally, he wouldn't be able to use this Buddhist sacred artifact. However, Su Qin could use the Devil Buddha Golden Body to transform all his demonic arts into Buddha's true essence. Then, after condensing a domain, he could convert it. However, before converting it into Buddha's true essence, I have to set up a heaven and earth array here to prevent the aura from leaking. Su Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. The cave world was full of demonic energy. If a wisp of Buddhist aura suddenly appeared, it would be as dazzling as the sun, and it was very likely to attract the attention of other demon kings. Although Su Qin didn't care about this, he didn't want to be too troublesome. Thinking of this, Su Qin's mind moved, and one heaven and earth array after another was arranged around him. Under the heaven and earth array, the aura in the depths of the entire hall became faint. Any creature that intruded would only get lost and couldn't enter at all. It's almost done. Su Qin took a breath, slowly closed his eyes, and slowly condensed a domain. At the same time, Mohim stood on the wall of the Demon Cloud City, looking at the dim sky. I wonder when Master will come out. Mohim's thoughts ran wild. At this time, a demon king quickly walked in and bowed. Vice City Lord. The many scouting formations in the city are in operation. As long as a demon king level energy fluctuation approaches, we will immediately know. I understand. Mohim glanced at the demon king. Su Qin had also planted a strand of demonic will in this demon king. He was absolutely loyal and was one of Mohim's current generals. Mohim was able to control the entire Demon Cloud City so quickly. In addition to his own ability, he also relied on the several demon kings under his command. Master's methods are unfathomable. Even the demon king is so obedient. Mohim was shocked. Mohim naturally knew that whether it was the demon king in front of her or the other demon kings, the reason why they were so respectful to her was entirely because of Su Qin's orders. Otherwise, Mohim alone would have been eaten alive by these demon kings, let alone commanding them. No, I have to work hard and help Master as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid the future won't be easy. Mohim's heart suddenly tightened. Mohim knew very well that the reason why she was now the Vice City Lord of the Demon Cloud City was entirely because she was useful to Su Qin. If one day, Su Qin thinks that Mohim is useless, then what awaits Mohim is to be abandoned. Just when Mohim was about to go back to cultivation, suddenly, the entire Demon Cloud City was in an uproar. Rays of light shot up into the sky one after another, protecting the entire Demon Cloud City. What's going on? Mohim's face changed. The demon king next to him looked dignified. A demon king is approaching, at least a high-level demon king. Otherwise, all the arrays wouldn't be activated. High-level demon king? Mohim's face was extremely ugly. At the moment when the arrays in the entire Demon Cloud City were activated, more than a dozen figures appeared a few miles away from the Demon Cloud City. It was the Cathode City Lord and the others. Ha ha ha. Originally, I thought about whether I could sneak in, but now it seems impossible. A smile appeared on the Demon Cloud City Lord's face. For the City Lord, as long as you come here, the fate of the Demon Cloud City is already decided. The Demon Kings next to him immediately said respectfully. They had already seen the confidence of the Cathode City Lord. At this moment, in the eyes of these Demon Kings, the Demon Cloud City was already a dead city. At this time, Mohim and several Demon King subordinates also found the Cathode City Lord and his party 10 miles away. Cathode City Lord. Mohim's heart was cold. She expected that the Cathode City Lord would avenge the Demon Cloud City Lord, but she didn't expect the other party to come so soon. Go to the City Lord's hall and tell Master that the Cathode City Lord is here. Mohim said quickly. Yes. A demon bowed slightly and immediately ran towards the City Lord's hall. And at this moment, the Cathode City Lord's voice suddenly sounded, resounding in the ears of every demon. I'll give you two choices. One is to hand over the Purine body, and the other is that after I destroy the Demon Cloud City, I will personally take away the Purine body. The Cathode City Lord's tone was extremely overbearing. The Purine body, Mohim's face was pale. At this moment, how could she not know that the Cathode City Lord was looking for her? And at this time, the Cathode City Lord was already impatient. Since you want to die, then don't blame me. The Cathode City Lord was too lazy to test whether the high-level Demon King was still in the Demon Cloud City. He directly raised his right hand and merged his mind into the dark bracelet on his wrist. Suddenly, a dense, locust-like army of tens of millions of demon puppets appeared on the ground. These demon puppets were everywhere, filling the field of vision endless. If you look down from the Cathode City Lord's point of view, you will find that the dense army of tens of millions of demon puppets was like a black sea, and the Demon Cloud City was an isolated island in the sea, which could be overturned by the waves at any time. This is it. This is the war machine of the demon race. Personally refined by the demon gods, the war machine that conquers the surface world. The Cathode City Lord's eyes were fanatical as he muttered to himself. Although the Cathode City Lord had not seen it with his own eyes, when the demon race and the surface world fought, the endless demon puppets swept through the world. But at this moment, through this war bracelet, he could roughly see how magnificent the army of locust-like devil puppets from countless years ago was. One must know that the war bracelet on the Cathode City Lord's wrist at this moment was only a broken war machine. The number of demon puppets carried by the real complete war machine was at least in the hundreds of millions. In the past, when the demon race rushed to the surface and killed their way into the human world, it was unknown how many war machines they used. The demon puppets released by the war machines were enough to fill the entire human world. These demon puppets were not afraid of life and death, nor did they know pain. Moreover, they were shrouded in ancient demon arrays. They could completely hold back one legend after another, and even Earth immortals. When the more than 10 demon kings beside the Cathode City Lord saw this scene and saw the endless army of tens of millions of demon puppets, they swallowed their saliva hard. At their level, they couldn't touch the real secrets of the cave world at all. Army. On the Demon Cloud City, Emoji heaved a sigh of relief. Although the demon army looked shocking and even terrifying in Mohim's view, it was fine as long as the Cathode City Lord didn't personally take action. Mohim knew that Suchin was not presiding over the many great arrays in the Demon Cloud City, so at this moment, the Demon Cloud City couldn't stop the Cathode City Lord at all. But the army, for Mohim, although the army of 10 million was a lot, it was still an army after all. A Demon King level existence could ignore the human wave tactic. No matter how large the army was, as long as a few Demon Kings were sent, they would be killed sooner or later. What does the Cathode City Lord want to do? Mohim looked at the army of 10 million carefully and finally found something different. This army is not a real demon but a puppet. Mohim muttered to himself, becoming more and more puzzled. Whether it was the demon army or the puppet army, for a Demon King level existence they could be swept away. Just as Mohim was thinking, the army of 10 million was slowly approaching the Demon Cloud City. You guys take action. Mohim calmed down and looked at the Demon Kings next to him. Yes. These Demon Kings were planted with demonic will by Suchin and dared not violate any of them. Not to mention the army of 10 million. Even if they were asked to take action against the Cathode City Lord, they could only bite the bullet. An army of 10 million? Even if it's an army of 10 million, it's not worth mentioning in the eyes of us demon kings. These demon kings rose into the sky, their aura skyrocketed, and they struck at the army of 10 million. Suddenly, the power of heaven and earth surged and turned into a shocking blow, crushing down on the army of 10 million. Just when a smug smile appeared on the faces of these demon kings, the army of 10 million demon puppets suddenly exuded a layer of black light. This layer of black light directly scattered the blow of several demons into tens of thousands of pieces and fell on each demon puppet. This is. The demon kings of the demon cloud city widened their eyes in disbelief. Just now, their all-out blow hit the army of 10 million, but it didn't kill a single one. Not good. At this time, the faces of the demon kings of the demon cloud city changed. Directly, a layer of black light appeared on the army of 10 million demon puppets again, and a pressure like the falling of the sky shrouded them. Poochie. Several demon kings spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and fell towards the demon cloud city. What's wrong with you? Mohim quickly stepped forward and asked in a low voice. Deputy City Lord, there's something wrong with this army. One of the demon kings said with a pale face while spitting out blood. There's a problem. Mohim looked at the army of 10 million again. At this moment, if Mohim didn't know that there was a problem, he would be really stupid. Scatter. The blow of the demon kings has been scattered infinitely. Mohim clearly saw the layer of black light that appeared on the army of 10 million demon puppets just now. It was by relying on that layer of black light that the power of the blow of several demon kings was scattered, resulting in the failure to kill any demon. At this moment, the Cathode City Lord's laughter came. Ha ha, now you know the horror of war machines? It's too late. Today, I will trample on the demon cloud city and let you know the price of disobeying me. The Cathode City Lord's laughter filled the world and spread infinitely, spreading to every corner of the demon cloud city. At this moment, all the creatures in the demon cloud city were terrified, as if they were facing the end of the world. In fact, once the demon cloud city was broken, what they faced was no different from the end of the world. Deputy City Lord, I can't enter the City Lord's hall at all. At this time, the demon who went to the City Lord's hall hurried over and said quickly, forget it. Mohim sighed softly. After seeing the horror of the army of 10 million demon puppets, Mohim didn't think that Suchin could stop it. Suddenly, at this moment, a calm voice came into Mohim's ears. Are they the ones who disturbed my retreat? Master? Mohim was shocked and quickly looked to the side. She saw that Suchin was already standing beside her, looking at the army of 10 million outside the demon cloud city. Master, this army of 10 million. Mohim quickly told Suchin some information she guessed. Master, you should leave quickly. Otherwise, once the army of 10 million is delayed, coupled with the Cathode City Lord, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Mohim seemed to think of something and said anxiously. In Mohim's view, Suchin's strength was definitely not much weaker than the Cathode City Lord. As long as Suchin got rid of the army, the Cathode City Lord would not be able to do anything to Suchin. Leave? Suchin didn't comment. Ha ha ha. You are the new City Lord of the Demon Cloud City? The Cathode City Lord, who was 10 miles away, obviously noticed Suchin and said disdainfully, if you are willing to swear to the demon god and submit to me forever, I can spare your life. The Cathode City Lord's tone revealed a sense of charity, as if it was a great honor for Suchin to submit to him. Reckless. Suchin's eyes quickly swept over the army of 10 million demon puppets and said lightly, good. Very good. The Cathode City Lord was furious. He didn't expect that Suchin would be so arrogant. Under the pressure of the demon race war machine, he still dared to boast so shamelessly. In that case, don't blame me. The Cathode City Lord's mind moved. Suddenly, the army of 10 million demon puppets below burst out with a rich black light. These black lights turned into layers of light curtains, like an inescapable net, completely sealing off all directions. Although this will greatly consume the source of the war machine, and it can't be used for at least 20 years, but you will die. The Cathode City Lord gloomily said. It's over. Mohim looked at the layers of light curtains in all directions and looked at Suchin in despair. When the other demon kings saw this, they also fell to the bottom. Just when Mohim was ready to let Suchin admit defeat, and hand her over to the Cathode City Lord in exchange for her life. I almost figured it out. Su Qin's eyes slowly moved away from the army of 10 million demon puppets and looked at the Cathode City Lord in the distance. In that case, you can go to hell. Just when the Cathode City Lord was laughing wildly, under the desperate eyes of everyone, Su Qin took a step forward and said softly, "Call the wind." As soon as his voice fell, the void suddenly solidified. High up in the sky there was a roaring wind. This wind was black and filled the air. It swept across and immediately turned into 9 black dragons. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, they swallowed the army of 10 million demon puppets. Chapter 204. Outside the demon cloud city, as soon as the 9 huge black dragons condensed, they roared towards the sky. The sound waves rolled as if they came from the 9th heaven, instantly covering everything on the battlefield. What's that? Next to the Cathode City Lord, more than a dozen demon kings were full of doubts. They looked at the 9 black dragons that were still high in the sky and talked to each other. Is this the method of the new city lord of the demon cloud city? Some demon kings guessed. At their level, naturally, they would not be frightened by the black dragons condensed from the black wind. Even in the depths of the world, it was impossible for a real black dragon to exist. At most it was a flood dragon. Such a large area? The Cathode City Lord frowned slightly. The area covered by the 9 black dragons was simply too large, almost encompassing the entire army of devilish puppets. However, just as the Cathode City Lord was thinking, the 9 black dragons above the sky swooped down. Whoosh! A wisp of black wind blew slowly, as if a spring breeze was blowing. This is... The Cathode City Lord's face changed wildly. He could clearly feel that under the blow of this black wind, his demonic will, demonic chi, and even his body were slowly and firmly melting. The Cathode City Lord was like this, not to mention the more than a dozen demon kings next to him. The more than a dozen demon kings looked horrified. Under the blow of the black wind, their demonic will and demonic chi quickly melted. What is this? Damn it, let's go. The more than a dozen demon kings were shocked and angry. They used all kinds of methods, but at most they could only slow down the speed of their melting. Rise. At this time the Cathode City Lord took out a black crystal that looked like a heart. This black crystal suddenly exuded a dazzling brilliance, enveloping everyone. Suddenly, the black wind was isolated from the dazzling brilliance. How is this possible? The Cathode City Lord's expression was uncertain, but his heart was horrified. He has been a high-level demon king for more than 200 years and has seen many methods. However, he has never heard of something like this. Just by blowing the black wind, it caused such great power. Fortunately, I have this demon heart, otherwise it would be troublesome. Just as the Cathode City Lord breathed a sigh of relief, he found that the black crystal-like heart in his hand, with a click, had an almost invisible crack. Seeing this scene, the Cathode City Lord's heart sank. Although the black crystal heart could still be used even if there was a crack, if the black wind continued to blow, the black crystal heart would completely turn into dust in a few hours. Just as the Cathode City Lord's face was as solemn as water, thinking about whether he could repair this black crystal heart, a demon king beside him said with a trembling voice, "City Lord, war machine, war machine." As soon as he said this, the Cathode City Lord was shocked. If it were any other time, the Cathode City Lord would naturally not be worried about the war machine. With the protection of the ancient demon army, not to mention a high-level demon king, even a pinnacle demon king might not be able to do anything to it. But now, after seeing the strangeness of black wind, the Cathode City Lord's heart went cold. The next moment, the Cathode City Lord's demonic will swept across the land and saw an unforgettable scene. Under the endless black wind, the countless devil race puppets were quickly reduced to nothingness as if they were made of paper. During this period, the demon puppets burst out with black light, trying to disperse the power of the black wind with the ancient demon array. But unfortunately, the black wind did not cover part of the demon puppets, but all of them. No matter how the ancient demon array dispersed the power, it was still dispersed to the demon puppets in the end, which was equivalent to having no effect. Finally, in just a few moments, at least 2 million demon puppets were completely turned into nothingness under the call the wind technique. Demon Cloud City. All the demons were dumbfounded, including Mohim. They looked at the scene in front of them with disbelief. They never dreamed that the demon race puppet army, which could easily flatten the Demon Cloud City, would be so vulnerable in front of Su Qin. Just 2 words were enough to cause such a rout. Master. Mohim raised his head and looked at Su Qin in awe. At this moment, Su Qin's eyes were calm, looking leisurely outside the Demon Cloud City. Since obtaining the magic power, Call the Wind and Summon the Rain, Su Qin has not really used it, because the power of this magic power was too great. If it was used on the surface, it would definitely cause great suffering. But in the cave world, Su Qin didn't care about this. Although Su Qin was operating the demonic essence in his body at this moment, no different from a real demon, he never regarded himself as a demon. City Lord, what should we do now? At this time, the faces of the more than 10 demon kings next to the Cathode City Lord changed greatly, and they trembled all over. Although they were temporarily safe under the protection of the Cathode City Lord, these demon kings were afraid. They were worried that the endless black storm would come to deal with them after it killed all the devil puppets. What should we do? The Cathode City Lord watched the demon puppets dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his heart was bleeding. I'm going to kill him. The Cathode City Lord said word by word. What? The more than 10 demon kings were shocked. Stupid. The Cathode City Lord glanced at the demon kings and said coldly, this black wind can blow away everything, even the war machines. Do you think the new city lord of the Demon Cloud City won't have to pay a price? Speaking of this, the Cathode City Lord looked at the Demon Cloud City in the distance. In order to maintain this move, he must have exhausted his energy. At this moment, his strength must be at a low point. If we take action at this time, we have a good chance of killing him. As long as the new city lord of the Demon Cloud City dies, the black wind will naturally dissipate. As soon as the Cathode City Lord's words fell, the more than 10 demon kings looked at each other and suddenly felt that it was very reasonable. City Lord, what do you need us to do? One of the demon kings asked cautiously. It's very simple. The Cathode City Lord said solemnly, I will force my way into the Demon Cloud City. You just need to help me block the many great arrays of the Demon Cloud City. Don't worry, it won't take long, just a few seconds. The Cathode City Lord said. He wants to kill Su Qin with all his strength, so he can't divert his energy. That's why he let more than 10 demon kings resist the many great arrays of the Demon Cloud City. Okay. The demon kings gritted their teeth. Although the many great arrays of the Demon Cloud City were terrifying, they were still confident that they could delay it for a few seconds. In that case, the Cathode City Lord glanced at the black crystal heart in his hand. At this moment, the black crystal heart was already broken by half, and obviously couldn't hold on for long. The next moment, the Cathode City Lord and his party suddenly turned into a demonic light, and in the black windstorm, rushed towards the Demon Cloud City at a terrifying speed. I'm coming. I'll kill you. The Cathode City Lord came to the Demon Cloud City with monstrous killing intent. The void solidified, as if a peerless demon king had descended. Not good. Mohim's face changed greatly. Even with the many great arrays of the Demon Cloud City, she still felt a piercing pressure. In front of the Cathode City Lord, the existence below the Demon King realm didn't even have the qualifications to resist. Master, Mohim looked at Su Qin and said eagerly. However, facing the Cathode City Lord, Su Qin not only did not have the slightest fear, but also his expression didn't change. He just spat out 2 words softly. Summon the rain. In an instant, within a radius of 100 miles, translucent, crystal-like raindrops immediately appeared in the void of the world. These raindrops were like blood, red, exuding killing intent. Buzz! Endless raindrops fell, and when each raindrop fell on the remaining demon puppet army, it directly melted the other party. The raindrops were endless, filling the field of vision, as if it was really a rainstorm. Tear! Tear! The black heart in front of the Cathode City Lord suddenly cracked, and half of it instantly shattered, leaving only a small part of it exuding a candlelight light. The area covered by the black heart was greatly reduced, only covering the Cathode City Lord. As for the dozen or so demon kings, they were completely exposed to the endless raindrops. What is this? More than a dozen demon kings suddenly screamed. Although a raindrop of the summon the rain technique can only kill a grade 1 great perfection and threaten a demon king. But at this moment the raindrops that fell on more than a dozen demon kings were more than tens of millions. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Coupled with the summon the wind technique, these demon kings only lasted for a while before completely melting. Not good. The Cathode City Lord's scalp exploded as he looked at the black crystal in front of him that was shattering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even if the Cathode City Lord was a high-level demon king, he did not think that he could last long under the raindrops covering the sky. Run! Run! At this moment, the Cathode City Lord did not have the thought of killing Su Qin. He only wanted to escape from the area covered by the endless raindrops before the black heart was completely shattered. Whoosh! The Cathode City Lord's figure turned into a faintly discernible shadow, rushing towards the distance. The Cathode City Lord escaped? Many demons widened their eyes. Mohim's eyes were dull, unable to believe it. Want to escape? Su Qin stretched out his right hand and pulled out a strange long blade that was shaped like a sickle and curved like a full moon. Whoosh! A pitch-black blade light disappeared in an instant, as if turning into a black crack. Almost there. Almost there. The Cathode City Lord looked at the remaining half of the black heart in front of him and relaxed slightly. With his speed, it would only take a moment to escape hundreds of miles away. Now, the Cathode City Lord was about to leave the area covered by the endless raindrops. However, just as a smile appeared on the Cathode City Lord's face, crack! A ray of pitch-black blade light flashed. This ray of pitch-black blade light easily broke through the light curtain of the black heart and easily cut through the Cathode City Lord's body. Boom! The black heart in front of the Cathode City Lord was completely shattered. You are a peak demon king? The Cathode City Lord stopped, looked back at the demon cloud city, and a trace of extreme despair appeared on his face. Then, his body quietly split apart, and finally melted under the endless raindrops. Chapter 205. The Cathode City Lord had fallen. The demon kings of the demon cloud city looked at each other, all dumbfounded. Who was the Cathode City Lord? He was famous within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. As early as 200 years ago, he had stepped into the high-level demon king level. Even more than 200 years ago, the Cathode City Lord went to the depths of the world to worship the demon gods and was bestowed by the demon gods. It was incredible that such a powerhouse died in the hands of Su Qin. Master, the demon kings bowed deeply. Previously, Su Qin had forcibly enslaved them with his demonic will. Even if these demon kings obeyed his orders, they still had some resentment in their hearts. But now the Cathode City Lord, who was like a mountain in their eyes, had fallen in the hands of Su Qin. These demon kings had completely surrendered at this moment. The cave world was a place where the strong were respected. When Su Qin's strength was strong enough to override everything, naturally no demon dared to be hostile. Su Qin ignored the awe on the faces of the demon kings. He turned his gaze and looked outside the demon cloud city. At this moment, under the cover of the magic ability, Call the Wind and Summon the Rain, the tens of millions of demon puppets on the field had almost melted. Seeing this, Su Qin's mind moved, and the magic ability, Call the Wind and Summon the Rain, began to dissipate. Nearly 10% of my demonic chi was consumed. Su Qin's heart sank. Magic abilities were divided into two categories. One was actively released, and the other was passively operated. The former consumed, while the latter had no consumption. For example, the magic ability Eyes of Truth was a passive magic ability. As long as Su Qin was willing, he could open Eyes of Truth 24 hours a day. As for offensive magic abilities like Call the Wind and Summon the Rain, most of them consume True Essence, Divine Sense, and even both. Huh. Su Qin raised his eyebrows, as if he had discovered something, and looked in the direction of the Cathode City Lord's fall. The next moment, a dark bracelet flew over and landed in front of Su Qin. This is... Su Qin looked at the black bracelet, a thoughtful look on his face. This black bracelet gave Su Qin a feeling similar to the demon god's blade. Of course, it was just a feeling. The aura of the pitch-black bracelet was far inferior to the aura of the demon god's blade. It was similar to an incomplete product. Demon God's item? Su Qin stroked his chin and guessed. In addition, Su Qin also sensed a trace of aura from the tens of millions of demon puppets outside the Demon Cloud City. Interesting. After repeatedly confirming that the black bracelet had not been tampered with, Su Qin put it away, turned around and left, returning to the depths of the City Lord's hall. Master, a trace of disappointment appeared on Mohim's face. From the moment Su Qin appeared to the moment he left, he didn't even spare her a glance. This made Mohim feel uneasy in her heart. She wondered if she had done something wrong. At this moment, a calm voice rang in Mohim's ears. You come here too? Yes, master. Mohim's eyes lit up, and she immediately took a brisk step and walked towards the City Lord's hall. And at this moment, the news of the Cathode City Lord's death instantly spread in all directions like a clap of thunder. As a famous powerhouse within a million miles, the whereabouts of the Cathode City Lord naturally attracted the attention of many demons, especially the old rivals of the Cathode City Lord. In the cave world, except for the depths of the world, high-level demon kings were still rare in other areas, especially when two high-level demon kings were fighting. In addition, the battle between Su Qin and the Cathode City Lord was not concealed. Instead, they fought in front of many people in the Demon Cloud City. Therefore, not long after the fall of the Cathode City Lord, the news had already spread to the ears of the other city lords. How can the new city lord of the Demon Cloud City be so strong? It doesn't make sense. The Cathode City Lord has been in the high-level Demon King realm for more than 200 years. Why didn't he escape before he died? A tall figure wearing a large black robe, shrouded in darkness from head to toe, asked puzzledly. City Lord, there are many rumors that the new City Lord of the Demon Cloud City can summon a storm. The Cathode City Lord and more than a dozen demon kings under his command were all buried in the storm. A chubby demon next to him said, Buried in the storm? The figure in a large black robe shook his head slightly, non-committal. Even he felt that this rumor was too outrageous. What kind of storm could make a high-level demon king fall? In any case, the fall of the Cathode City Lord is a fact. The new city lord of the Demon Cloud City must not be provoked. The figure in a large black robe thought for a while and ordered. He didn't care what happened during this period, but since the new city lord of the Demon Cloud City killed the Cathode City Lord, it showed that he was stronger than the other party. The Cathode City Lord had been in the high-level Demon King realm for more than 200 years. The fact that the new city lord of the Demon Cloud City could kill him showed that the other party was very close to the peak Demon King realm. Even the new city lord of the Demon Cloud City was a peak Demon King. A peak Demon King was enough to move unhindered in a large region. Even the high and mighty domain lords were willing to personally recruit them. It was far from what city lords like them could compare to. Only in this way could it be explained why the Cathode City Lord didn't even escape and fell completely. It should be known that defeating a high-level Demon King was easy, but killing a high-level Demon King was as difficult as ascending to the sky. Demons who can become high-level Demon Kings are not fools. Once they realize that they can't win, they will definitely run away. And if a high-level Demon King wants to escape, unless the gap is too big, they can survive. Yes. The chubby demon bowed and said. In other big cities there were also Demon Kings with dignified expressions. The Cathode City Lord, I have seen him. His strength is good, and he is expected to enter the peak Demon King realm within 100 years. Unfortunately, he died in the hands of the new city lord of the Demon Cloud City. Do you know the origin of the new city lord of the Demon Cloud City? I don't know, I haven't heard of him before. Several demon kings with deep auras were talking to each other. At their level, they probably knew each other. Now that a powerhouse of the same level suddenly appeared, they were naturally curious. Maybe after a while I have to go to the Demon Cloud City and pay a visit to the new city lord. One of the demon kings said in a low voice. The visit in his mouth was of course not a provocation but a normal visit. My demon flower region suddenly has such a powerhouse who is suspected to be a peak demon king. Maybe it's the secret arrangement of other big regions. It seems that this matter has to be reported to the region lord. On a steep cliff, a demon with blurred facial features muttered to himself. Although this demon with blurred facial features did not reveal any aura, standing there, the usually extremely violent demonic energy of heaven and earth was extremely docile. And just as the outside world was discussing and putting Su Qin on the list of people who must not be provoked, Su Qin had returned to the depths of the city lord's hall. The ancient tree swayed, and a large amount of demonic energy gathered and poured into Su Qin's body. What a pity! I can no longer sign in here. Otherwise it would be a cultivation treasure land. Su Qin sighed softly. This ancient tree was a branch of the real ancient demon book. It naturally had the effect of condensing demonic energy. Cultivating under the ancient tree would have twice the effect with half the effort for any demon. This was also the reason why there was a demon king in every big city. Countless years ago, the demon gods in the depths of the world scattered the fallen branches of the ancient demon god to various parts of the cave world. With the branches as the core, they built a big city to suppress the cave world. Just as Su Qin was thinking, Mohim walked in respectfully. Master. Mohim looked hesitant and finally gritted his teeth and said, Master killed the Cathode City Lord. It will inevitably attract the attention of the Region Lord. Region Lord? Su Qin raised his eyebrows. Yes. Mohim said quickly. Of course Master doesn't have to worry. What kind of existence is the Region Lord? He has half a foot in the Demon King realm. For the Region Lord, not to mention the death of one Cathode City Lord, even if hundreds or thousands of Cathode City Lords die, he won't be moved in the slightest. Su Qin listened for a while and roughly figured out what the Region Lord of the cave world was. In the cave world, except for the depths of the world, a large region was formed every tens of thousands of miles. Whether it was the Demon Cloud City or the Cathode City, they all belonged to the Mahua region. As for the Region Lord of the Mahua region, he was the strongest person in the entire Mahua region, almost surpassing the Demon King realm. Almost surpassing the Demon King realm? Half-step Earth Immortal. Su Qin thought for a moment and didn't think much about it. As long as the Region Lord of the Mahua region hasn't completely surpassed the Demon King realm, Su Qin didn't care too much. With his various means and trump cards, especially now that he has condensed a domain, even if he really encountered the Region Lord of the Mahua region, he had the confidence to resist. Okay. I called you over because I have something to inform you. Su Qin looked at Mohim and said lightly. Master, please speak. Emoji replied immediately. I will leave the Demon Cloud City and go to the Cathode City. Su Qin said unhurriedly. Since he couldn't sign in the Demon Cloud City, Su Qin naturally had to go to other places to take a look. It just so happened that the Cathode City Lord died in his hands, so he simply went to the Cathode City. Anyway, the big cities in the cave world all have a branch of the ancient demon tree. After Su Qin finished plucking the branches of the ancient demon tree in the Demon Cloud City, he continued to pluck another one. Huh. Mohim's eyes widened. She couldn't believe it. She didn't expect that Su Qin was going to leave the Demon Cloud City. I'll give you two choices. Su Qin glanced at Mohim and continued. One is to stay in the Demon Cloud City, and you can continue to be the Deputy City Lord. Wherever Master is, Mohim will be there. Master, don't abandon Mohim. Mohim's big eyes were filled with tears. Mohim certainly knew that the reason why she could be the Deputy City Lord of the Demon Cloud City was entirely because of Su Qin behind her. In that case, you can follow me. Su Qin thought for a while and said. For Su Qin, although Mohim didn't have much strength, at least during his retreat, she managed the Demon Cloud City in an orderly manner. At least he wouldn't be disturbed after just a short retreat. And this time, Su Qin went to the Cathode City. He estimated that he would need to retreat. At this time, if there was someone like Mohim to help him deal with the trivial matters of the Cathode City, it would save him a lot of energy. At the same time, Chang'an City. In the underground palace, Su Qin suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. That is. Chapter 206. That's. Su Qin touched his chin and pondered. Just now, Su Qin faintly felt an ancient aura flashing above the East Sea. This aura was vast and boundless. It wasn't a living thing, but it did exist. If it weren't for Su Qin's Yuan revolving celestial being looking at aura, he would have ignored this aura. Is it related to the recovery of the vitality tide? Su Qin's face was thoughtful. Before the ancient aura above the East Sea appeared, the vitality tide between heaven and earth soared again. Su Qin guessed that it was because of the surge of the vitality tide that led to the appearance of the aura. Interesting. It seems that I have to go to the East Sea. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated as he thought silently in his heart. At Su Qin's level, in addition to crossing the Great Arhat bottleneck, the only thing left was to find a sign in location with enough Dao accumulation. And the aura above the East Sea was extremely ancient. If Su Qin found it and sign in there, he would definitely gain a lot. It might even be helpful for Su Qin to break through the Great Arhat realm. East Sea. Su Qin whispered a few words to himself. The East Sea was a large sea near the east side of the continent. Since ancient times, there were countless myths and legends about the East Sea, such as the East Sea Dragon Palace and the East Sea Immortals. Su Qin smiled at this. The so-called immortals, in Su Qin's eyes, were just some powerful martial artists. For ordinary people, what was the difference between a legend who could fly in the air and an immortal who could live for 1,000 years and a real immortal? Thinking of this, Su Qin took a step forward and disappeared from the majestic underground hall. He directly appeared 1,000 meters above the ground, overlooking the entire Chang'an city. Now in Chang'an city there are 2/3 heavenly layer gods, Ruanqing and Yanhai, guarding it. It can be said to be impregnable. Even if a great enemy appears, they can at least hold on for a while, enough for Su Qin to rush back. The next moment, whoosh! Su Qin tore through the air and flew in the direction of the East Sea. If it was a first heaven or second heaven immortal, flying in the air for a long time may consume too much energy, but for a seventh heaven like Su Qin, who had condensed a domain, the so-called flying in the air was like instinct. It was as simple as eating and drinking. Soon, in less than an hour, Su Qin came to the East Sea. And this was Su Qin deliberately slowing down on the road, otherwise he would have been even faster. This is the East Sea. Su Qin looked down at the vast sea and whispered to himself. According to the ancient records, there was not only the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, but also the 10 continents and 3 islands. Immortals lived on these islands. Countless talented emperors sent people out to sea when they were old and weak, hoping to find immortals and live another life. Unfortunately, none of the emperors were able to do as they wished. It was as if the so-called 10 continents and 3 islands really only existed in legends. If the 10 continents and 3 islands really do exist, and it is the dojo of a legend or even an immortal, it will definitely be shrouded in layers of heaven and earth formation. Ordinary mortals, no matter how many there are, can never find it. Su Qin walked on the East Sea and thought quickly. This is troublesome. Su Qin suddenly felt that it was a little tricky. If the aura he felt really came from the legendary 10 continents and 3 islands, with the heaven and earth formation covering it, it would be difficult to find it with divine will alone. If divine will doesn't work, then I'll use a domain. Su Qin thought about it and made a decision in his heart. The heaven and earth formation could hide from divine will detection, but under a domain there would be nowhere to hide. What was a domain? Within a domain, Su Qin was the only master, controlling everything. How could a mere heaven and earth formation hide from him? But if I really want to search with a domain, then it can't just cover a radius of 100 feet. Su Qin's thoughts turned quickly. The domain of 100 feet was Su Qin's strongest range of control. Within this range, Su Qin could easily strip a legend's control of the power of heaven and earth, and knock them down to 9th grade martial arts. And once the domain spread, Su Qin's control of the domain would continue to decline. For example, within 100 feet, Su Qin could cut off the connection between a 6th heaven legend and heaven and earth with a thought. But if the domain expanded to 1,000 feet, it would be difficult to do so. Of course, Su Qin was just using the domain to explore at the moment, not to deal with the enemy, so he didn't need to control the domain too much. Then let's expand the domain to 10,000 feet. Su Qin's mind moved, and the domain within 100 feet continued to expand. If he still searched with 100 feet domain, with the vastness of the East Sea, he might not find it even next year. And the 10,000 feet domain was already the limit of Su Qin's control. Within this range, Su Qin could feel almost all the heaven and earth formations in the world. Now I just need to wait. Su Qin found a small island and casually cut down a few ancient trees to make a raft. He sat on the raft and drifted along the sea. The sun shone down, and for ordinary people it could be said to be extremely hot. But when it shone on Su Qin's body, it only made Su Qin feel a little warm. The raft floated and floated, and the range covered by Su Qin's domain grew larger and larger. In just a few days it had already swept through half of the East Sea, and in these few days it wasn't that Su Qin didn't sign in. His daily sign-in opportunities were all used up by his incarnation in the cave world. At this speed, I will be able to sweep through the entire East Sea in 2 days at most. Su Qin lay on the raft, drifting with the waves, thinking slowly. In the past few days he didn't cultivate, nor did he go into seclusion. He just lay on the raft, looking at the endless sea and the sky, feeling very comfortable. During this period he did encounter some sea beasts that had designs on Su Qin, but under the aura that he casually released, they were scared out of their wits and avoided Su Qin like crazy. Compared to the human race, these beasts were more sensitive to danger. The recovery of the vitality tide is getting more and more intense, and even these sea beasts are beginning to develop intelligence. Su Qin silently thought as he gazed at the clear blue sea. The recovery of the vitality tide is a great opportunity that is hard to come by in thousands of years for the human race. But it's not just the human race that will benefit from the recovery of the vitality tide. Su Qin's eyes were deep. According to his speculation, in a few years at most, as the recovery of the vitality tide intensifies, there will definitely be beasts that will enter the path of cultivation and become the legendary monster race. It seems that the myths and legends are not completely fictitious. Su Qin nodded slightly. The so-called monster race was recorded in many ancient books, but Su Qin had been the venerable arhat for so many years, but he hadn't seen any monster race. But now, it seemed that the reason why Su Qin hadn't seen any was because the environment didn't allow it. And now, with the recovery of the vitality tide, the environment of heaven and earth had become more abundant, and the birth of the monster race was only a matter of time. Just as Su Qin was thinking, a fishing boat slowly sailed over. On the fishing boat stood a young girl. This young girl's skin was a little dark, and there was a hint of wild beauty. "Big brother, come on up, we'll take you back." The young girl waved at Su Qin and shouted. In the young girl's opinion, Su Qin should be a fisherman on another fishing boat, but there was a storm at sea, and the fishing boat sank to the bottom of the sea. He had no choice but to make a raft and use it to go back. That was why the young girl suggested to take Su Qin with her. The sea was full of danger, and even a fishing boat as big as hers was in danger of sinking, let alone the raft under Su Qin's feet. He was afraid that the raft would be destroyed by a single wave. And if he lost the raft, even if Su Qin didn't drown, he would fall into the stomach of the sea beast sooner or later. "No need." Su Qin waved his hand and said something rare. "No need." The young girl's eyes widened in disbelief. "Adieu, since he wants to stay and feed the sea beasts, let's leave him alone." A young man walked over and glanced at Su Qin and said, "But if we leave, this person won't survive." The young girl named Adu couldn't bear to see this happen. "Father, let's help him." Adu turned to look at a middle-aged man. "Help him?" The middle-aged man looked hesitant. They were people who made a living on the sea and believed in karma. If they could save someone, they would. But Su Qin refused to help. "How about this? We'll follow him for half a day, and according to the storm, his raft will capsize in half a day at most. At that time, without the raft, he'll definitely come back." The middle-aged man thought for a while and said, "Thank you, father." Adu smiled. Sigh. The middle-aged man shook his head. "I hope that in the future, if we're in trouble, there will be someone to save us." Next, the fishing boat followed Su Qin from afar. Su Qin naturally noticed this, but he couldn't be bothered. As long as they didn't disturb him from searching the 10 continents and 3 islands. Soon, a few hours later, on the fishing boat, the middle-aged man felt that something was wrong. Finally, he seemed to have discovered something, and his face turned pale. "Let's go. Let's leave." The middle-aged man's voice trembled. "Father, what's wrong?" Adu quickly walked to the middle-aged man's side and asked, "Aren't we going to save him?" The other young man also walked over, his face full of curiosity. "Save him?" The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "We're already very lucky to be alive." "What do you mean, father?" The young man's expression changed. "Look." The middle-aged man calmed down and suppressed the shock in his heart, and said in a low voice, "Is there any water on the raft?" And that Lord, is there any water on him? When the middle-aged man called Su Qin, he used Lord instead, and his tone showed great awe. The young man and Adu didn't notice the change in the middle-aged man's tone, and their expressions also changed. Indeed, this person's body is very clean, the young man muttered to himself, feeling that it was unbelievable. Even if they were on the fishing boat, they would still be hit by the water. But Su Qin was only on a wooden raft, and there wasn't a single trace of water on him. This was simply unbelievable. Also, ever since we followed that lord, have you seen a sea beast, or felt a trace of movement on the surface of the sea? The middle-aged man swallowed and said in a trembling voice. Hearing this, whether it was Adu or the young man, everyone's expression changed. Father, you mean? Adu looked at Su Qin, who was still lying on the raft in the distance, and said, This lord, I'm afraid he's not the kind of fisherman we thought he was, but a real immortal. The middle-aged man thought for a while and said in a low voice, Let's go now, we can't disturb the immortal. The middle-aged man was terrified. Okay. Adu and the young man also realized the seriousness of the matter, and looked at each other and immediately said. However, at this moment, Su Qin, who was lying on the raft in the distance, suddenly had his eyes light up. Ha 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 ha. I've finally found you. The raft exploded, and under everyone's shocked gaze, Su Qin stepped out step by step, as if he was stepping on an invisible ladder. He stood in the air and looked into the distance. The sun shone down and covered Su Qin's body, and his aura spread out like a god. Chapter 207. East Sea. This. The people on the fishing boat were dumbfounded. They looked at the scene in front of them in horror. This is really an immortal. The young man stuttered. Just now, he had doubts and thought that the middle-aged man was exaggerating. After all, he had been out at sea for so many years and had not seen many other people, let alone immortals. The East Sea was too vast. But now the young man wanted to slap himself. At this moment, Su Qin was flying in the air, and his aura made people's hearts palpitate. If this is not an immortal, then what is? And the girl Adu next to him had her mind blank. She suddenly remembered that she had asked Su Qin to board the ship, but he had refused. At that time, Adu was wondering why Su Qin would choose to die when there was a way out. But now, seeing the other party like an immortal, how could Adu not know that Su Qin really did not need her to save him? Huh? What is he going to do? Just when the girl Adu's pretty face was full of shock, she saw Su Qin standing in the air, stretching out his right hand, and grasping towards the depths of the void. Suddenly, a strange long blade shaped like a sickle and curved like a full moon was pulled out. When she saw this long blade that was like an abyss, the girl Adu only felt that her mind began to fall. Crack. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck. Su Qin held the demon god's blade in his hand and slowly slashed at the empty sea in the distance. A pitch-black saber light flashed, and slashed out in an instant. Halfway through its slash, it seemed to have come into contact with something, and issued a kacha sound. Then the space shook and ripples appeared. It was as if a stone had fallen on the water's surface. It's really here. Su Qin's eyes lit up. When he covered the area with his domain just now, he found that there was a faint repulsive force here, resisting the domain invasion. Now, after Su Qin's blade test, how could he not know that there was a problem? To be able to block my domain invasion and withstand my blade without being destroyed, it is at least a heaven and earth formation set up by a ninth heaven legend, or even a dojo of an earth immortal. The more Su Qin thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. Unfortunately, this grand formation has existed for far too long. It can't even conceal its aura. How could it possibly stop me? Thinking of this, Su Qin raised the demon god's blade and slashed out more than 10 times in a row. In an instant, the whole world was filled with pitch-black saber light. It was as if the space had cracked open, and a terrifying aura was spreading wildly. This formation was indeed set up by an earth immortal, a peak earth immortal. If it were any other time, Su Qin would not be able to shake this heaven-earth formation even if he tried his best. However, thousands of years had passed, and the power of the formation had long been severely damaged. Even a part of the most important formation base had collapsed. This was also the reason why Su Qin could feel the aura emanating from this place even though he was far away in Chang, and it's too terrifying. On the fishing boat in the distance, Several people felt as if they had experienced the end of the world. Whether it was the girl Adu or the others, they only felt that the world began to darken, and the sea, which was originally calm, suddenly began to rise. As Su Qin slashed out more than 10 times, he completely activated the power of the incomplete formation, and an island with a radius of 100 miles faintly appeared. It should be the legendary 10 continents and 3 islands. However, which of the 10 continents and 3 islands is it? Su Qin touched his chin and did not attack again. It was not because Su Qin had exhausted his vital essence, but because he was worried that if he continued to attack, not only would the Heaven-Earth formation collapse, but the immortal island enveloped by the Heaven-Earth formation would also be destroyed. It seems that I can't rely on brute force alone. Su Qin slowly opened the eyes of truth, and then activated the celestial being observation technique. Suddenly, the Heaven-Earth formation in front of Su Qin began to break down. It's mainly a concealment effect? Su Qin's face was thoughtful. In fact, for thousands of years, if it were not for the Heaven-Earth formation, this island would have been discovered long ago. Although the East Sea was vast, it could not stop generations of fishermen from exploring. In addition, there were martial arts legends coming from time to time. How could it be hidden? Here. Su Qin raised the demon god's blade according to the eyes of truth and the celestial being observation technique and slashed at a certain location. Rumble. The heaven and earth great formation suddenly rumbled. Within the great formation, the indistinct island became clearer and clearer. Just as Su Qin was about to slash a few more times to completely break the Heaven-Earth formation, buzz! The Heaven-Earth formation suddenly shook, forming an entrance that vaguely connected to the formation. A beautiful figure slowly walked out of the entrance. The beautiful figure was dressed in red. Her teeth were as white as jade and her skin was fair. Her black hair was tied up high, adding a different kind of attractive temperament. She walked out gracefully and bowed slightly to Su Qin. Greetings, fellow cultivator. The beautiful figure's voice was very pleasant, as if it had some kind of magnetism. Oh, there are other creatures on the island. Su Qin stopped and looked at the beautiful figure with interest. This island is the East Sea Fairy Island. Even if the vitality tide is silent and the Dharma has withered, the impact on the island is not great. Naturally, there are creatures. The beautiful figure smiled and continued. I thought that the outside world was in a period of decline, but I didn't expect that a powerhouse like you would be born. I would like to invite you to enter the island and sit down to discuss Tao. What do you think? The beautiful figure moved slightly to the side and made way for Su Qin to enter. You want me to go in? Su Qin looked at the deep entrance. Although the entrance was connected to the island, it was still filled with the power of the formation, which blocked divine sense and even the domain could not penetrate it. However, the divine sense domain could not, but the eyes of truth and the celestial being observation technique could use this entrance to see everything on the island in an instant. In that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Su Qin did not know what he found, but a smile appeared on his face. He put away the demon god's blade and walked leisurely toward the entrance. Fellow Taoists, please. A strange light appeared on the beautiful figure's face, and she quickly lowered her head. Crack. As Su Qin entered the entrance, the passage that appeared out of thin air quickly dissipated as if it had never appeared at all. Humph! Until now, a trace of pride appeared on the face of the beautiful figure in red who had been respectful, as if her plan had succeeded. Su Qin entered the formation unhurriedly. An island surrounded by clouds and mist appeared. This island had a radius of hundreds of miles, and it was full of strange flowers and herbs. The essence chi of heaven and earth was rich, and spiritual vigor was everywhere. It was like a paradise on earth. In front of the island, there was a huge black stone tablet with 2 words engraved on it. Ing Island. These 2 words were not in any language Su Qin knew, but after Su Qin saw it, he quickly understood its meaning. This is the legendary Ing Island of the 10 continents and 3 islands? Su Qin thought to himself as he looked down. Under the black stone tablet there was a group of women in veils. These women were enchanting and had graceful figures. Their skin was sparkling and lustrous, and they had an unparalleled charm. In front of all the women was a woman with an otherworldly temperament. Her eyes were like water, as if they were covered with mist, and she gave off a dreamy feeling. Compared to the other women who were charming and seductive, this woman had an additional aura of holiness. This woman's temperament, which was completely different from that of a pure and holy woman, was actually completely fused together on this woman. I am Qingqiu Qingling. Greetings, fellow Taoist. The woman in the lead bowed slightly to Su Qin. Qingqiu Qingling? Su Qin's eyes were calm, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Fellow Taoist, you must be here to explore the ancient secrets, right? Qingqiu Qingling said. In ancient times, the vitality tide was at its peak. At that time, there were thousands of races and powerhouses. Unfortunately, they were invaded by the cave world. Qingqiu Qingling sighed softly and said slowly, "Oh." Su Qin was slightly interested. Originally, he was going to suppress them directly after coming in, but now that he heard Qingqiu Qingling say this, he was no longer in a hurry. As early as when Su Qin split out his avatar and entered the cave world, he learned from Mohim that the cave world would invade the surface world. But Su Qin had never seen any records of this. Now that Qingqiu Qingling was willing to explain, he was naturally happy to listen. In that battle, the puppet army of the cave world covered the sky and the sun. In the end, although the cave world was defeated, the powerhouses of the human world were wiped out. In addition, the vitality tide turned from prosperity to decline, and the Vipralopa end period arrived. Countless inheritances were cut off and dissipated in the years. When Qingqiu Qingling said this, she did not continue speaking. How do you know all this? Su Qin suddenly asked. The Yingzhou Immortal Island is not like the outside world. The inheritances here are still relatively complete, so of course I know. Qingqiu Qingling said. I see. Su Qin nodded slightly. Fellow Taoist, to be able to reach such a height in the Vipralopa end period, you are absolutely talented. I am willing to give up the Yingzhou Immortal Island and hand it over to you. Qingqiu Qingling's tone was full of fatal temptation. The Yingzhou Immortal Island was one of the 10 continents and 3 islands. It was once the place of a land immortal. This place was enveloped by the heaven and earth great array, forming a world of its own. It was full of vitality and spiritual vigor, like a paradise on earth. No matter if it was a legend, even if it was a 7th layer, 8th layer, or even a 9th layer legend, when they heard Qingqiu Qingling's words, they would be ecstatic. To be able to obtain such a paradise on earth, it was worth it even if they had to pay a high price. Not to mention, according to Qingqiu Qingling, she intended to give it to Su Qin for free. Which warrior would refuse such a good thing? Fellow Taoist, come down quickly, hold this black stone tablet, and obtain the Great Array Hub. The Yingzhou Immortal Island is yours. Qingqiu Qingling looked at the black stone tablet engraved with the words Yingzhou behind her and continued to tempt. I think I am weak and can't keep this immortal island, so I want to hand it over to you. I hope that you will protect me in the future. Qingqiu Qingling looked pitiful, as if she was really a weak girl seeking Su Qin's protection. However, Su Qin shook his head. Qingqiu Qingling, if I were an ordinary warrior, I would have been deceived by you. But I am not an ordinary warrior. The smile on Su Qin's face gradually faded, and finally revealed a cold expression. You talk about the Yingzhou Immortal Island on the left and the Yingzhou Immortal Island on the right. But in my opinion, instead of calling it the Yingzhou Immortal Island, it is more appropriate to call it the Yingzhou Demon Island, right? As soon as Su Qin's voice fell, the place suddenly fell silent. Qingqiu Qingling, who was originally pitiful and harmless like a little white rabbit, heard this, and a trace of unprecedented coldness appeared in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 208. Just as Su Qin mentioned the words Yingzhou Demon Island, Qingqiu Qingling's aura suddenly changed, and her originally delicate and pitiful expression transformed into a kind of coldness. How do you know? Qingqiu Qingling said lightly. Her voice was still clear and melodious, but it no longer contained any emotion. How do I know? Su Qin's eyes were calm, and he did not speak. Qingqiu Qingling's aura was concealed very well, and there was no difference between her and an ordinary person. Even her every move was seductive and holy, and it was difficult to suspect her. However, although Qingqiu Qingling could conceal her aura, it was difficult to conceal her unique aura. The aura was different from the aura. The aura was easy to conceal, but the aura was innate. Humans had aura, animals had aura, plants had aura. As long as there was life, there would be aura. And under the inside of Su Qin's Eye of Truth, whether it was Qingqiu Qingling, the group of women behind her, or even the beautiful figure in red who had just come out to invite him in, the aura exuded was completely different from that of humans. Su Qin had only seen similar aura in some beasts. But Qingqiu Qingling's aura was stronger and more profound than that of ordinary beasts. It was very similar to the legendary demon race. Yingzhou Island, as one of the 10 continents and 3 islands, was a mythical island, but at this moment it was occupied by a group of demons, and Su Qin called it the Yingzhou Demon Island. The only thing that Su Qin was surprised was that the demon race had appeared so early. In his view, with the recovery of the Yuan-Qi tide, although some beasts had developed spiritual intelligence, it did not mean that they were demons. If the demon race really wanted to be born, it would be at least a few years or decades later. However, Su Qin thought that Yingzhou Island was left behind by the recovery of the Yuan-Qi tide of the previous era, and coupled with its isolation from the world, it was understandable that there were some demons remaining. The reason you want me to touch the black stone tablet is because there is a killing formation there, and you want to lure me over, right? Su Qin immediately saw through Qingqiu Qingling's plan. With the Eye of Truth combined with the Celestial Seer technique, his divine sense and his domain, there were very few things in the world that could be hidden from Su Qin. Lady Qingqiu did not hesitate to use Immortal Abode Island as bait to lure Su Qin over. It seemed to be flawless, but in Su Qin's eyes it was as easy as flipping one's palm. Qingqiu Qingling's face became more and more unsightly. If Su Qin had only seen through their identities, it could be considered a coincidence. However, now that Su Qin even knew the location of the killing formation on Yingzhou Island, it was no longer a coincidence. What a pity. Qingqiu Qingling took a deep breath and calmed herself down. I don't know where you got this information from, but since you're already here, you might as well stay. The qi and blood of a pinnacle mythic is enough to push my strength to a higher level. Qingqiu Qingling licked her red lips and looked at Su Qin with longing in her eyes. You're right. There's indeed a killing formation here. However, the area covered by the killing formation isn't the black stone tablet. The reason why I asked you to come here is to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Truth be told, you've been within the range of the killing formation since you came in. At this point, Qingqiu Qingling stomped her foot and shouted, "Rise!" In an instant, the world darkened. The essence qi of heaven and earth was torn apart. The power of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, spread and filled every inch of the air. What do you think? If you beg for mercy now, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you experience the pain of your qi and blood being devoured bit by bit and death gradually descending upon you. Qingqiu Qingling sneered. At this moment, the killing formation enveloped them. Qingqiu Qingling felt that victory was in her hands. Even if Su Qin wanted to run now, it was too late. This killing formation is interesting. Su Qin ignored Qingqiu Qingling and kept looking at the killing formation that enveloped them. This killing formation was based on the power of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements rotated endlessly. If it weren't for the yin and yang foundation in the middle that gathered the power of the 5 elements, it might have caused some trouble for Su Qin. You deserve to die. A trace of killing intent appeared on Qingqiu Qingling's face. She directly controlled the killing formation to crush Su Qin. Rumble. The 5 elements rotated like a giant millstone of heaven and earth, crushing down. However, all the power of the 5 elements dissipated rapidly when it came within 100 feet of Su Qin. It was as if no one could invade within 100 feet of Su Qin. He was like an immortal god. Is this a domain? Qingqiu Qingling's face changed drastically and she couldn't believe it. She had never thought that Su Qin could condense a domain. Qingqiu Qingling had already found out that Su Qin was a 7th heaven legend through some means of the monster race. As for the mythical level of the 7th heaven, theoretically speaking, they should be able to condense a miniature domain. But in fact, Qingqiu Qingling had never heard of a 7th heaven legend who could condense a miniature domain. Even when the vitality tide was at its peak in the previous era and there were endless monsters, only a few geniuses who gathered the general trend of the world could barely condense a miniature domain when they were at the peak of the 7th heaven. But those geniuses condensed a miniature domain when the vitality tide was at its peak. But what about Su Qin? Although the vitality tide was recovering, it was still far from its peak. It was simply shocking that Su Qin could condense a domain in such an environment. Big secret. You must have a big secret. Qingqiu Qingling's eyes were burning, and she couldn't wait to swallow Su Qin alive. But as long as you are dead, your secret will be mine. Qingqiu Qingling's tone was extremely excited. She originally thought that Su Qin was just a seventh heaven legend, but she didn't expect that. You have a domain to protect your body, so the killing array can't do anything to you. But as long as the killing array is running, you can't escape. Qingqiu Qingling licked her lips and said passionately, "You are the Shouyuan of the human race, a legend at most 500 years. Even if I have to waste time, I will exhaust you to death and then get your big secret." Qingqiu Qingling had already made a decision. As a member of the demon race, especially the demon fox clan, Qingqiu Qingling's Shouyuan was far superior to the human legends. Although it was painful for her to spend hundreds of years, it was not worth mentioning compared to the big secret of being able to condense a domain in the seventh heaven. Or I will give you a choice. Hand over your big secret and I will let you live. Otherwise, you can wait to die of old age here. Qingqiu Qingling changed the topic and pretended to be charitable. In fact, Qingqiu Qingling had never thought of letting Su Qin go. The reason why she said this was just to give Su Qin a glimmer of hope. Oh, let me live? However, at this time, a trace of sarcasm appeared on Su Qin's face, and he looked at Qingqiu Qingling with interest. Don't you want to know why I still came in knowing that Yingzhou Island is occupied by the demon race and there is a killing array inside? When Su Qin said this, Qingqiu Qingling's face changed slightly. Yes. If Su Qin knew that there was danger here, why would he still come in? The more Qingqiu Qingling thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. Su Qin knew that it was dangerous, but he still came in. There were only two possibilities. First, stupidity. Second, fearlessness. Su Qin was able to cultivate to the seventh heaven, so naturally he was not stupid. So, only the latter, however, before Qingqiu Qingling could react. That's because I was worried that you would all die inside. Su Qin shook his head slightly, took a step forward and said lightly, but now you can't even die together. In an instant, Su Qin raised his hand and pulled out the demon god's blade, poured his true essence and divine thought, and slashed forward. Rumble. Su Qin was like a real demon god, and his aura surged like the ocean, constantly spreading rapidly in all directions. This time, outside Immortal Abode Island, the beautiful figure in red stretched and glanced at the slowly fluctuating heaven and earth great formation. It seems that the clan leader and the others have already made their move. The beautiful figure in red was called Qingqiu Qianqian, and she was also from the Qingqiu Fox clan. I don't know why the clan leader wants to use the killing formation on the island. It would be better to do it directly. Wouldn't using the killing formation consume the primordial qi of the island? Qingqiu Qianqian shook her head and continued to talk to herself, but this is a seventh heaven legend after all. The clan leader wants to use the killing formation to be foolproof. Qingqiu Qianqian thought casually. In Qingqiu Qianqian's view, Su Qin was already a dead man as long as he entered Immortal Abode Island. Under the killing formation, Su Qin could not escape at all. How many mortals are there? Qingqiu Qianqian glanced at a fishing boat not far away and said casually, "You guys go quickly." To Qingqiu Qianqian, she did not care to attack mortals who were like ants. Plus, she was in a good mood, so she decided to give them a way out and spare their lives. On the fishing boat, the young girl Adu and the others were trembling in fear. When they heard Qingqiu Qianqian's words, they were immediately relieved. "Fairy," the young girl Adu bit the bullet and said, "Just now, when did that big brother come out?" The young girl Adu was referring to Su Qin, who had entered Immortal Abode Island. "Fairy?" A smile appeared on Qingqiu Qianqian's face. As a fox, she stayed on Immortal Abode Island all year round. Since when was she called a fairy? He's probably dead. Qingqiu Qianqian was patient for once. Dead? The young girl Adu's heart skipped a beat. The middle-aged man's expression changed. In his view, whether it was Su Qin or the seductive Qingqiu Qianqian, they were all immortals. And Qingqiu Qianqian said that Su Qin was dead. It was obviously a battle between immortals. In a battle between immortals, mortals like them might die without a complete corpse if they even got close, let alone interfere. Let's go back. Let's go back quickly. The middle-aged man was uneasy. The young girl Duo seemed to be unwilling to give up. She looked up at Qingqiu Qianqian and continued to ask, Fairy, is that big brother really dead? Of course he's dead. The killing array shrouded him and the patriarch attacked. He should have been drained of all his qi and blood. He can't be more dead. Qingqiu Qianqian frowned and was about to continue speaking. Suddenly, rumble! A black blade light slashed out as if it was going to cut the entire immortal abode island in half. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, the disheveled Qingqiu Qianling was sent flying. Her green blood spilled and dyed the seawater a light green color. This is... Qingqiu Qianqian's eyes widened in shock. What's going on? Shouldn't the patriarch be devouring the qi and blood of that seventh heaven legend? And at this moment, Su Qin walked out of Immortal Abode Island unhurriedly with the demon god's blade in his hand, and the tip of the blade pointed downwards. He said calmly, I told you, you don't even have the right to die. Chapter 209. Immortal Abode Island. Su Qin walked out step by step. His aura was profound, like that of a deity. The heaven and earth formation behind him that enveloped the entire Immortal Abode Island began to collapse. Su Qin took the initiative to enter the heaven and earth formation, because he was worried that the demons on Immortal Abode Island would choose to destroy the heaven and earth formation in desperation, and destroy the entire Immortal Abode Island. One should know that the reason why Su Qin traveled tens of thousands of kilometers to the East Sea and spent a few days searching for Immortal Abode Island was because of the Tao accumulation on the island. If Immortal Abode Island was destroyed, wouldn't Su Qin's efforts be in vain? That was why Su Qin came in on purpose to destroy the demons on Immortal Abode Island from the inside. On the fishing boat, Adu and the other two were stunned. They had just heard from Qingqiu Qianqian that there was a clan leader on Immortal Abode Island who was trying to kill Su Qin. Now that Su Qin walked out of Immortal Abode Island slowly, could the figure that flew out be the clan leader that Qingqiu Qianqian mentioned? How is this possible? Qingqiu Qianqian was shocked. Qingqiu Qingling was the clan leader of the Qingqiu Fox clan. Although most of her strength was sealed, she was not to be underestimated. Moreover, there was a killing formation on Immortal Abode Island. Logically speaking, it should be safe to deal with a legend like Su Qin. However, Qingqiu Qingling flew out at that moment, and the heaven and earth formation on Immortal Abode Island began to collapse. It was unbelievable. However, although Qingqiu Qianqian was shocked, she was not too worried because she knew that Qingqiu Qingling would not die so easily. I wonder if the clan leader can deal with this human. Qingqiu Qianqian tried to look at Immortal Abode Island, but unfortunately, the formation had collapsed, and she could not see anything at all. Roar! At that moment, a terrifying wail was heard. Qingqiu Qingling slowly floated up. Her clothes were tattered, revealing a large area of her snow-white skin. However, at this moment, wisps of terrifying aura slowly spread out. These strands of aura were extremely terrifying. They were actually constantly neutralizing the power of Su Qin's domain. Human, you've truly angered me. How many years has it been? How many years has it been? Qingqiu Qingling's black hair gradually turned white, and 3 huge foxtails appeared behind her. Although Qingqiu Qingling still maintained her human form, she no longer looked like a human. Instead, she looked like a gigantic fox demon standing there. This was Qingqiu Qingling's real body. 3-tailed demon fox. The patriarch is really angry. Not far away, Qingqiu swallowed his saliva. Under the stillness of the vitality tide, the demon race had to seal most of their strength to prevent their realm from falling. Qingqiu Qingling had revealed her true body. Although she had obtained the strength of her peak, she would be suppressed by heaven and earth in a few days at most, and her strength would drop by a level. Qingqiu Qingling was willing to pay such a price. It was obvious that she was furious and could not wait to kill Su Qin. Human. Even during the peak of the vitality tide, the demon fox race had once dominated the world. Although we have declined now, we still have our heritage and strength. Qingqiu Qingling paused after every word. At the end she suddenly wailed. With her as the starting point, A terrifying wave of energy covered Su Qin. This is the Patriarch's Divine Will secret technique? Qingqiu Qianqian quickly retreated a few hundred meters. The Divine Will secret technique did not distinguish between friend and foe. If Qingqiu Qianqian was too close, she would probably be affected. The Divine Will secret technique only targets Divine Will. If you can block it, you will live, but if you can't, you will die. Although this human is powerful and can force the Patriarch to reveal his true body, he should not be very old. How strong can his Divine Will be? Qingqiu Qianqian looked at Su Qin expectantly. She could almost see Su Qin falling under the Divine Will secret technique. However, the next moment, under Qingqiu Qianqian's incredulous gaze, the terrifying Divine Sense secret technique swept past in an instant. However, Su Qin still stood there with an indifferent expression and a steady aura. If she had not personally seen Qingqiu Qingling release the Divine Sense secret technique, she would have thought that nothing had happened. He blocked it? Qingqiu Qianqian could not help but exclaim. Compared to Qingqiu Qianqian, Qingling, who had released the Divine Will secret technique, was shocked. How can your Divine Will be so stable and powerful? Qingqiu Qingling could not believe it. She had only sensed Su Qin's Divine Will and vaguely felt the vast Divine Will that seemed to be infinite, but she was already stunned. Divine Will? Su Qin shook his head. Not to mention that he had already cultivated the moon-forging divine art to stabilize his Divine Will. The giant golden Buddha in the ancestral aperture between his eyebrows alone ensured that Su Qin was invincible in terms of Divine Will. Su Qin's eyes were calm. Then, he raised the demon god's blade and slashed at Qingqiu Qingling. Oh no! Qingqiu Qingling was startled. She had seen Su Qin use this strange demon blade to split open the killing array and the heaven and earth array on Yingzhou Island a while ago. Now that Su Qin was using the same trick again, how could Qingqiu Qingling not be afraid? Whoosh! Qingqiu Qingling's body flashed and she barely managed to avoid the blade light from the demon god's blade. Human! What kind of ability is that to rely on a weapon to stand? Qingqiu Qingling was shocked and angry at the same time. That blade light was too fast. Just now he was almost hit by the blade light. Given the terrifying power of the blade light, if it had really hit Qingqiu Qingling, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As soon as Qingqiu Qingling finished speaking, Su Qin stopped. He thought for a while and nodded. You're right. I haven't fought in a long time. Su Qin put away the demon god's blade. Then Su Qin raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. In that case, take my punch. What? Are you really going to give up on using that terrifying weapon? Qingqiu Qingling was slightly stunned. She had just said it casually and she didn't expect Su Qin to really do as she said. Ha ha ha. Human, you've been fooled. Qingqiu Qingling laughed hysterically. Su Qin had given up on the advantage of a weapon and wanted to fight her with his physical body. It was foolish of him. One had to know that the demon race's physical body was innately strong. Although the fox demon race wasn't good at physical body, that was only in comparison to other demon races. In the eyes of the human race, the fox demon race's physical body was still unstoppable. This human is dead meat. Qingqiu Qianqian, who was hundreds of meters away, shook her head slightly. She also knew that Su Qin was indeed very strong. Even if Qingqiu Qingling revealed her true form, she couldn't defeat Su Qin and was even suppressed by Su Qin. But for Su Qin to be able to do this, it was not because of the terrifying weapon in his hand. From the beginning to the end, Qingqiu Qianqian had never seen Su Qin use any other means. Now that Su Qin had given up on the terrifying weapon and turned to fight Qingqiu Qingling with his physical body, it was tantamount to using his weakness to attack the enemy's strength. It was foolish of him to do so. Big brother. On the fishing boat, the young girl Adu clenched her fists. For some reason, she really hoped that Su Qin would win. Under everyone's gaze, Su Qin gently punched out with his clenched fist. When he first punched out, it was sparse and ordinary, and even a child could imitate it. However, the moment he completely punched out, there was an explosion of lightning. In an instant, the sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds. Terrifying bolts of lightning flashed through the dark clouds one after another, streaking across the sky. The aura of extreme yang shot straight to the ninth heaven. This is Qingqiu Qingling's pupils constricted continuously. Under her shocked gaze, Su Qin's entire body seemed to have transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning. In an instant, he appeared in front of her and gently pressed his fist against her body. Rip! Qingqiu Qingling's demon fox body trembled violently after receiving the punch. With Su Qin's fist as the center, cracks appeared on her body. These cracks continued to spread and split until they finally covered every corner of Qingqiu Qingling's body. Finally, a cool breeze blew past. Qingqiu Qingling's physical body began to disintegrate and completely disappear from this world. Everyone was dead silent, especially Qingqiu Qianqian. Her eyes were glazed over and filled with disbelief. Chapter 210. Qingqiu Qingling was very powerful, especially when she revealed her fox demon form. The aura she exuded could even dissolve Su Qin's domain power. Otherwise, with Su Qin's control of the domain, he could have killed her without even lifting a finger. Apart from that, Qingqiu Qingling was also unbelievably fast and could barely dodge the blade radiance of the demon god's blade. Unfortunately, she met Su Qin, who had many trump cards such as the 5 Thunder Divine Fist, Moon Spirit Forging Technique, and a body that had undergone 5 metamorphoses. In terms of physical strength alone, Su Qin could rival or even surpass a great demon of the same level. Qingqiu Qingling thought that Su Qin was extremely foolish to give up on using the demon god's blade. However, the truth was that for Su Qin, using the demon god's blade was a restriction that limited 99% of his strength. That's impossible. Qingqiu Qianqian's face turned ashen in disbelief. She knew how powerful Qingqiu Qingling was. The demon race had always respected the strong, and as the clan leader of the Green Hill Fox clan, Qingqiu Qingling was naturally the most powerful of the current generation of the Fox clan. However, Qingqiu Qianqian did not expect that Qingqiu Qingling could not even withstand a single punch from Su Qin, and was completely annihilated. Qingqiu Qianqian had thought of other scenarios, but from the beginning to the end, she had never expected this outcome. You have some tricks up your sleeve. Su Qin withdrew his right fist. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated, and the sun shone down like the sun after the rain. It's a pity that the 5 Thunder Divine Fist draws upon the power of the heavenly thunder. Your ghostly techniques are useless. Su Qin shook his head and muttered to himself. The moment he destroyed Qingqiu Qingling, he vaguely sensed a wave of divine consciousness in her body that wanted to abandon her physical body and escape. However, before the divine consciousness could leave her body, it was destroyed by the power of the heavenly thunder that followed her like a shadow. At that thought, Su Qin turned his gaze and looked at Qingqiu Qianqian, who was not far away. The Green Hill Foxes on Immortal Abode Island had already perished the moment Su Qin split open the killing formation. The only survivor, Qingqiu Qingling, was also annihilated by Su Qin with a single punch. Simply put, the only surviving Green Hill Fox was Qingqiu Qianqian. It's over. When Qingqiu Qianqian saw Su Qin's gaze on her, she fell into an abyss. Just when Qingqiu Qianqian's legs went soft and she was almost frightened to the point of sitting down, a calm voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Do you want to live? Or die? This voice resounded in Qingqiu Qianqian's ears, causing her to be shocked. At this moment, how could Qingqiu Qianqian not know that her only chance of survival had come? She immediately became extremely respectful. Sir, I want to live, Qingqiu Qianqian said without hesitation. The Green Hill Foxes had always liked to rely on the strong, and during the peak of the previous vitality tide, the Green Hill Foxes had relied on a certain human expert of the present age to rule the land. Although Su Qin had slaughtered all the Green Hill Foxes on Immortal Abode Island, Qingqiu Qianqian did not dare to have any thoughts at that moment. Humans might have the concept of clans, but the foxes were demons. As long as they could survive, they were willing to do anything. Since you want to live, come in with me. Su Qin glanced at Qingqiu Qianqian before turning to enter Immortal Abode Island. Before he split open the killing formation in Immortal Abode Island, he intentionally did not affect Immortal Abode Island itself. Therefore, although it looked like the Heaven and Earth Great Formation outside Immortal Abode Island had collapsed, Immortal Abode Island itself was not affected at all. Yes. Qingqiu Qianqian followed behind Su Qin respectfully. From the beginning to the end, Qingqiu Qianqian had never thought of running away. That was because she knew that in front of an expert who could kill Qingqiu Qingling with a single punch, running away was simply a joke. Soon, the two of them arrived at Immortal Abode Island. This is. Qingqiu Qianqian's heart trembled when she saw that the island was still filled with vitality and spiritual vigor. When she saw the heaven and earth great formation being split open, she thought that Immortal Abode Island was destroyed as well. However, when she came in to take a look, she realized that Immortal Abode Island was not affected at all. This level of control over power was simply unheard of. Qingqiu Qianqian mustered her courage and looked up at Su Qin's back. She quickly lowered her head and became even more respectful. This black stone tablet is the core of Immortal Abode Island's great formation, right? Su Qin stopped in front of the black stone tablet and said calmly, "Yes, sir." Qingqiu Qianqian said respectfully, "The stone tablet is the core of the great formation. After refining the stone tablet, you can easily control the entire island." It's just that. Qingqiu Qianqian hesitated for a moment before continuing. In the depths of Immortal Abode Island, there's a cave abode with a 9-layered formation outside the secret chamber. Within the 9 layers of formations, every single one of them is a supreme killing formation. Even after spending hundreds of years, the patriarch still hasn't managed to break through the first layer. Qingqiu Qianqian told him everything she knew without hesitation. Cave abode? 9-layered killing formation. Su Qin touched his chin and seemed to be deep in thought. In fact, when Su Qin first entered Immortal Abode Island and saw through the entire island with his Eye of Truth and Heavenly Man Aura observation technique, he discovered that there was an aura of a formation in the depths of the island. However, Su Qin did not pay too much attention to it at that time. However, it seemed that the cave abode in the depths of Immortal Abode Island was not simple. This Immortal Abode Island doesn't belong to the Fox clan? Su Qin looked at the black stone tablet and used his divine will to slowly refine it while asking casually. If the Green Hill Fox clan was the real owner of Immortal Abode Island, of course there would be no killing formation that couldn't be dealt with. Qingqiu Qianqian smiled bitterly when she heard this. "Sir, you must be joking. This Immortal Abode Island was the dojo of the famous Donghai True Lord. How can it be owned by the Fox clan? The Green Hill Fox clan is just a demon beast that Donghai True Lord casually raised on the Immortal Abode Island. If it weren't for Donghai True Lord's disappearance, we wouldn't dare to occupy it." Qingqiu Qianqian whispered. "Donghai True Lord? Is he very strong?" Su Qin turned his head to look at Qingqiu Qianqian and asked casually. During the heyday of the last vitality tide, Donghai True Lord was not the strongest in the world, but he was quite famous. It is said that Donghai True Lord was already at the peak of the Earth Immortal realm. If it weren't for the invasion of the cave world, Donghai True Lord might have been able to break through the Earth Immortal realm and step into an even more incredible realm. Qingqiu Qianqian said truthfully, not daring to hide anything. Peak of the Earth Immortal realm. Su Qin nodded slightly. Although Su Qin was not an Earth Immortal, he could imagine how difficult it was to reach the peak of the Earth Immortal realm. Even during the heyday of the vitality tide, Earth Immortals were peerless powerhouses that were 1 in a billion. "Are you sure that Donghai True Lord has fallen?" Su Qin thought for a while and continued to ask. "I'm not sure." Qingqiu Qianqian said truthfully, "Donghai True Lord is extremely powerful. Even if he really fell, he might have a way to resurrect. If he returns and sees that his immortal abode is occupied by us, I'm afraid he won't spare us." Speaking of this, Qingqiu Qianqian carefully raised her head and looked at Su Qin. "Therefore, my Fox clan ancestors waited for almost 2,000 years before they dared to occupy this Immortal Abode Island." 2,000 years? You Fox clan are really cautious. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. The Earth Immortal Shoyuan was only 1,000 years old. Even if Donghai True Lord had the means to extend his lifespan, 400 to 500 years was the limit, and that did not include the time that Donghai True Lord had spent cultivating. The Green Hill Fox clan waited for almost 2,000 years before they dared to make a move. Even if the demon race's Shoyuan was far superior to the human race, waiting for such a long time was probably several generations for the Fox clan. Of course, the more cautious the Green Hill Fox clan was, the more it showed how terrifying Donghai True Lord was at that time. Even if the Fox clan leader at that time thought that Donghai True Lord had most likely fallen, He only dared to wait until Shoyuan's lifespan before he mustered up the courage to occupy Immortal Abode Island. A peak Earth Immortal, Su Qin's thoughts wandered. Although he was confident that he could become an Earth Immortal and reach the peak, it would probably be hundreds or thousands of years before he took that step. What do you think of that immortal abode? Su Qin sighed for a while and asked. My lord. Qingqiu Qianqian immediately said. The clan leader thinks that immortal abode is Donghai True Lord's lifelong treasure. Unfortunately, she can't break the killing formation outside. The Fox clan leaders of the past were all helpless against the 9-layered killing formation. They could only watch as the treasure is beneath their feet, but could not touch it. Qingqiu Qianqian said in a low voice, Treasure. Su Qin shook his head slightly. Although he did not know how long it had been since the peak of the Vitality Revival, it was at least 10,000 years ago. Tens of thousands of years had passed. What kind of treasure could withstand such a long period of time? It's almost refined. Su Qin's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at the black steel before him and stomped his foot. Rise. All of a sudden, layers of heaven and earth great formations shook and shrouded the entire Immortal Abode Island once again. For a time the power of the great formations shrouded Immortal Abode Island, hiding it from the East Sea and turning it back into a paradise. The heaven and earth great formation that Su Qin split open before was only the power of the great formation that shrouded the island, but it did not destroy the foundation of the formation. Therefore, when Su Qin reactivated the black steel, the heaven and earth great formation that had been shattered was restored once again. Moreover, compared to the heaven and earth great formation controlled by the Green Hill Fox clan, the heaven and earth great formation operated by Su Qin this time was more comprehensive and perfect. The Green Hill Fox clan was only a demon after all. Even if they were innately intelligent, it was impossible for them to completely control the human great formation left behind by Donghai True Lord. Su Qin, on the other hand, had signed in a lot of array encyclopedias over the years. His accumulation of array Dao had already reached the Grandmaster level. In addition, he had the Eye of Truth and the Heavenly Man Aura observation technique to grasp the Qi movement of the Great Formation. At this time, the Heaven and Earth Great Formation that shrouded Immortal Abode Island was simply mighty. Even if it was still not comparable to its peak, it was much stronger than the one controlled by the Fox clan before. This is... Qingqiu Qianqian swallowed her saliva and was dumbfounded. If she hadn't heard Su Qin ask so many questions and confirmed that Su Qin had nothing to do with Donghai True Lord, she would have thought that Su Qin was the successor of Donghai True Lord. It's done. It's almost done. Su Qin patted the water and looked at the heaven and earth great formation that rose again with satisfaction. At this moment he had completely refined the black steel, which was equivalent to becoming the new owner of Immortal Abode Island. Other than the mysterious cave abode in the depths of the island, no other details could be hidden from Su Qin. Accompany me to that cave abode. After Su Qin took control of Immortal Abode Island, he said to Qingqiu Qianqian. Yes. Qingqiu Qianqian bowed and said. Just as Qingqiu Qianqian was about to bring Su Qin to the mysterious cave abode in the depths of Immortal Abode Island, Su Qin suddenly stopped. I almost forgot. When Su Qin's gaze fell on the black steel again, the most important reason why Su Qin left Cha and City to search for Immortal Abode Island was to find a new sign-in place. As one of the 10 continents and 3 islands, Immortal Abode Island has existed for at least tens of thousands of years. It must have accumulated a huge amount of Dao accumulation. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated, and he immediately said in his heart, System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received the 12 Divine Beasts diagram. Chapter 211. The Painting of the 12 Divine Beasts? Su Qin frowned. The divine beasts had always existed in myths and legends. But no matter what, every divine beast represented the pinnacle of a certain power. Just as Su Qin was thinking, a lot of understanding about the painting of the 12 divine beasts appeared. You wait by the side. Su Qin glanced at Qingqiu Qianqian and sat in front of the black stone tablet. He then set up a triple killing array with the help of the black stone tablet. The triple killing array was based on the black stone tablet. Even if Qingqiu Qingling was reborn, she wouldn't be able to break it. Yes, Qingqiu Tianqian bowed and said. Although she wondered why Su Qin didn't go to the cave abode deep inside Immortal Abode Island. But at this moment, Su Qin's words were like an imperial edict to Qingqiu Tianqian. She couldn't wait to obey, so why would she question it? Qingqiu Tianqian immediately stood 10 feet away from Su Qin, stopping any living beings that might disturb Su Qin. The Green Hill Foxes weren't the only living beings on Immortal Abode Island. There were also other living beings, but they were all beasts that didn't even have intelligence. At the same time, Su Qin sat in front of the black stone tablet with his legs crossed. The painting of the 12 divine beasts, 12 stone diagrams suddenly appeared in Su Qin's mind. These 12 stone diagrams were entrenched in the depths of his mind, spinning slowly and emitting an ancient and desolate aura. Even if the painting of the 12 divine beasts isn't as good as the Buddha's palm, it's comparable to the 9 notes of the fiend path. Su Qin was shocked. That was why he immediately sat down to study the painting of the 12 divine beasts. Su Qin hadn't seen a divine art that was close to the Buddha's palm in 10 years. Now that he saw it, he would of course study it immediately. As for the cave abode deep inside Immortal Abode Island, it was there anyway and couldn't run away. It didn't matter if it was a bit earlier or later. The Green Hill Foxes had survived for almost 10,000 years, so Su Qin certainly didn't care about this bit of time. However, among these 12 stone diagrams I can only see the first one clearly. As for the other 11, Su Qin's eyes swept across the 12 divine beast diagrams. 11 of them were shrouded in a misty fog. Whether it was his eyes or his divine sense, everything was blocked by the fog. Looks like I have to master the first stone diagram before I can see the rest of the stone diagrams clearly. Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. Thinking of this, Su Qin's gaze fell on the first stone diagram. The stone diagram was ancient and boundless, as if it came from countless years ago. Above the stone diagram, there was only a slowly burning sun, as if it wanted to incinerate the world. This is the first stone diagram of the 12 divine beast diagrams, the diagram of the great sun? Su Qin was enlightened, and every bit of information about the great sun painting flowed into his mind. But what does this sun have to do with the divine beast? Just as this thought appeared in Su Qin's mind, he felt a terrifying suction force from the great sun diagram, sucking in his consciousness. Where is this? Su Qin's expression changed slightly. At this moment he was no longer in his mind but in a vast void. And in front of him there was a slowly burning sun. I've been pulled into the stone diagram? Su Qin immediately understood his situation. Just as Su Qin was thinking about how to leave. Screech! A terrifying roar could be heard. In the depths of the slowly burning sun, a 3-legged divine bird with flames all over its body flew out. This 3-legged divine bird was extremely terrifying. Every wisp of flame on its body burned the void, leaving behind a gray, pitch-black crack. Even so, this gray, pitch-black crack continued to burn, as if anything in the world could be burned in front of this 3-legged divine bird. Compared to this 3-legged divine bird, Su Qin's 9-yang divine skill was as weak as a candle flame. Even if the 9-yang divine skill was cultivated to the extreme, it could only condense 9 huge fireballs. How could it compare to the real sun? Is this the legendary divine beast of fire, the 3-legged golden crow? Su Qin stared intently at the 3-legged divine bird and said in a low voice. The 3-legged golden crow was the legendary divine beast of fire. It was born from the sun and could even transform into the sun to illuminate the 3 realms. The 3-legged golden crow's divine fire of the great sun could burn anything. Even among the divine beasts, only the divine fire of the phoenix and a few other divine fires could compare. The picture of the great sun recorded the cultivation method of the 3-legged golden crow. As long as I follow the instructions and completely master the picture of the great sun, I can obtain the power of the 3-legged golden crow. Su Qin could not imagine. He originally thought that the picture of the 12 divine beasts was only related to the divine beasts in the myths and legends. But now it seemed that the first picture of the great sun alone could make him a real 3-legged golden crow. It was simply shocking. It should be known that Su Qin's transformation was not a simple transformation. It could allow him to obtain all the power of the 3-legged golden crow, including the divine fire of the 3-legged golden crow that could burn everything. Of course, even if Su Qin had mastered the picture of the great sun, Because of his own strength, what he had was not the power of the adult three-legged golden crow. At most, it was only a juvenile three-legged golden crow. But the creator of this divine art, how much hatred did he have with the divine beasts? Su Qin shook his head slightly. To create this divine art that could easily transform into the most powerful divine beasts, one must at least have a great understanding of these divine beasts. And of course, this understanding was indispensable to capture these divine beasts and observe them at close range. The first picture is the legendary three-legged golden crow, the most powerful divine beast of fire. Then what about the other pictures? Which divine beasts are they? Su Qin's mind slowly moved away from the picture of the great sun. He looked at the other 11 stone pictures shrouded in misty fog. If Su Qin really mastered the 12 divine art pictures, he could easily transform into the 12 most powerful divine beasts. The terrifying power it would bring was simply unimaginable. Unfortunately, although the 12 divine art pictures are incredibly powerful, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to master. Su Qin sighed softly. Not to mention the other 11 pictures, just the first picture of the great sun alone would require a sea of resources to master, and they were all fire attribute spiritual medicines and divine pills. Even Su Qin, who thought he was rich, felt his scalp go numb after seeing it. Even if I don't cultivate the first picture of the great sun and just meditate on it, it seems to be of great help to me in comprehending the power of fire. At least it can raise my 9-yang divine art, which has been stagnant for a long time, by several levels. Su Qin's mind spun quickly. His mind once again entered the picture of the great sun and meditated on the three-legged golden crow that was born from the great sun and could burn the heavens and cook the earth. My lord has been sitting for a day. Qingqiu Chanqian carefully looked back at Su Qin, who was sitting cross-legged under the black stone tablet. I don't know how my lord will deal with me. Qingqiu Chanqian glanced at him and her heart sank. At this moment her life depended on Su Qin. If Su Qin wanted to kill her, Qingqiu Chanqian would not be able to resist at all. As for taking advantage of Su Qin's seclusion to escape, now that the entire immortal abode island was covered by the heaven and earth formation, Qingqiu Chanqian could not escape even if she wanted to. Besides, even if Qingqiu Chanqian could escape, what could she do? When Su Qin came out and found that she was gone, wouldn't she be dead by then? Suddenly, at this moment, Su Qin, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, a slowly burning sun appeared. This sun grew bigger and bigger, and in the end, it even spurted out of his eyes and appeared above Su Qin's head. And in the center of the sun, one could vaguely see a three-legged divine bird flying freely. Every time the three-legged divine bird flapped its wings, a terrifying flame would burst out, as if it could burn and incinerate all things. This is Qingqiu Chanqian, who happened to see this scene, was instantly stunned. Titi, this is the three-legged golden crow? Qingqiu Chanqian's heart was in turmoil. Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that the legendary supreme fire-type divine beast recorded in the ancient books of the Green Hill Fox clan actually existed. One had to know that although the mythological beasts were far superior to the demon clan, to some extent, the demon clan had a trace of the mythological beast's bloodline. For example, if the Green Hill Fox clan grew 9 tails and purified their bloodline to the extreme, they might be close to the legendary divine beasts. Unfortunately, 9-tailed demon foxes were extremely rare. Even Qingqiu Qingling, who had fallen not long ago, was only 3-tailed. As for 9-tailed, perhaps it did not even exist. Could it be that my lord is not human, but a 3-legged golden crow? Qingqiu Chanqian calmed herself down and quickly thought. Just as Qingqiu Chanqian was in shock, the sun floating above Su Qin's head slowly dissipated and returned to Su Qin's eyes. After comprehending the picture of the great sun, my 9-yang divine art faintly carried a trace of the divine fire of the great sun. Legends of the 4th and 5th levels could not withstand the burning of the 9-yang divine art. Su Qin stood up unhurriedly. Although he could not cultivate the picture of the great sun for the time being, he could improve the power of the 9-yang divine art by several notches. I only comprehended it for a while and I've already improved so much. If I really cultivate the picture of the great sun, how powerful would it be? Su Qin sighed slightly in his heart. It's been a day? Su Qin glanced at Qingqiu Chanqian, who was stunned not far away, and looked at the black stone tablet again. Unfortunately, I can't continue to sign in. Su Qin shook his head slightly. It seemed that signing in the picture of the 12 divine beasts had exhausted the Taoist connotation of Immortal Abode Island and could not support Su Qin to continue signing in. But this trip was worth it since I got the picture of the 12 divine beasts this time. Su Qin nodded slightly and was extremely satisfied. Su Qin had signed in for decades and did not lack ordinary pills and spirit fruits. The picture of the 12 divine beasts alone was enough to offset countless of them. It's time to go to that cave abode. Su Qin's heart moved as he looked at the depths of Immortal Abode Island. According to the Qingqiu Fox clan's guess, that cave abode was the cave abode of Lord Donghai. Now that tens of thousands of years had passed, no one knew what was left inside. Chapter 212. My lord, you've come out of seclusion. Qingqiu Qianqian immediately walked to Su Qin and carefully asked the question in her heart. My lord, are you from the Golden Crow clan? She had just seen a three-legged divine bird flying in the flames that gushed out of Su Qin's eyes. It was very similar to the legendary three-legged Golden Crow. That was why she mustered the courage to ask. The Golden Crow clan. Su Qin glanced at Qingqiu Qianqian and shook his head. I'm not. Although he could transform into a golden crow after cultivating the great sun painting of the 12 divine beasts painting, he would be no different from the real three-legged golden crow. Su Qin also had the divine powers that the three-legged golden crow had. However, Su Qin was still a human. The so-called golden crow transformation was just some kind of divine skill. No, a hint of disappointment appeared on Qingqiu Qianqian's face. If Su Qin was really from the Golden Crow clan, he might have let her go because she was a demon. However, Su Qin denied it now. Qingqiu Qianqian did not think that Su Qin would lie to her. With Su Qin's strength, he would have killed her long ago if he wanted to. Why would he lie to her? My lord, I'll take you to that cave abode. Qingqiu Qianqian immediately said respectfully, wanting to show off. Soon, Su Qin and Qingqiu Qianqian arrived at the depths of Immortal Abode Island. In truth, even without Qingqiu Qianqian, Su Qin could still lock onto the location of that cave abode. The entire Immortal Abode Island was only so big. It would take some time at most. However, no matter what, the Qingqiu Fox clan had occupied this place for such a long time. They definitely knew more than Su Qin. My lord, that's where the cave abode is. Qingqiu Qianqian pointed ahead. In the depths of Immortal Abode Island was a lake that was more than 10 miles wide. The lake water was extremely clear. In the center of the lake was a small island. This island within the island was not as vast as Immortal Abode Island. It was only a few miles wide, but all the heaven earth yuan qi on Immortal Abode Island gathered towards this small island. My lord, this lake doesn't seem to have any ripples, but if a living being were to step into it, they would definitely die. Qingqiu's shallow tone revealed a trace of fear. The killing array is at the bottom of the lake? Su Qin looked at the lake with great interest. He had already scanned the entire lake with his eye of truth and celestial seer technique. Indeed, he found a faint power lurking under the lake. This power was extremely obscure. An ordinary spiritual sense would not be able to detect it. Even if one was enveloped by the power of one's domain, they could still overlook it if they were not careful. Only Su Qin's eye of truth, which allowed him to observe the qi in the world, and the celestial being aura gazing technique, could sense that something was wrong. True Lord Donghai's tisk. Su Qin shook his head slightly. Although he had never seen true monarch Donghai before, through the killing formation under the lake, he felt that true monarch Donghai liked to trick people. Generally speaking, a true guardian array would display its power to the extreme, and make people retreat at the sight of it. However, true monarch Donghai was different. He had restrained the power of the killing formation to the extreme. This way, living beings who did not know would definitely enter the lake in ecstasy, and then be killed by the power of the killing formation. Me lord, there are 9 layers to the killing formation in the lake. True monarch Donghai's methods are all of the flame Tao, and the killing formations he set up are all based on flames. The first layer of the killing formation will be a sea of fire. The sea of fire is endless, and to pass through the first layer of the killing formation, one must withstand the burning of the Sea of Fire. But that's impossible. Even an Earth Immortal level expert might not be able to withstand the Sea of Fire set up by true monarch Dong Hai. Qingqiu whispered. Over the last 10,000 years, the Green Hill foxes had always been stopped before the first killing formation. In fact, 6,000 years ago, a certain 9 foxes who had grown 4 tails had attempted to force their way through, only to be incinerated into nothingness by the Sea of Fire. It should be noted that the strength of a 4-tailed fox was not far from that of an Earth Immortal, and yet she could not withstand a single blow from the first layer of the killing formation. From that, one could see how terrifying the killing formation was. Of course, it was precisely because of that the ancestors of the foxes believed that the island at the center of the lake must contain true monarch Dong Hai's most important item. Otherwise, why would true monarch Dong Hai spend so much effort to set up so many killing formations on the lake? How does the foxes plan to deal with the killing formation here? Su Qin did not act immediately, and instead kept observing the killing formation beneath the lake with his eye of truth. My lord, our ancestors had already noticed that the killing formation's power was weakening thousands of years ago. According to our ancestors' speculations, they wanted to wait for the killing formation's power to weaken to a certain level before doing anything. At that, a hint of bitterness flashed across Qingqiu Qianqian's face. That wait had lasted thousands of years, and even after thousands of years, the Qingqiu foxes were still on the same spot, and could not even pass through the first layer of the killing formation. Not a bad idea. Su Qin nodded slightly. The killing formation was a type of heaven and earth formation. Since it was a heaven and earth formation, if its owner did not maintain it for a long time, it would weaken and eventually become a useless formation. A killing formation set up by a first or second heaven legend would lose its effect after a few decades or 100 years. The higher the strength of a legend, the longer the heaven and earth great array would last. For example, a heaven and earth formation set up by a 9th heaven legend could last for at least thousands of years. As a peak Earth Immortal, true monarch Dong Hai's killing formation could last for thousands of years without any problem. In addition, the abundant vitality on Immortal Abode Island extended the duration of the killing formation. However, even so, whether it was the heaven and earth formation that enveloped Immortal Abode Island or the 9-layered killing formation in the lake, they were still slowly weakening. According to Su Qin's estimation, all the heaven and earth formations would fall into a trough and be on the verge of collapse in a few hundred or 1,000 years. I've almost figured it out. Su Qin's thoughts were in turmoil. The Eye of Truth, Heaven's Man Aura technique, and Su Qin's understanding of the black stone tablet outside, had almost understood the upper limit of the killing formation's power. If it was a few thousand years ago when the killing formation's power had just begun to weaken, Su Qin would not dare to break into the formation. But now Su Qin took a step forward and walked on the surface of the lake without any waves. Not good. Qingqiu Qianqian's pupils constricted when she saw this scene. She never thought that Su Qin would be so impulsive and break into the killing formation. Sir, come back quickly. I still have a lot of things about the killing formation that I haven't told you. Qingqiu Qianqian shouted anxiously. In the past 10,000 years, the Qingqiu Fox clan had fallen many times here, and Qingqiu Qianqian had not even told him the countless bloody lessons. In Qingqiu Qianqian's opinion, even if Su Qin really wanted to break into the killing formation, he would have to wait until she told him all these things. This way, he would have a better understanding of the killing formation. Even if he could not break through, at least he could guarantee that he would come out alive. However, at this moment, kaboom! Extremely terrifying flames rose into the air and quickly enveloped the surroundings, turning into a sea of fire that covered Su Qin. It's over. Qingqiu Qianqian's limbs turned cold. Su Qin had planted a strand of divine thought in her body earlier. Once Su Qin died in the killing formation, that strand of divine thought would explode, and she, Qingqiu Qianqian, would definitely die with him. Just as Qingqiu Qianqian closed her eyes and waited for death, the endless sea of fire was rapidly diminishing, and finally Su Qin's figure appeared. All the flames turned into pillars of fire and surged into Su Qin's mouth and nose. Under Qingqiu Qianqian's shocked gaze, Su Qin slowly walked out of the sea of fire. All the flames could not get within 3 feet of him, and the sea of fire was devoured in a frenzy. It surrounded him 3 feet around him, as if he was a god of fire. He just stood there, but he gave off the feeling of an eternal sun that shone through the ages. This is... Qingqiu Qianqian's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. The first killing formation was an endless sea of fire. Who knew how many Fox Clan ancestors had been burned? And even a Fox Clan expert with 4 tails had died inside. But now, the endless sea of fire was like an obedient white rabbit in front of Su Qin, which completely shattered Qingqiu Qianqian's understanding of the killing formation. Su Qin was indeed very strong. To be able to kill the current clan leader of the Green Hill Fox Clan, Qingqiu Qingling. But to Qingqiu Qianqian, no matter how strong Su Qin was, he could only break through the killing formation. But now, Qingqiu Qianqian was dumbfounded. However, next, an even more unbelievable scene happened. Too little. Just this little flame? Su Qin frowned. Although he did not complete the Great Sun picture, he had comprehended it for a while and slightly comprehended the power of the 3-legged golden crow's sun god fire. Under such circumstances, the so-called flame to Su Qin, not only did it not cause any harm, but it was also a kind of nourishment. Nourishment to promote the cultivation of the Great Sun picture. Thinking of this, Su Qin's gaze turned slightly and looked at the remaining 8 killing formations. Rumble. Su Qin stepped out step by step and directly appeared in the deepest part of the lake, only a few meters away from the small island in the middle of the lake. Instantly, the killing formation below the lake went crazy, endless flames rose, and even the void began to faintly distort. On Immortal Abode Island, a large amount of heaven and earth yuan qi surged, constantly replenishing the killing formation's needs. However, in the depths of the endless flames, Su Qin looked comfortable. A large amount of flames were swallowed into his body and slowly circulated according to the cultivation method of the Great Sun picture. In an instant, a huge stone picture appeared behind Su Qin. On this stone picture, a large sun was faintly engraved, emitting thousands of light spots. These light spots were densely packed and extremely dim, and at this moment, as a large amount of flame surged in, among the thousands of light spots, a light spot at the edge was slowly lighting up. However, this light spot had just lit up halfway when it stopped, and once again fell into darkness, because at this moment, there were no more flames around Su Qin and above the lake. The entire lake was empty, and the 9-layered killing formation that had blocked the Qingqiu Fox clan for nearly 10,000 years had completely become history. This, Qingqiu Qianqian's eyes almost popped out, and she stood dumbfounded on the spot, falling into a huge shock. Chapter 213. He's too strong. Qingqiu Qianqian swallowed her saliva. She was so shocked that she almost couldn't speak. Su Qin had broken through True Lord Donghai's 9-layered killing array in an instant. Even at the peak of the previous vitality tide, such a method was shocking enough. Who was True Lord Donghai? Even if he wasn't the strongest person in the world at that time, he was still quite famous. The killing array that he had personally set up was broken just like that? Even after nearly 10,000 years, the killing array's power was less than 10%, but the scene in front of her was really unbelievable. If Su Qin knew what Qingqiu Qianqian was thinking, he would definitely laugh. If the 9-layered killing array in the lake was of other attributes, Su Qin might be stumped. But the killing array of the flame Dao was completely nourishment for Su Qin. The most powerful divine beast, the 3-legged golden crow, was born from the Great Sun and fed on the Great Sun divine fire. Although Su Qin was far from a real 3-legged golden crow, after comprehending the Great Sun picture, he could almost simulate a trace of the 3-legged golden crow's aura and could ignore most flames in the world. If I have tens of thousands more of these 9-layered killing arrays, I should be able to cultivate the Great Sun picture, Su Qin roughly estimated, and his face suddenly darkened. The 9-layered killing array in the lake was personally set up by a peak Earth immortal like True Lord Donghai. Not to mention tens of thousands, even 10 of them would not be enough. Su Qin's heart was heavy. Just the first picture of the Great Sun alone required a mountain of resources. What could he use to cultivate the other 11 stone diagrams? According to what Su Qin knew from the 12 Divine Beasts picture, the further one cultivated the 12 Divine Beasts picture, the higher the demand for resources. For example, the first Great Sun picture required 1 cultivation resource, then the second stone picture required 10, and the third one 100. I knew there was a problem. Su Qin sighed softly and felt helpless. When Su Qin first obtained the 12 Divine Beasts diagram, he only knew that it required a large amount of cultivation resources, but he didn't know exactly how much. Su Qin only knew a lot. At the very least, the current Su Qin was unable to satisfy them. However, he did not know to what extent they had reached. But now, through the comparison of the 9-layered killing formation, Su Qin only felt extremely bitter in his heart. Not to mention the stone diagrams behind the 12 Divine Beasts diagram. According to the current consumption of the first stone diagram, if Su Qin wants to cultivate the third stone diagram, he's afraid that even if he drains the resources of the entire world, he may not be able to succeed. However, once I succeed, even if it's just the first Great Sun picture, it will definitely be of great help to me. Su Qin thought for a moment and his expression relaxed. The diagram of the 12 Divine Beasts indeed consumed a lot of energy, but only by consuming it could one obtain it. If Su Qin could really transform into the Golden Crow, even if it was only a young Golden Crow, it would be enough to suppress an Earth Immortal. The killing array has been broken as well. Let's go in and see what True Lord East Sea left behind. Su Qin swept his gaze across the small island a few meters away and took a step forward, appearing on it. Compared to the lake that was filled with danger, the small island was extremely safe. Perhaps in the eyes of True Lord East Sea, no one could break through the 9-layered killing formation beneath the lake. My lord, wait for me. Gritting her teeth, Qingqiu Qianqian walked across the lake and followed behind Su Qin. The Green Hill Foxes had been coveting the cave abode in Immortal Abode Island for almost 10,000 years. Unfortunately, they had always been blocked by the killing array. Now that Su Qin had broken through the killing array, Qingqiu Qianqian naturally wanted to know what was on the small island. It was not that Qingqiu Qianqian wanted to obtain what was on the small island. She merely had an obsession to see what the Green Hill Foxes had been yearning for almost 10,000 years. Soon, Qingqiu Qianqian stepped onto the small island. Walking here, Qingqiu Qianqian was already in an extremely unfamiliar environment. It was a link that countless Green Hill Foxes had never come into contact with in the past 10,000 years. Qingqiu Qianqian herself had seen this small island from afar many times before. However, this was her first time stepping on it. What rich heaven and earth essence qi! Qingqiu Qianqian said softly. 60% of Immortal Abode Island's heaven and earth essence qi is gathered here. How can it not be rich? Su Qin glanced at Qingqiu Qianqian and said casually. Although Su Qin had already stepped onto the small island, he still did not walk in immediately. Although the small island appeared to be extremely safe and True Lord East Sea should not have laid down a killing array on the small island, Su Qin would never entrust his safety to others. Several hours later, Su Qin scanned the entire small island hundreds of times with his true eye and heavenly being aura-gazing art. In the end, he used at least dozens of methods such as divine thought to test it out. Only after confirming that it was truly safe did he slowly take his first step. As for Qingqiu Qianqian, she followed behind Su Qin curiously and kept looking at everything on the small island. Su Qin could not be bothered with her and walked into the small island unhurriedly. There's nothing on the island. Qingqiu Qianqian looked at it for a long time and muttered softly. Soon, the two of them came to the depths of the small island. A cave abode appeared in front of them. This is True Lord East Sea's cave abode? Qingqiu Qianqian looked at it blankly and felt extremely emotional. Sir, the palm print at the entrance of the cave abode should have been left behind by True Lord East Sea. Qingqiu Qianqian immediately noticed the fiery red palm print on the black stone door of the cave abode. Master, there must be something left behind by True Lord East Sea. You must be careful. Qingqiu Qianqian looked nervous. Since they had already come this far, Qingqiu Qianqian naturally did not want to fail. However, the next moment, under Qingqiu Qianqian's incredulous gaze, Su Qin only raised his hand and pressed it on the palm print. The black stone door of the cave abode let out a roar and slowly opened. This? Qingqiu Qianqian was stunned. It's not that complicated. Su Qin shook his head slightly. This palm print is indeed connected to the killing formation and the heaven and earth great formation outside. However, now that the killing formation has been broken and the heaven and earth great formation is under my control, this palm print is really just a simple palm print. Su Qin shook his head slightly and gave a rare explanation. At this moment Su Qin was also looking forward to it. This cave abode was clearly made of some special material that could block Su Qin's divine telekinesis field. Hence, before the stone door was completely opened, Su Qin did not know what was inside the cave abode. After the stone door was opened, what entered his eyes was a huge stone room. There were indeed many bottles and jars in the stone room. There were even many ancient books and secret manuals. However, it was a pity that after almost 10,000 years, everything had decayed and nothing was left. Especially those bottles and jars. The medicinal effects of the elixirs and miraculous medicines in them had all dissipated. Now only some dregs were left. That's all. Qingqiu Qianqian's pretty face was filled with disappointment. The Qingqiu Fox clan had been thinking about this cave abode for almost 10,000 years, hoping that there would be some shocking elixir or peerless skill in it. However, from the looks of it now, even if true Lord Donghai had indeed left those things behind, after so many years, the medicinal effects of the shocking elixir would have dissipated and the peerless skill would have decayed. Under the mighty power of time there was not much left. In fact, after hundreds or thousands of years, the Heaven and Earth Great Formation and the Killing Formation on Immortal Abode Island would also decay and become useless formations. Just as Qingqiu Qianqian was surveying the cave abode, she suddenly saw a figure sitting cross-legged in the center of the cave abode. This figure was wearing a red Taoist robe. His eyes were downcast as he sat there quietly as if he was looking at her. That's true Lord Donghai. Qingqiu Qianqian's face was as pale as a sheet. Her voice trembled as she looked at the figure sitting cross-legged. Immortal Abode Island still had a portrait of true Lord Donghai. Hence, Qingqiu Qianqian recognized him immediately. Just as Qingqiu Qianqian's legs went weak and she was about to kneel on the ground, a calm voice came from the side. Don't worry. True Lord Donghai is already dead. Su Qin's gaze remained calm as he spoke casually. Almost 10,000 years had passed. Even if true Lord Donghai had broken through to the Earth Immortal realm, he would have been deader than dead by now, let alone a mere Earth Immortal. Apart from the true immortals and Buddhas in myths and legends, Su Qin had never heard of any living being that could live for 10,000 years. Perhaps a certain special tribe among the demons could do it, but true Lord Donghai was clearly a human expert. Furthermore, Su Qin had observed the world's qi activity with the eye of truth. He did not discover any trace of the qi activity of living beings in the cave abode. Hence, he concluded that true Lord Donghai was already dead. Dead? Qingqiu Qianqian was still in shock. She braced herself and glanced at true Lord Donghai again. Only then did she realize that the other party was indeed dead. True Lord, so true Lord passed away here. Qingqiu Qianqian composed herself and said with a trembling voice. For almost 10,000 years, the Green Hill Fox clan thought that true Lord Donghai had died outside. However, he had never left Immortal Abode Island. The thought that the Green Hill Fox clan might have occupied Immortal Abode Island right under true Lord Donghai's nose. Qingqiu Qianqian's scalp went numb. Compared to Qingqiu Qianqian's shock, Su Qin was much calmer. Perhaps in the eyes of the Green Hill Fox clan, true Lord Donghai was once the supreme master who ruled over the life and death of the Green Hill Fox clan. To Su Qin, true Lord Donghai was merely a earth immortal. Although he was worthy of respect, there was nothing to be said about fear. After all, given enough time, it was only a matter of time before Su Qin stepped into the earth immortal realm. Did he cultivate some sort of body tempering technique to maintain his body for almost 10,000 years? Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that true Lord Donghai's divine will and consciousness had long since dispersed. What was left was merely a body. Generally speaking, a physical body would exist for a shorter period of time than a divine will. For example, the Devil Buddha who was suppressed by the mountain behind the Shaolin Temple. His physical body had long decayed, and only his devil will remained. Now that true Lord Donghai had allowed his physical body to exist for so long, it was clearly a little strange. Just as Su Qin was thinking, his gaze inadvertently swept across the item in true Lord Donghai's hand. He immediately exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 214. That's Su Qin's eyes narrowed. In this cave, except for the body left behind by true Lord Dong Hai, all the elixirs, divine arts, and mystic arts had decayed over the past 10,000 years. However, Su Qin found that there were two things in true Lord Dong Hai's hand, but they didn't decay along with the other treasures. Grab and seize. These two things were an ancient scripture and a piece of jade. Su Qin opened the Eye of Truth and repeatedly scanned the ancient scripture and jade with the Heavenly Man Aura technique. There's no danger. Su Qin's mind moved, and the ancient scripture and jade in true Lord Dong Hai's hand rose into the air and floated in front of Su Qin. This ancient scripture. Su Qin first looked at the ancient scripture. The ancient scripture was obviously made of a special material like gold but not gold, like copper but not copper. Even after 10,000 years, it still barely maintained its original appearance, and the words recorded on it could be recognized. Su Qin just glanced at it and lost interest. This ancient scripture recorded a cultivation method called Eastern Sea True Lord. This cultivation method was the foundation of Eastern Sea True Lord's cultivation method. Once cultivated to a high level, one could enter the realm of Earth Immortals. There was even a faint hope that one could break through the shackles and advance further. If other legends obtained this ancient scripture, they would definitely treat it as a treasure and study it day and night. But in Su Qin's eyes, it wasn't as precious as a fire attribute spirit fruit. Su Qin had signed in for decades and obtained countless divine arts and mystic arts. As the fundamental cultivation technique of Earth Immortals, this cultivation technique could barely squeeze into the top 100 among the many divine arts that Su Qin had mastered. It was indeed precious. If it was before, Su Qin might have taken a few more glances at it. But now, Su Qin comprehended the great sun painting and experienced the legendary three-legged golden crow. The so-called, of course, wasn't worth mentioning. Even if he cultivated it to the limit and managed to condense Li fire, what was Li fire compared to the solar true flame that could burn everything? Qingqiu Qianqian saw Su Qin toss the ancient scripture to the side and thought that it was not important. She gathered her courage and asked, "Sir, what is this?" "It's just a cultivation technique." Su Qin didn't even raise his head as he began to size up the jade in front of him. Cultivation technique? Qingqiu Qianqian opened her eyes wide and secretly glanced at the ancient scripture. When she saw the words divine fire technique written at the front of the ancient scripture, she was stunned. "Master, this is not an ordinary technique. This is the strongest technique that Eastern Sea's true monarch cultivated." Qingqiu Qianqian hurriedly explained when she saw that Su Qin did not place much importance on the ancient scripture. Qingqiu Qianqian thought that Su Qin had not discovered the terror, and felt that she had to remind him. The Green Hill Foxes were once enslaved by True Lord Eastern Sea, so they naturally knew of True Lord Eastern Sea's divine art that could incinerate mountains and boil seas. "Oh," Su Qin casually said, "I know." Qingqiu Qianqian blinked her eyes and felt that something was wrong. Su Qin treated True Lord Eastern Sea's fundamental cultivation technique too casually, and there was even a hint of disdain. Disdain? Qingqiu Qianqian was dumbfounded. Even during the peak period of the previous vitality recovery, it was still a well-deserved divine art. Even for experts that had transcended the realm of Earth Immortals, it was still very valuable. Why did Su Qin not even bother to look at it and directly toss it aside? If Qingqiu Qianqian was not aware of Su Qin's terrifying means, she would have thought that Su Qin did not realize the importance of this divine art at all. However, since Su Qin did not care much, Qingqiu Qianqian did not dare to continue speaking and obediently stood beside Su Qin. At this moment, Su Qin looked at the jade in front of him as his divine sense slowly merged into it. All of a sudden, a message flowed into Su Qin's divine sense from the jade. "Since the invasion of the cave world, we martial artists have tried our best to suppress it. It took us decades to force back the devil race. But, at this moment in the depths of the cave world, a terrifying creature called Demon God opened its eyes and looked at the human world." Su Qin's expression was solemn as he quickly absorbed the information in the jade. This jade was left behind by True Lord Eastern Sea, recording his life, especially the final invasion of the cave world and the battle between the martial artists and the devil race. According to True Lord Eastern Sea, the invasion of the underground devil race had indeed brought great losses to the world. The devil race's puppet army was endless, and with the help of many devil kings, the martial artists of the human world had just begun to retreat. However, under the recovery of the vitality tide, the path of cultivation had become easier. Coupled with the oppression of the devil race, powerhouses were born one after another. These powerhouses joined forces to suppress, and after paying a huge price, they barely stopped the devil race and drove many devil race back to the cave world. But at this time there was finally a change. Seeing this, Su Qin frowned. A certain demon god in the cave world opened his eyes and instantly severely injured several powerhouses of the human world. True Lord Eastern Sea was only on the edge of the battlefield at that time, but he was also affected by the gaze of the demon god. Although he did not die and barely managed to rush back to the immortal abode in Immortal Abode Island, he died soon after due to the backlash of his injuries. Su Qin was silent. From the beginning to the end of the devil race's invasion, the demon gods did not make a move. Perhaps their own strength was too great, and they would have to pay a huge price to cross the boundary? Su Qin quickly guessed in his heart, until the end, when the devil race's defeat was certain. One of the demon gods could not help but open his eyes and look at the human world. Out of anger, he severely injured a large number of powerhouses of the human world at that time. Su Qin touched his chin and roughly grasped the whole story. Of course, this was also Su Qin's guess. He did not experience it personally and did not know much about it. The demon gods of the cave world are actually so strong? After Su Qin browsed the information in the jade, his thoughts fluctuated. Although through the demon god's blade and the demon god's blood, Su Qin had already overestimated the demon gods, and believed that the demon gods were peerless creatures far beyond the level of earth immortals. But according to the description of the Eastern Sea's true monarch, it was far from enough. Separated by two realms with just a gaze, he severely injured many powerhouses of the human world at that time. This kind of means is probably no different from a real immortal god. Fortunately, I didn't let the incarnation take the initiative to go to the depths of the cave world, grab and seize. Su Qin was a little glad in his heart. When Su Qin obtained a large number of treasures from the branch of the real ancient demon god in the Demon Cloud City, he really planned to go to the depths of the cave world and sign in front of the real ancient demon god. But at this moment it seems that before he could get close to the ancient demon god, he would be discovered by the ancient demon god. BXWXC. Although the one in the cave world was only Su Qin's incarnation, and even if it falls it can be restored, but in the end, it will consume a lot of Su Qin's divine sense and blood. Let's not talk about the invasion of the cave world for the time being. In the current era, although the vitality tide has begun to recover, it is still at least hundreds or thousands of years away from the real heyday. During this period of time, the cave world should disdain to invade. Su Qin thought silently in his heart. The recovery of the vitality tide is not overnight. It is like a tide slowly rising and it takes time. For the demon race of the cave world, only when the human world is in the heyday of the recovery of vitality does it make sense to invade. In addition to these, the Jade Stone records the insights of the Eastern Sea True Lord when he broke through from the myth realm to the earth immortal realm. Su Qin was shocked. Whether it was the invasion of the cave world or the true eye of the demon god, they were too far away from Su Qin. Compared to these, Su Qin was more willing to know some details of the breakthrough in cultivation. According to the experience of the Eastern Sea True Lord, there are two prerequisites to enter the earth immortal realm. First, I have to condense a microdomain. This is the most important point. If I don't have a domain to protect me, I will definitely die when I break through. Su Qin thought silently in his heart. This was not difficult for him at all. He had already condensed a microdomain. The second point is to transform the divine sense into a primordial spirit. Only with the power of a primordial spirit and the protection of a domain can I have a chance to enter the earth immortal realm. Su Qin thought to himself. The so-called primordial spirit was easy for Su Qin to understand. It was just an aggregation of spiritual power formed by shrinking and condensing the divine sense to the extreme. In fact, as early as after Su Qin finished cultivating the moon spirit forging divine sense, and stabilized his divine sense, he faintly felt that his divine sense could shrink again. However, divine sense was related to the foundation of the body. If the body was damaged, it could be recovered by external forces, but divine sense could only rely on oneself. Therefore, since Su Qin had such a feeling at that time, he did not act rashly. But these are all things after entering the 9th heaven. I'm only at the 7th heaven now, so I'm not in a hurry for the time being. Su Qin was not in a hurry to condense a primordial spirit. Generally speaking, the stronger the divine sense, the stronger the primordial spirit condensed. Now, Su Qin was only at the 7th heaven, and his divine sense was far from the limit. When he reached the peak of the 9th heaven, his divine sense could not grow any further. Then he would consider condensing a primordial spirit. Primordial spirit, domain. Su Qin pondered slightly. Compared to breaking through to the mythical realm, which required 3 transformations of the body, inner strength and divine sense, when entering the earth immortal realm, only the primordial spirit and domain were needed. Right. Although this island is located in Immortal Abode Island, it is actually completely independent of Immortal Abode Island. I signed in outside Immortal Abode Island and obtained the 12 Divine Beasts diagram, which exhausted the Tao accumulation of Immortal Abode Island. But there might still be some Tao accumulation left in this cave abode? Su Qin's eyes lit up. True Lord Donghai's cave abode was located in the middle of the lake deep in Immortal Abode Island, and was surrounded by killing arrays. Logically speaking, it should not belong to Immortal Abode Island. This was also the reason why the Green Hill Fox clan could not do anything to this cave abode even though they occupied the entire Immortal Abode Island. Since it did not belong to Immortal Abode Island, it meant that there was still Tao accumulation. With that thought, Su Qin looked around again and said in his heart system, sign in. Chapter 215. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained the Divine Lihua Pill. A cold mechanical voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. Divine Lihua Pill? Su Qin's mind merged into the system space. In a corner he found a pill burning with flames. This pill was the size of an adult man's fist, and a terrifying heat was constantly emitting. This is the Divine Lihua Pill? The moment Su Qin saw this pill, for some reason, a desire arose in the depths of his heart. It seems that this Divine Lihua Pill is very beneficial for me to cultivate the great sun painting. Su Qin nodded slightly. A satisfied look appeared on his face. He was worried about the mountains and seas of resources needed to cultivate the great sun painting, and in the end, he signed in for a Divine Lihua Pill. He was simply extremely lucky. However, Su Qin thought about it again. This cave abode belonged to Lord Donghai, and Lord Donghai was an earth immortal who cultivated the Tao of fire. Even if he didn't sign in for the Divine Lihua Pill, he would sign in for other fire-type spirit pills. The Divine Lihua Pill was completely within his expectations. Su Qin calmed down and suppressed the desire to immediately swallow the Divine Lihua Pill. He turned his gaze and looked at Qingqiu Qianqian, who was standing obediently beside him. Seeing that you brought me here honestly and didn't try to play any tricks, I'll give you a chance. Su Qin's eyes were calm as he said lightly, as long as Sir is willing to spare my life, Qianqian can do anything for Sir. Qingqiu Qianqian said without hesitation. Oh, I slaughtered the Green Hill Fox clan, don't you hate me at all? Su Qin looked at Qingqiu Qianqian with interest. Sir, the Green Hill Fox clan has always respected the strong. The patriarch and the others didn't know what was good for them and wanted to attack Sir. They deserved such an outcome. Qingqiu Qianqian immediately said. Okay. Su Qin's smile faded as he said, if that's the case, I'll leave Immortal Abode Island to you while I'm in seclusion. The reason why Su Qin spared Qingqiu Qianqian's life was not without this intention. Although the Immortal Abode Island was covered with heavy formations, these heaven and earth great formations were connected to the outside world. Now that the tides of vitality were fluctuating, it was highly possible that it would affect the operation of the great formations. This was the reason why Su Qin had sensed a trace of aura from the array when he was far away in Chang'an. Although the Green Hill Foxes of Immortal Abode Island managed to stop the aura from leaking out in time, it was already too late for an expert like Su Qin. At this moment, Su Qin planned to hand over the task of maintaining the formation to Qingqiu Qianqian. As for whether Qingqiu Qianqian would have other thoughts, such as taking revenge for her own people, first of all, the control of the core heaven and earth great formation of Immortal Abode Island was still in Su Qin's hands. Su Qin only needed a thought to strip Qingqiu Qianqian of everything. Moreover, the divine will that Su Qin planted in Qingqiu Qianqian's heart was based on the great Tao heart demonic seed art of the heavenly devil technique. It could sense Qingqiu Qianqian's thoughts at all times. If Qingqiu Qianqian had any bad thoughts about Su Qin would know immediately. By then, Su Qin would not even need to do anything himself. That divine will would just explode and destroy Qingqiu Qianqian's soul. Yes, master. Qingqiu Qianqian said respectfully. After living on Immortal Abode Island for so many years, she was naturally familiar with the heaven and earth great formation. There was no problem at all for Su Qin to let her operate part of the great formation. Master, apart from True Lord Donghai's body, nothing else in this cave abode can be used. Qingqiu Qianqian looked at the bottles and jars on the ground and said regretfully. With True Lord Donghai's strength, the elixirs that could be left in the cave abode must be extremely rare. It was a pity that these elixirs had all turned into ruins at this moment. Is that so? Su Qin did not comment. Long before he entered this cave abode, Su Qin felt that not many things would be preserved in the cave abode. After all, 10,000 years was too long. Is it not? Qingqiu Qianqian blinked her eyes. Her pretty face was full of confusion. At this moment, when Qingqiu Qianqian learned that Su Qin was not going to kill her, she also heaved a sigh of relief. Even her tone was much lighter. What do you think is the most precious thing in the entire cave abode? Su Qin faintly smiled and said with a profound meaning. What is the most precious thing? Qingqiu Qianqian looked at the bottles and jars, then looked at the divinely fire skill that Su Qin casually threw aside. She did not dare to speak. It's precisely this cave abode. Su Qin could not be bothered with Qingqiu Qianqian. He raised his right hand and pressed down fiercely. In an instant, a section of the cave abode's ground exploded, revealing a dark cave entrance. Within the cave, large amounts of spiritual vigor gathered, forming a spring that was completely condensed. Spiritual vigor was gushing out in all directions slowly. The reason why Immortal Abode Island's vitality and spiritual vigor was so abundant was not only because of the heaven and earth great formation that cut off contact with the outside world to prevent spiritual vigor and vitality from leaking out. Most importantly, this spiritual vigor spring was constantly producing vitality and spiritual vigor to replenish the island's consumption. Otherwise, if Immortal Abode Island's spiritual vigor and vitality was really so little, it would have been depleted by the Qingqiu foxes long ago. How could it still have such abundant vitality and spiritual vigor after 10,000 years? True Lord Donghai found this spiritual vigor spring in the extreme north. Then, after much effort, he moved it to the cave abode. A joyful smile appeared on Su Qin's face. The so-called spiritual vigor spring was formed by a large amount of spiritual vigor. Generally, it could only be born during the peak of the recovery of the vitality tide. Although Su Qin had faintly sensed a huge energy fluctuation under the cave abode when he first entered, he did not know what it was. It was only until Su Qin learned about the spiritual vigor spring from the jade stone that True Lord Donghai left behind. This is... Qingqiu Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never thought that there would be another world under the cave abode. Although Qingqiu Qianqian did not know what the spiritual vigor spring in front of her was. But Qingqiu Qianqian only stayed for a while, and felt comfortable in her body. Even her cultivation began to improve. This is the real treasure left behind by True Lord Donghai. Su Qin's eyes were slightly fiery. Of course, for Su Qin, apart from the spiritual vigor spring, the chance to sign in the cave abode was equally important. It was even more important than the spiritual vigor spring. Unfortunately, after nearly 10,000 years of consumption, this spiritual vigor spring is about to be exhausted. Su Qin shook his head slightly and sighed softly. If this spiritual vigor spring was still in its heyday, it would probably be able to withstand the consumption of Su Qin's 8th heavenly layer, 9th heavenly layer, or even the earth immortal level. The reason why True Lord Donghai returned here was to rely on this spiritual vigor spring to extend his life. However, the demon god in the depths of the cave world was too terrifying. With just a gaze, and what True Lord Donghai suffered was only a trace of the aftermath of the gaze, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Even the spiritual vigor spring could not save him. However, even if it's about to be exhausted, it's enough for me to enter the 8th heavenly layer. Su Qin roughly estimated and thought quickly in his heart. Originally, according to his calculations, it would take at least a few years to enter the 8th heavenly layer. But now, with this spiritual vigor spring, this process was greatly shortened. The spiritual vigor spring was not the world's essence qi. Instead, it was a higher power between heaven and earth. Su Qin once grasped all the spiritual vigor within a radius of several miles in Chang and city with one hand, but it was only the size of a palm. But now the spiritual vigor spring in front of him, no matter how weak it was still like a real spring, constantly gushing out. It was precisely because of this that Su Qin dared to be confident that this spiritual vigor spring was enough to push him to the 8th heavenly layer. You can go out first. Su Qin glanced at Qingqiu Qianqian and said. Yes. Qingqiu Qianqian said respectfully and left the cave. After Qingqiu Qianqian left, Su Qin sat cross-legged next to the spiritual vigor spring, preparing to begin his seclusion. It just so happens that during my seclusion, I can sign in here and see if I can get another divine Lihua pill. Su Qin's mind moved, and a pill burning with hot flames appeared in front of Su Qin. I don't know if this divine Lihua pill can completely light up the light spot on the edge of the stone diagram. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. On the Great Sunstone diagram, in addition to the Great Sunstone diagram, there were also tens of thousands of light spots. As long as Su Qin completely lit up these light spots, he would be able to cultivate the Great Sunstone diagram and transform into a real three-legged golden crow. Thinking of this, Su Qin looked at the divine Lihua pill. Suddenly, the fist-sized pill that was burning with flames exploded, turning into flames and entering Su Qin's body. Just as Su Qin began to cultivate in seclusion. Overseas, outside Kurajenkyo, several figures were waiting quietly. What is the meaning of this Mingyu? The sect masters asked us to join forces and go to the battlefield, but he made us wait for more than a year and still hasn't come out. A woman with an icy temperament said coldly. Her name was Shuiyu, and she came from the Snow God Palace. She was the youngest elder of this generation of the Snow God Palace, and was expected to become a sect master in the future. Don't be anxious, fellow Taoist Shuiyu. Fellow Taoist Mingyu is in seclusion. It's fine if we wait a little longer. A man with a long sword on his back said. Wait a little longer? Shuiyu sneered. His time is time, but my time is also time. Suddenly, at this moment, an extremely gloomy shadow instantly appeared from the depths of the Black Origin sect. This dark shadow seemed to be hidden in the void, and it quickly approached Shuiyu and the others. Just as this dark shadow was about 10 meters away, a Taoist in a Taoist robe seemed to have noticed something. He frowned and shouted, "Who is it?" As soon as he said this, the others were slightly surprised, and their eyes kept sweeping around. An extremely hoarse voice sounded, "I haven't seen you for decades, but the methods of the Tao One sect are still disgusting." As this figure came out, a man in a black robe slowly walked out. Mingyu? Shuiyu of the Snow God Palace's pupils shrank slightly. Although she just showed that she didn't care about Mingyu, in fact, Mingyu of the Kurajenkyo, as one of the legends closest to the sect master level in the overseas martial arts world, had a deterrent force that could be imagined. The sect master has already told me. Mingyu ignored Shuiyu's fear, and looked at the others and said lightly, however, according to the ancient records of the Kurajenkyo, in the last Vitality Tide recovery era, in the direction of the land of great battle, was the cave of Lord Donghai. Normally, Lord Donghai's cave is covered by a large array, and we can't find it at all. But now that the Vitality Tide has recovered again, and under the great changes of the world, Lord Donghai's cave may be exposed. Therefore, before entering the land of great battle, I must first find Lord Donghai's cave, Mingyu said unhurriedly. Chapter 216. Donghai True Lord? The elders of the major sects looked at each other with a hint of shock in their eyes. They were all from the major sects, and their legacies were complete. Of course, they knew about Donghai True Lord when the last Vitality Tide recovered. Even at the peak of the recovery of the Vitality Tide, Earth Immortals were extremely rare, let alone Donghai True Lord, an invincible expert who stood at the peak of the Earth Immortal level. How did the Kurajenkyo know about Donghai True Lord's cave abode? Elder Shui of the Snow God Palace stared at Ming Yu and asked. Dong Hai True Lord's cave abode must be extremely secretive. Even if someone knew about it, it must be an earth immortal of the same level. As for the Kuragenkyo, if the other major sects overseas had produced earth immortals, then the Kuragenkyo had never produced an earth immortal expert because of their cultivation method. If it weren't for the Kuragenkyo's strange methods and the fact that many of their ancestors were in hibernation, they would have been removed from the major sects long ago. The black-robed Mingyu sneered. Thousands of years ago, the leader of the Kuragenkyo accidentally found a descendant of one of Dong Hai True Lord's disciples and invited him into the Kuragenkyo. Then the other party told us everything truthfully. Mingyu didn't mind telling them these things. Dong Hai True Lord's cave abode was extremely secretive. Even if the Kuragenkyo's method was used, it would only work under certain circumstances. Even if others found the cave abode, they wouldn't be able to enter. The elders of the major sects shivered when they heard this. Although Mingyu said it very casually and invited the descendant of Dong Hai True Lord into the Kuragenkyo, in fact, with the Kuragenkyo's methods, the other party was probably tortured to the point where he would rather die than tell the secret of Dong Hai True Lord's cave abode. Aren't the Kuragenkyo afraid of Dong Hai True Lord's revenge? Elder Shui of the Snow God Palace frowned slightly. Revenge? The black-robed Mingyu let out a strange laugh. Tens of thousands of years have passed. Dong Hai True Lord's body and soul have probably been destroyed. How can he take revenge on the Kuragenkyo? As soon as he said this, the others fell silent. Indeed, even if he was an earth immortal, he was only a 1,000-year-old Shoyuan. It had been nearly 10,000 years since the last vitality tide, and Dong Hai True Lord had naturally passed away long ago. The abode of a peak land immortal, Mingyu, who was dressed in a black robe, couldn't help showing greed in his eyes. Kuragenkyo had no hope of stepping into the realm of earth immortals due to the shackles of their techniques. However, as a peak earth immortal, True Lord Dong Hai might have a way to solve the shackles of Kuragenkyo's techniques in his cave residence. Even without these, the cave abode of a pinnacle earth immortal was enough to make any legends fight for it. Nowadays, the overseas sect masters needed to oversee their respective sects, and they couldn't leave easily. This was especially true for a notorious sect like Kuragenkyo. That was why the Kuragenkyo Lord had asked Mingyu to try and take the abode of True Lord Dong Hai. Mingyu was one of the mythical martial artists in the entire overseas martial arts world who was closest to the sect master level. He was good at survival, and even the sect masters might not be able to take him down. He was the most suitable person to take action. Once we enter True Lord Dong Hai's abode, if you listen to my orders, I might be able to give you some of his treasures. Mingyu glanced at them coldly and said slowly. This was his ultimate goal for saying so much. No matter what, True Lord Dong Hai was a peak earth immortal. Even after almost 10,000 years, the means he left behind still made Mingyu uneasy. At this time, if the elders of the other great sects made a move, they would have a higher chance of obtaining True Lord Dong Hai's treasures. Give us some of his treasures. The elders of the great sects looked at each other and were extremely tempted. As elders of the great sects, they naturally wouldn't be interested in ordinary treasures. However, True Lord Dong Hai was a peak earth immortal. How could the treasures he left behind be ordinary? In that case, we'll have to trouble you this time, Taoist Mingyu, said the man with a long sword on his back from the 10,000 Sword sect. The others nodded one after another, obviously agreeing with Mingyu's suggestion. Even the arrogant Elder Shui of the Snow God Palace didn't refuse. At their level, they had no other pursuits other than advancing further. True Lord Dong Hai's cave abode contained the treasures that he had collected throughout his life. Even if it could not help them enter the Earth God Immortal realm, it would be easy for them to become sect master level martial artists. Then let's go now. A smile appeared on Mingyu's face. Immortal Abode Island. Inside the abode. Of course, Su Qin didn't know that someone had set their sights on Immortal Abode Island. At this moment, Su Qin sat cross-legged in front of the spirit fountain. 8 or 9 burning divine pills floated in front of him. They were the divine Lihua pills. Just as Su Qin expected, this abode could indeed be used repeatedly. During this period, Su Qin had signed in a total of 52 divine Lihua pills. Unfortunately, It seemed that signing in 52 divine Lihua pills had exhausted the abode's Dao accumulation. After that, Su Qin couldn't sign in here anymore. Crack. Crack. At this time, the 52 divine Lihua pills placed in front of Su Qin exploded, turning into 52 fire dragons and entering Su Qin's body. At the same time, a huge stone diagram appeared behind Su Qin. On the stone diagram there were thousands of light spots. At this moment, at the edge of the stone diagram, the invisible light spot suddenly lit up by more than half, and then slowly dimmed. 9 killing arrays and more than 50 divine Lihua pills can't fill up a single light spot? Su Qin opened his eyes and sighed softly. At this moment, he once again felt the difficulty of cultivating the Great Sun diagram. With such a huge amount of resources, it was enough to satisfy a group of mythical warriors for hundreds of years, but it couldn't even fill up a single light spot? However, Su Qin thought about it and it was understandable. After all, after cultivating the Great Sun diagram, Su Qin could transform into the legendary three-legged golden crow, the most powerful mythical beast of the fire element, and master all kinds of terrifying divine abilities such as the Great Sun divine fire. If he could really cultivate it so casually, Su Qin would wonder if there was something wrong with it. However, I can feel that the light spot is about to be filled up. As long as there are a few hundred more divine Lihua pills, it will be almost done. Su Qin roughly estimated, his thoughts fluctuating. It seems that in the future, I have to sign in more places with sufficient fire element power, so that the probability of getting divine Lihua pills will be higher. Su Qin thought silently in his heart. After signing in for decades, Su Qin also roughly figured out the rules of signing in. Generally speaking, wherever Su Qin signs in, he will receive corresponding treasures. For example, Su Qin has signed in at the Shaolin Temple for more than 20 years, and most of the treasures he received were Buddhist treasures. Of course, nothing is absolute. Su Qin also signed in at the Thousand Buddha Hall of the Shaolin Temple, the Eye of Truth, a divine ability that obviously has nothing to do with Buddhism. However, these are only a minority. If Su Qin really wants to get a large number of divine pills of the fire element, it is more reliable to find a place with sufficient fire element power and enough Dao accumulation to sign in. Forget it. I definitely won't be able to cultivate the Great Sun diagram in a short time. Let's break through to the 8th heavenly layer first. If I delay any longer, the spiritual opportunity of the spiritual opportunity spring will probably be lost again. Su Qin glanced at the spiritual opportunity spring in front of him and made a decision in his heart. The spiritual opportunity spring was being consumed every moment. If he delays any longer, Su Qin will feel distressed. Let's begin. Su Qin slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, the spiritual opportunity spring that was originally quietly gushing out suddenly began to vibrate. Countless spring water floated out of thin air and poured into Su Qin's body. Outside the cave, after carefully inspecting the heaven and earth great formation, Qingqiu Qianqian turned her head and looked at the small island in the center of the lake. Is my lord really not from the Golden Crow clan? Qingqiu Qianqian blinked her eyes, full of doubts. During this period, every once in a while, Qingqiu Qianqian would faintly feel a terrifying heat coming from the small island in the center of the lake. It was as if a terrifying sun was being nurtured inside that small island. My lord is really too scary. Qingqiu Qianqian only looked for a while, then hurriedly lowered her head and stood aside respectfully, paying attention to the operation of the heaven and earth great formation. The reason why Su Qin spared her life was to operate the heaven and earth great formation on Immortal Abode Island. If Qingqiu Qianqian couldn't even do such a small thing, when Su Qin comes out of seclusion, her fate could be imagined. Therefore, in order to satisfy Su Qin, Qingqiu Qianqian put almost all her attention on the heaven and earth great formation, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Underground cave world. The sky was dark and oppressive. Master, that's the Cathode City. Mohim walked to Su Qin's side and pointed forward. On top of a huge underground volcano, a magnificent city was quietly standing there. This big city was several times larger than the Demon Cloud City. The city walls were dark and faintly exuded a deep aura. Cathode City is actually built on a volcano? Su Qin's mind moved. He looked at the Cathode City and muttered to himself. Even though Su Qin was still dozens of miles away from the Cathode City, he could still feel the hot air blowing on his face. My lord. Mohim immediately explained. The Cathode City Lords all cultivated the ultimate in demonic art. If you want to achieve great accomplishment in the demonic art, in addition to collecting purine qi, you also need to be in the ultimate yang environment realm. Only then can there be hope, so that's how it is. Su Qin nodded slightly. When he was in the 9th grade martial Dao, he realized the importance of the coexistence of yin and yang. However, for other creatures, the coexistence of yin and yang was not absolute. For example, the divine beast three-legged golden crow was born from the great sun. However, divine beasts like the three-legged golden crow were a minority. Most creatures were born after birth, and it was impossible for them to always specialize in one path. Even an earth immortal like the Eastern Sea's true lord had more than just fire. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the word sea to appear in the Eastern Sea's Taoist name. The underground volcano is full of fire element power, and the Cathode City is a big city in the cave world. There must be a branch of the ancient demon tree with sufficient Tao accumulation. If I sign in again, I'm afraid I can get a lot of divine pills of the fire element. In this way, I can speed up the cultivation of the great sun painting. Su Qin's eyes lit up. Chapter 217. Dozens of miles away from the Cathode City. Su Qin's eyes were fiery, and his thoughts were turning quickly. For Su Qin, once he cultivates the Great Sun diagram, he can transform into the strongest mythological beast, the three-legged golden crow. Even if it's just a three-legged golden crow cub, it's enough to suppress a martial Dao powerhouse like an earth immortal. It was a pity that, although there are no bottlenecks in cultivating the Great Sun diagram, the resources required are like mountains and seas. Of course, once Su Qin cultivates the Great Sun diagram, the qualitative change brought about will be difficult to find in the world. Originally, Su Qin was thinking of looking for a place with abundant fire elemental power to sign in, so that he could prepare to cultivate the Great Sun diagram. As a result, the Cathode City appeared. How could he not be happy? Master. The Cathode City Lord led many demon kings under his command and died outside the Demon Cloud City. Now there shouldn't be any powerhouses in the Cathode City, Mohim said cautiously. Got it. Su Qin nodded slightly and headed towards the Cathode City. Since leaving the Demon Cloud City, Su Qin did not immediately go to the Cathode City. Instead, he roughly strolled around the Mahua territory to determine other places where he could sign in. After more than a year, he arrived outside the Cathode City. When Mohim saw Su Qin leaving, he immediately followed. Soon, Su Qin came to the Cathode City. Compared to the Demon Cloud City, the Cathode City was much more prosperous. Even if the Cathode City Lord hasn't returned for a long time, there are still a large number of demons coming in and out every day. 8 demon kings? Su Qin opened the eyes of truth, and casually glanced around, and he knew the details of the Cathode City at this moment. Currently, the entire Cathode City has only 8 demon kings, and these 8 demon kings are the kind of demons who have just entered the demon king realm. When Su Qin appeared in front of the Cathode City, he did not hide his figure. Therefore, soon after, a group of demons rushed out of the Cathode City, and then stood in front of Su Qin and respectfully said, "We greet the Demon Cloud City Lord." It has been more than a year since Su Qin killed the Cathode City Lord and many demon kings outside the Demon Cloud City. The news has already spread throughout the Mahua region. Of course, the Cathode City has also received the news. Therefore, for the past year or so, the remaining demon kings of Cathode City had been worried day and night. They were deeply afraid that Su Qin would suddenly come and kill them one by one, just like how he dealt with the Cathode City Lord. As such, these devil kings had long issued orders to have the devil clansmen keep watch outside the city. Once there was any suspicious figure of Su Qin, they were to be informed immediately. "Oh, you know me?" Su Qin glanced at the respectful demon kings and said casually. "The city lord's fame has long spread throughout the Imo-Hua territory. Who doesn't know of you?" The leader of the demon kings said respectfully, "We are here to wait for the city lord to take over Cathode City." "You're quite tactful." Su Qin glanced at the leader of the demon clansmen and walked straight into Cathode City. As Su Qin entered, the demon kings who came out to greet him breathed a sigh of relief. What they were most afraid of was that Su Qin would directly kill them without saying a word. In this way, they wouldn't even have the chance to surrender. Now that Su Qin has spared their lives, as long as they don't court death, there should be no danger. Haha, Mohim glanced at the demon kings of Cathode City, and suddenly a strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. Next, Mohim and the demon kings quickly followed behind Su Qin. After they completely disappeared, outside Cathode City, there was a complete uproar. Many demons who came in and out were stunned. It was the first time they saw the demon kings of Cathode City being so humble. Facing Su Qin, these demon kings couldn't wait to kneel down on the spot. Humph! What do you know? That person just now is the City Lord of Demon Cloud City, a peerless powerhouse who killed the Cathode City Lord. A demon who obviously recognized Su Qin said in a low voice. What? He is the City Lord of Demon Cloud City? When the rest of the demons heard this, their pupils shrank, and their faces were full of horror. Although they didn't immediately recognize Su Qin, how could they not have heard of Su Qin's prestige? The Cathode City Lord was one of the strongest powerhouses in a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Now that he suddenly fell, it had already caused an uproar. Then what should we do? This City Lord won't start a massacre, right? A timid demon couldn't help but ask. What should we do? Another demon sneered. If the Demon Cloud City Master really wants to kill, what can you do? Yes, although the City Lord is decisive, he should disdain slaughtering the weak. Otherwise, Demon Cloud City would have long been reduced to a dead city. The third demon nodded and said, however, this time, a big shot really came to my Cathode City. The demon who spoke first sighed in a low voice. The rest of the demons were silent, looking in awe. Just when the Cathode City was in an uproar because of the arrival of Su Qin. Su Qin had already arrived at the City Lord's Hall, and all the demon kings, including Mohim, were waiting outside the City Lord's Hall. You can all go down. If Master needs anything, I will inform you. Mohim glanced at the many demon kings who were uneasy and said, yes. The demon kings looked at each other, bowed and retreated. This time, deep in the City Lord's Hall, an ancient tree swayed, and a little bit of demonic light bloomed. It was extremely extraordinary. Compared with the ancient tree in the Demon Cloud City, the ancient tree in the Cathode City had red branches and leaves, and a hot aura slowly filled the air. The branches of the ancient demon tree are so different? Su Qin stood under the ancient tree with a thoughtful look on his face. The ancient tree in the Cathode City was also a branch of the ancient demon tree in the depths of the world, but for some reason, the state of this ancient tree was like this. Is it because of the volcano underground, or because the real ancient demon tree is divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth? Su Qin touched his chin, his thoughts fluctuating. Forget it. Don't worry about this. Let's just sign in and try it. Su Qin pondered for a moment, and said in his heart, System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, and obtained the Red Flame Demon Pill. A cold, mechanical voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. Red Flame Demon Pill. Su Qin's mind quickly merged into the system space and found a red pill in the corner. This Red Flame Demon Pill was not as good as the Lihua Divine Pill in terms of aura, but it was not much worse. What made Su Qin more concerned was that the number of sign-ins here should be far more than the Immortal's Cave Mansion on Immortal Abode Island. The ancient tree in the Demon Cloud City was enough for Su Qin to sign in for several years, not to mention that the one in the Cathode City was obviously much bigger than the one in the Demon Cloud City. Not bad, not bad. Maybe my hope of cultivating the Great Sun diagram is here. Su Qin smiled and thought with satisfaction in his heart. From today onwards I will stay here and sign in all the time. Su Qin made a decision in his heart, and directly informed the Mohim outside with his demonic sense, then sat down cross-legged and fell into cultivation. Immortal Abode Island. Inside the Immortal's Cave Mansion. Su Qin's aura slowly calmed down. I'm finally at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer. Now I'm ready to break through to the 8th heavenly layer. Su Qin breathed a sigh of relief and thought quickly in his heart. This time, entering the peak of the 7th heavenly layer consumed nearly 1/10 of the spirit spring. The remaining should be enough for me to enter the 8th heavenly layer. Su Qin sat cross-legged and thought secretly. This spirit fountain has saved me at least 5 years of hard work. Su Qin nodded slightly. Martial Dao cultivation, especially the cultivation of a legend, was not just about swallowing world's essence qi. World's essence qi was everywhere in the world. Even during the quiet period of the world's essence qi, there was still a lot. But for a truly powerful legend, swallowing world's essence qi could at most make up for the consumption. As for going further, it was impossible to even think about it. If a legend wants to break through, in addition to perceiving the world, the most important thing is the world's essence qi. An essence qi will only appear in large quantities when the world's essence qi tide recovers. The spirit spring is the aggregation of countless essence qi. Even during the peak of the world's essence qi tide, there were not many spirit springs. The East Sea's true monarch was able to get one, not only because of his powerful strength, but also because of his good luck. Otherwise, even if you have the strength to destroy the world, if you can't find the spirit spring, what can you do? Over the years, I have comprehended many divine arts and secret arts, and experienced the vast world. My accumulation in the realm is already enough. Breaking through is completely a matter of course. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated, and a sense of urgency suddenly rose in his heart. As the world's essence qi tide recovers, more and more powerhouses will appear, such as the overseas martial Dao world and immortal abode island, a secret place that has existed since the last world's essence qi tide. Although Su Qin was still fearless, he was still worried about accidents. For example, the Green Hill Fox clan's patriarch, Qingqiu Qingling. It seemed that Su Qin killed him with a punch. But in fact, if the Green Hill Fox clan's patriarch was a few thousand times stronger, Su Qin would have a hard time killing him with a punch. Still need to become stronger. If I can reach the height of Buddha, I can directly suppress any evil in the world. Su Qin closed his eyes again, and the aura in his body continued to condense and shrink. The spirit spring turned into countless essence qi and poured into Su Qin's body. At the same time, at the edge of the East Sea, Kurajenkyo's Mingyu and the elders of the overseas exalted sects arrived. According to the news that the Kurajenkyo has received, Lord Donghai's residence is in this region of the sea. The black-robed Mingyu said excitedly, "The sea here is so vast. How do we know where Lord Donghai's residence is?" Elder Shui Yu of the Snow God Palace frowned. The others nodded slightly. Indeed, the East Sea was too big. The Lord's residence must be covered by a heaven and earth array to avoid being scanned by a mortal will. Did they have to search the entire East Sea inch by inch? If so, it would take them a few hundred years to search the entire East Sea even with the speed of a legendary martial artist. Don't worry. The black-robed Mingyu glanced at them and said, "I have a secret art. As long as we are within a mile of Lord Donghai's residence, we can lock on to its exact location." Chapter 218. 1 mile. Elder Shui Yu of the Snow God Palace and the others relaxed a little when they heard this. Although 1 mile was still a drop in the ocean compared to the vast East Sea, it was still much better than searching inch by inch. However, nearly 10,000 years have passed. The heaven and earth array of Lord Donghai's residence should have collapsed. Without the protection of the heaven and earth array, would this residence have been discovered long ago? The Taoist from the Dao One sect thought for a moment and asked in a low voice. Hearing this, the expressions of the others changed slightly. This was indeed a possibility. After all, even the world had changed after 10,000 years, let alone a mere residence of a perfected lord. As for the heaven and earth array, after such a long time, the so-called heaven and earth array would have been destroyed and couldn't protect the residence. Even an ordinary person could enter the residence and take away the treasures of the perfected lord. Impossible. The black-robed Mingyu flatly denied. True monarch Donghai once found a spirit essence spring in the extreme north. With true monarch Donghai's array Dao skills and this spirit essence spring, the heaven and earth great array could last until now. As long as the heaven and earth array is still there, even if it has declined, it's impossible for outsiders to enter. Mingyu said word by word. Spirit essence spring? The pupils of Elder Shui Yu of the Snow God Palace shrank slightly. As an exalted sect, the Snow God Palace naturally knew what a spirit essence spring was. It was the condensation of the spirit essence of heaven and earth. If an ordinary legend obtained it, he would definitely soar to the sky. Even for an earth immortal, the spirit essence spring was an extremely precious treasure. If it really is a spirit essence spring, I'm afraid that Lord Donghai's residence can indeed survive until now. The old Taoist from the Tao One sect sighed as his expression changed slightly. Taoist Mingyu, if that's the case, why don't you tell us the secret method to search for the residence? If we get the secret method, we can search separately and save time, the man with the long sword from the Wanjian school said. Hearing this, the eyes of the others lit up and they all looked at Mingyu. You want the secret method? Mingyu, who was wearing a black robe, sneered. Do you think I will give you the secret method? This mystic technique was the key to finding the Eastern Sea True Monarch's residence. If Mingyu told others about it, and if someone found the cave residence first and used the mystic technique to sneak in, Mingyu wouldn't even have a place to cry. Cough, cough. The man from Wanjian school with a long sword coughed softly and said with a little embarrassment, Since you don't want to tell us the secret method, we won't force you. The others' eyes flickered, but they didn't say anything. In terms of strength, Mingyu was one of the mythical warriors closest to the sect leader in the entire overseas martial arts world. Moreover, he was good at life-saving means. If Mingyu was unwilling to hand over the secret method, they could do nothing about it. Humph, the black-robed Mingyu was too lazy to care about the thoughts of the other great sect's elders. The reason why he told them about the cave abode of True Monarch East Sea was that he wanted to use these elders. He wanted the elders of the great sects to test the killing array in True Monarch East Sea's residence and scout the way for him. This was Mingyu's plan. In fact, it was no longer a plan but an overt conspiracy. Whether it was Elder Shui Yu of the Snow God Palace or the man with the long sword from Wanjian School, who didn't know that Mingyu was using them. But so what? They would even consider risking their lives for the cave abode of a peak earth immortal, let alone using it. Now that the essence chi tide had begun to recover and the great world was about to begin, they would be caught up by the overlords sooner or later. All right, let's get started. The black-robed Mingyu's eyes were still cold. He took out a piece of jade and suddenly crushed it. Suddenly, wisps of blood-red light emerged from the jade. What's this? The Lao Dao cultivator from the Daoyi sect stared at the blood-red light and was puzzled. This is a bloodline extracted from the descendant of True Monarch East Sea's disciple by the Kuragenkyo. I refined it with a secret Kuragenkyo art. As long as it is within a mile of True Monarch East Sea's residence, it will glow. It was rare for Mingyu to explain. He glanced at everyone and continued, Follow me closely. At the same time, on Yingzhou Island, Su Qin's breakthrough had also reached a critical moment. Su Qin sat cross-legged. As he breathed, the spirit spring quickly collapsed and turned into endless spirit qi, which Su Qin swallowed. The consequence of a large amount of spirit qi entering his body was that Su Qin felt as if his body was about to explode as a terrifying energy wave reverberated in his body. If True Monarch East Sea came back to life, he would definitely be dumbfounded when he saw Su Qin using the spirit spring. The spirit spring was a condensation of spirit qi of heaven and earth. Even an expert at the level of an earth immortal would slowly absorb it. However, Su Qin took a breath and the spirit spring was reduced by a section. If not for the fact that Su Qin's body had undergone 5 transformations and was extremely powerful, he would definitely explode and die. Even his divine will would be reduced to ashes under the pressure of the terrifying spirit qi. It's about time. Su Qin's expression was extremely solemn. Although breaking through from the 7th heaven to the 8th heaven was not a qualitative change like breaking through from the 6th heaven to the 7th heaven, it was still not to be underestimated. At this level, every breakthrough was a transformation of one's life. Even someone as powerful as Su Qin was extremely cautious, and did not dare to ignore it in the slightest. This was because Su Qin knew that any neglect in martial arts cultivation would cause unimaginable hidden dangers. If not for a treasure like the Spirit Spring, Su Qin was prepared to use 5 to 6 years to slowly grind his way up. The next moment, the true essence in Su Qin's body boiled infused with countless spirit qi. As he began to break through the bottleneck of the 8th heaven, boom! An incomparably terrifying sound that was completely on the spiritual level resounded in Su Qin's ears. Under Su Qin's full impact, the originally impregnable bottleneck of the 8th heaven began to shake and loosen. In a spurt of energy, Su Qin did not stop. Instead, he once again gathered all of his true essence and divine will, and continued to break through the bottleneck of the eighth heaven. At this time, the importance of the spirit spring was reflected. If not for the spirit spring, Su Qin could at most break through once, twice, or thrice before his true essence and divine will were exhausted, and he would need to recuperate for a period of time. But now, with the spirit spring to replenish his energy, Su Qin could continuously break through. In the following time, Su Qin kept breaking through the bottleneck of the eighth heaven. As long as the spirit spring was not exhausted, Su Qin would not stop. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. The spirit spring that was originally gushing out began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the bottleneck of the eighth heaven began to crack silently. Now's the time. Su Qin's eyes lit up. He immediately devoured the last of the spirit spring. Then he took out hundreds of divine pills and spiritual liquids and consumed them all. He gathered all of his energy and made the final impact. Buzz! It was as if the entire world had quietened down. The bottleneck of the eighth heaven was gradually broken. Su Qin's aura suddenly began to skyrocket and filled every inch of air in the cave abode. As time passed, Su Qin's aura silently broke through the seal of the cave abode and shrouded the entire Immortal Abode Island. On Immortal Abode Island, what realm has Milord cultivated to? Why do I feel that the vitality and spiritual vigor of the entire Immortal Abode Island is decreasing? Qingqiu Qianqian's face was filled with shock. She had lived on Immortal Abode Island for so many years. Naturally, she knew how much vitality and spiritual vigor there was on the island. If it was just a little less, Qingqiu Qianqian might not have noticed it. But now it was not just a little less. It was greatly decreasing. The only possibility that Qingqiu Qianqian could think of was Su Qin. Could it be that Master has completely devoured the spirit spring? Qingqiu Qianqian was in disbelief. Although she did not know how precious the spirit spring was, she could vaguely sense how vast the spirit vigor and vitality contained in the spirit spring was just from the moment she came into contact with it. The spirit spring had supplied Immortal Abode Island for nearly 10,000 years. Even if there was not much left in the end, it was still not something that an ordinary legend could devour. Just as Qingqiu Qianqian was in doubt, rumble! A vast aura rushed out from the small island in the middle of the lake and quickly spread to the entire Immortal Abode Island. Under this aura, Qingqiu Qianqian only felt as if she was facing the endless sky. She did not even have the courage to look directly at it. The next moment, under Qingqiu Qianqian's incredulous gaze, the vast aura that rushed out from the cave abode began to shake the heaven and earth formation that shrouded the entire Immortal Abode Island. Not good. Qingqiu Qianqian was instantly shocked. She quickly began to use the method that Su Qin gave her to slowly operate the heaven and earth formation. However, unfortunately, no matter how Qingqiu Qianqian tried to stop it, the vast aura still blasted a crack in the heaven and earth formation and leaked out a trace of Immortal Abode Island's aura. Qingqiu Qianqian looked up at the sky and muttered to herself, "It's just a trace of aura. There shouldn't be any problem, right?" At this moment, the people of the overseas major sects were quickly searching the East Sea. Taoist Mingyu, the East Sea is too vast. If we continue to search like this, I'm afraid that we won't be able to find it even after several years of delay. By then, what should we do about the mission given by the sect masters? The Lao Dao master of the Dao E sect frowned slightly. They had been searching in the East Sea for nearly a month, but to no avail. When the black-robed Mingyu heard this, he suddenly stopped and looked at the wisp of blood floating in front of him. He pondered for a while and said, 1 month. Search for another month. After a month, if there are no clues, we will go to the battlefield and find out the cause of death of our disciples. The others heard this and nodded. The cave abode of a peak Earth Immortal was an unprecedented opportunity. But the premise was that they could find it. Suddenly, at this moment, in front of Mingyu of the Kuragenkyo, the wisp of blood suddenly boiled and rushed in a certain direction. When Mingyu saw this scene, his face changed slightly and then he was overjoyed. Found it, I found the cave abode of the East Sea True Lord. Chapter 219. You found perfected Lord Donghai's cave abode? The other elders of the large sects looked at each other in shock. They had been searching in the East Sea for more than a month, and now they had found it? Mingyu seemed to know everyone's doubts and quickly explained. This bloodlight was made by the Kuragenkyo by extracting the blood of the descendant of perfected Lord Donghai's disciple with a secret technique. As long as you are within 1 mile of the cave abode, you can lock onto it. Also, once the aura of perfected Lord Donghai's cave abode leaks, you can also roughly sense it. Mingyu smiled and continued. Originally, when the essence chi recovered, I only guessed that the heaven and earth grand array in perfected Lord Donghai's cave abode would leak, but I wasn't sure. But now it seems that I was right. Mingyu's voice was filled with excitement as he spoke. Since the aura of the cave abode had leaked until now, it meant that it had been in operation before. As long as the heaven and earth grand array set up by a peak earth immortal hadn't been completely destroyed, who could force their way in when the essence chi was still? Therefore, Mingyu judged that the treasures in perfected Lord Donghai's cave abode should still be there and hadn't been taken by others. In that case, Taoist Mingyu, what are we waiting for? The man with the long sword from Wanjian school immediately said. No hurry. With the bloodline lock we can't escape. Mingyu leisurely followed behind the blood-red light, while the rest of the elders followed closely behind. Soon they arrived at a vast and empty sea. This is it. When Mingyu saw the bloodlight spinning, he was sure that perfected Lord Donghai's cave abode was nearby. Elder Shuiyu of Snow God Palace and the other elders looked around and frowned. Why can't I feel the aura of the grand array? Humph! Mingyu sneered. Perfected Lord Donghai is a powerful being. With his attainments in array Dao, how can you sense the grand array he set up? That's right. The Lao Dao cultivator of the Dao Yi sect nodded slightly. According to our sect's records, perfected Lord Donghai is extremely powerful, and is second only to the ultimate overlords. If it weren't for that battle back then, perfected Lord Donghai would have been able to enter the ranks of the ultimate overlords. That battle. Mingyu looked at the old Taoist of the Dao Yi school with great interest and asked, which side won the war? Compared to other sects overseas that had been passed down since the last essence chi recovery, the Dao Yi sect's legacy, the Black Origin sect's legacy was much shorter. Even after so many years of collecting information, they only knew that the Great War back then had been extremely fierce. Many of the so-called strongest martial artists, who had surpassed the Earth God Immortal realm, had fallen. Otherwise, even if the essence Chi, Overlord Lord. Of course we won. The old Taoist from the Dao Yi sect shook his head and said, otherwise, this world would have been occupied by the devil race long ago. Would we even have a chance to speak here? At this point the old Taoist from the Dao Yi sect paused for a while and sighed. However, although our world repelled the cave world back then, we also paid a terrible price. Especially at the end of the war, we angered a certain demon god from the cave world. The other party opened his eyes from the depths of the cave world and looked at the human world. Under that terrifying gaze, the battlefield collapsed directly. Many of the strongest fell and some were seriously injured. The Lao Dao cultivator of the Dao Yi sect looked emotional. After such a long time, the truth could no longer be restored. Even the great sects could only deduce what had happened from the ancient books in their respective sections. I see. Mingyu's expression turned solemn. Although the Kuragenkyo's illusory devil body was known as the strongest life-saving ability, Mingyu also knew his own limitations. The so-called strongest life-saving ability was only relative. If he really went back to 10,000 years ago, facing the gaze of the devil overlord, even if the Kuragenkyo's grandmaster came back to life, he would definitely be dead. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's break the formation quickly. Mingyu pondered for a while, then grabbed forward with his right hand. Suddenly, a cloud of black gas appeared. Buzz! This cloud of black gas was directly scattered in front of him. In an instant, a hazy heaven and earth formation emerged, revealing itself under the sprinkling of the black gas. It's really here? Mingyu looked delighted. The heaven and earth formation set up by Lord Donghai was indeed hidden enough. Even in front of them they couldn't sense it at all. But just because they couldn't sense it didn't mean it didn't exist. Mingyu only needed to confirm that it was here through the bloodlight. Such a vast heaven and earth great formation, compared to the mountain protection great formation of our sex, isn't it? The Lao Dao cultivator of the Dao sect nodded slightly and whispered in amazement. What should we do now? Elder Shui Yu of the Snow God Palace asked directly. You guys stand in these positions, then attack the formation with all your might. Ming Yu had no intention of concealing the truth. He said, these places are the blind spots of the heaven-earth formation. With our strength, if we attack with all our strength, we can break the formation in at most an hour. Ming Yu glanced at everyone. This was the most valuable information he had obtained from the descendants of Lord Donghai's disciple in the Kuragenkyo. Except for Lord Donghai's closest disciples, how could anyone else know the blind spots of the formation set up by Lord Donghai? That's good. The man with the long sword in Wanjian school heaved a sigh of relief. If they were to break the heaven and earth formation set up by a peak earth immortal, it would be like ants trying to shake the sky. They might even be seriously injured by the power of the formation. However, now nearly 10,000 years had passed, and the power of the formation had begun to decline rapidly. In addition, Ming Yu had told him about several blind spots in this heaven-earth formation. It was really possible to break this heaven-earth formation in an hour. Let's start now. Ming Yu stood in a certain position with a solemn face, raised his right hand and attacked a certain spot of the heaven and earth formation. The other elders of the major sects looked at each other and made up their minds. Suddenly, the elders of the major sects attacked together. In a flash, the heaven and earth formation covering Yingzhou Island let out a bright light. At the same time, Qingqiu Qianqian was sitting cross-legged, silently circulating the cultivation method of the demon race in her body. Someone is breaking the formation? Qingqiu Qianqian opened her eyes and looked at the sky in surprise. At this moment, there were faint ripples in the sky, like a stone falling into the water. Qingqiu Qianqian saw a few people attacking the heaven and earth formation. It's not even 1% as powerful as when Master broke the formation. Qingqiu Qianqian shook her head. When Su Qin was outside Yingzhou Island, he almost split the entire island in half with the Fiend God's blade. The power caused by that was more than earth-shattering. However, the humans who broke the formation aren't weak. If I capture them alive, I might be able to make Master happy. Qingqiu Qianqian's heart skipped a beat. She didn't know how to show her usefulness in front of Su Qin, but then a few people came out. Just as Qingqiu Qianqian was about to take down Ming Yu and the other elders with the power of the formation, her face suddenly changed. No. How do these people know about the blind spots of the formation? Qingqiu Qianqian was in disbelief. The heaven and earth formation of Yingzhou Island was personally set up by True Lord Donghai. Other than those close to True Lord Donghai, it was impossible for outsiders to know about the blind spots of the formation. This was because the blind spots of the formation were equivalent to the formation's flaws. As long as they grasped the blind spots, breaking the formation was only a matter of time. Even with Qingqiu Qianqian presiding over the formation, it could only be delayed for a while. They would have to break the formation sooner or later. These people must have come prepared. Qingqiu Qianqian's expression was solemn. She turned around and walked toward the island in the center of the lake without hesitation. I should inform Master about this as soon as possible. Before Su Qin went into seclusion, he told Qingqiu Qianqian that she could look for him if there was anything she couldn't solve. However, for Qingqiu Qianqian, this was something she couldn't solve. Inside the cave abode in the center of the lake, Su Qin opened his eyes leisurely. Currently, his aura had been retracted, and he looked like an ordinary person. However, only Su Qin knew how terrifying the power contained in his body was. I finally entered the 8th heaven. Su Qin sighed, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. During this trip to the East Sea, not only did he obtain the 12 divine beasts diagram, the strongest divine art that was second only to the Buddha's palm, but his strength had also increased by a level. How could Su Qin not be happy? Currently, Su Qin was only a step away from the 9th heaven. Once he entered the 9th heaven, he could prepare to condense his primordial spirit and break through to the earth immortal realm. It's a pity for this spiritual fountain. Su Qin lowered his head and glanced at it. He saw that the spiritual fountain that was originally gushing out had completely withered. The spiritual vigor of heaven and earth that was gushing out was now left with only a few strands. If I wait for thousands of years and experience the peak period of the recovery of the vitality tide, this spiritual fountain might be able to recover again. Su Qin stroked his chin and seemed to be deep in thought. The reason why the spiritual fountain was called the fountain was because it was like a real fountain that could continuously spurt out spring water. As long as the fountain was continuous, there would be a day when it would recover. At most it was a matter of time. I can move this withered fountain to Chang'an City and use the heaven and earth array to nurture it. Maybe it will recover faster? Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated as he thought silently in his heart. Back then, the Lord of the East Sea found this spiritual fountain in the extreme north and moved it here. Now Su Qin could naturally bring the spiritual fountain back to Chang'an City. Just as Su Qin was thinking slowly, Qingqiu Qianqian's voice suddenly sounded from outside. Su Qin raised his eyebrows. Come in. Su Qin moved his mind and the black stone door of the cave residence slowly opened. Lord, bad news. Someone broke in? Qingqiu Qianqian walked quickly into the cave residence and stood in front of Su Qin respectfully and said anxiously, Someone broke in? Su Qin was slightly surprised. He looked at the sky and started to cover the surroundings with his powerful divine will. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.